Good morning, America. So good to see you here with us on this Saturday. I'm Vanessa Broussard, and I'm sitting here today with Grace Adania. So good to be here. Day 3 of CPAC.
Yes, day 3 of CPAC. It's going to be a great day. Lots of great speakers lined up.
Yes, we do have a long list of speakers. We'll get to those speakers here momentarily. A beautiful day here in Washington, D.C. Temperatures in the 40s, and the sun came out. And what did you say right before we came on?
The sun came out for Donald Trump.
That's absolutely right. It's been a little gloomy here, but Donald Trump is coming today to speak at CPAC at 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's local time. And like Grace said, the sun came out for the president. So we'll see him here in a couple of hours. The crowd is already starting to take over in the ballroom. They were lined up. I know some people were in line at 1:30 this morning to get front row seats to see President Donald Trump take the stage today at 1 o'clock. So they've been here for over 12 hours in line. And that's just what they do. You know, we hear about the front row Joes who stand in line. Sometimes they get to these events, Grace, days in advance.
Days in advance. It's incredible what they do. We have the front row Joes. I haven't seen the other groups yet, but there's usually, you know, the group of Vietnamese for Trump and Blacks for Trump that love to come to these types of events. So it's truly great to see the love and admiration for President Trump.
Yes, and they get here early. They're troopers, and they've had their coffee and I'm sure some Red Bull and all the good things just to get them going and keep them going throughout the day. But let's give you a quick look at what today looks like here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be here with you at CPAC throughout the day. Our Brian Glenn jumped on a plane early this morning. I actually got a text from him just moments ago. He's sitting on the plane right next to Representative Matt Gaetz. They're heading to South Carolina for the primary today and tonight, and then they'll be with President Trump this evening in South Carolina. So we'll have that coverage for you tonight as well. As those results come in, you can see it right here first on RSBN, and we'll have Brian Glenn there at the Trump election night watch party in South Carolina. Nikki Haley's home state, you know, I was looking at her social media last night. She's still positive, thinking that she's going to do well when she's showing over 30 points behind Donald Trump in the polls.
Right. She has absolutely no chance. It's kind of crazy that she continues to stay in the race. I watched a hit that she was doing on Fox News last night, and she was, you know, they're asking her, what's your plan after South Carolina? What are you going to do if you lose? And she says she's pressing on to Michigan. So she's not planning on stopping anytime soon. And at this point, I think it's just to detract from Donald Trump.
It's absolutely, that is exactly what it is. And we've talked to some of the Trump campaign, the people who work closely, the closest with President Trump. They have no idea why she's still in the race. We really can't get an answer. I guess the only person that really knows is Nikki Haley. And so everyone else is just wondering, why are you still here? She hasn't won a state yet. She's down 30 points in the polls in her home state. We talked to people here, dozens of people here from South Carolina. Some people here even volunteering for CPAC or here to see Donald Trump. And they just said they didn't really care for her as governor. And so they definitely don't want her as president. Now, that's what they're telling me. That's not my words coming to you. That's what they're telling me. And so, people in her own home state are saying, no, we want Donald Trump. So we'll see what those polls, if they're accurate tonight. We're expecting at least a 20-point lead for Donald Trump as we close the polls tonight in South Carolina. So if you're watching from South Carolina, good morning to all of you. So good to see you here with us. Head to the polls today, bring a friend, and we'll see you tonight with Brian Glenn at that watch party. And Grace, those watch parties are so much fun because the energy. I was in Nevada. That was the last one I went to. And, of course, you're on the Vegas Strip. That's already a good time. And then you're at one of the hotels and casinos and in the ballroom. So everything's beautiful. And the people are just happy. They're excited. And I think it's the same vibe that you get here at CPAC. All of these conservatives are hopeful.
They are hopeful, and I think that we're going to see a bigger turnout than we've even seen at these other election night watch parties in South Carolina. They're having it at a bigger venue, and I think people are going to show Nikki Haley who they really support.
Yes, absolutely. So stick with us all through the day and the evening as we bring those results to you. A lot more coverage coming up, but first we want to take a quick time out and tell you about Birch Gold. You know all about Birch Gold, the Birch Gold Group. You know, turn your IRAs, your 401ks into gold. Gold, and you can do that with the Birch Gold Group. Times are tough right now. It's hard for anyone to save money these days. To keep your head afloat is very hard these days, but the Birch Gold Group, the experts there can get you on the right path to saving for your future, and it's very easy to get involved. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898, and you know these people pretty well.
Yes, Birch Gold, they're great partners of ours. They've been very supportive and really loyal to RSBN and other conservative networks too. But, go Birch Gold. Birch Gold, text Trump to 989898.
Yes, absolutely. So when times are tough and you don't know where to turn, always turn to the experts, because that's what they do. And they're a conservative company, and they really care about the American people, and they want to help you get on the right path and take care of you and your future. All right, full lineup today here at CPAC. Of course, like we've mentioned, we do have President Trump at 1 o'clock Eastern local time. Again, people are already in the ballroom, getting their front row seats and the front seats in the huge ballroom. So thousands of people are expected here today at CPAC. We have Kari Lake, who stopped by the booth yesterday. We'll show you that interview here in just a little bit. We also have Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow, on stage today. Starting things off as a very interesting one. I met him yesterday. I do follow him on social media. Hadn't met him yet, but did have a chance to meet him and sit down with him yesterday for an interview. And that's Brandon Straka. He's the Walk Away founder, and he has a very interesting story. And Brandon Straka is a true conservative who was once a Democrat.
Yes.
And he received a message on social media several years ago when Trump first ran. And he admits it. He says, "Don't boo me, but I was a Hillary Clinton supporter." And he says, and then I started seeing what the media was doing and not doing, and the truth that they weren't telling. And this all came from someone who politely sent him a message and said, "I don't want to start an argument." If someone he didn't even know, "I don't want to start an argument, but I think you should watch these videos." So he watched these videos that he says were about the news not telling the truth, the mainstream media. And so when he started doing some investigating, he said, they're not telling the truth. So as he started looking and looking more into this, over time, he switched to Republican. And so he was there on January 6th, and they came after him. He posted a video on social media showing, what was going on. And because he posted that social media, several weeks later, he gets a knock on the door, and they raided his house, threw him in jail. He says they would have never known he was there videoing. He was there. He was there. He was an eyewitness to this. They would have never known he was there if he hadn't posted that to social media. That's the only reason they knew. So he spent some time in jail. He's been charged. And so now he has this strong following on social media for people to walk away from the Democrat Party. And so that's what his organization is called. He is the founder of the Walk Away Foundation. And basically what that is walk away from what's not right and walk to what is right. And so he's putting up a good fight. He's taking the stage this morning, kicking things off here on day 3 of CPAC. So I'm excited to see what he has to say this morning.
Me too. I'm excited to see what everyone has to say today. And don't forget to go to the RSBN app. If you want to watch all of our coverage of today's event at CPAC and also in the South Carolina primary and everything that we have coming up, how many Trump speeches did we have this week? 4,
yes.
5, something like that. It's only going to get crazier and crazier as we get into this year. So make sure you go to the App Store. You can get it anywhere. You can get it on your iPhone, your Android, your laptop, tablet, all that stuff, and your TV. I have it on Roku, but you can get the RSBN app. You can read all of our news. You can watch our rallies. You can watch our rally replays as well on our live channel on our app. You won't want to miss this year, so go and download the RSBN app.
Absolutely. Last night I was walking by. We had a quick little commercial break, and a viewer was standing here right by our booth, and he says, "How do I download the app?" And I said, "You just go to your app store and type in RSBN." I turned around for maybe 10 seconds, Grace, and I turned back around and I said, "Do you have it?" He goes, "Oh yeah, I have it right here. It's downloading." It's that easy. It takes 10 seconds. And so once you get it, it's free. Once you get it, you just log on and hit the watch live button at the top. It's very user friendly, so make sure you download the app. It's actually my favorite. That's how, when I am home and not covering an event, that's how I watch. I just log on to the RSBN app. So make sure you have that downloaded for
free
coverage. It is free, yes. So make sure you have that app, and also follow us on rsbnetwork.com. So, Brandon Straka is starting things off today here at CPAC. Very interesting story. He just wants to tell the world what he has gone through, and he's very vocal about what he's gone through and the unfairness surrounding January 6th and what happened that day, and how they're fighting for the people who are still prisoned here in Washington, D.C. I have seen multiple people walk by with T-shirts, as we do at many events that we cover, saying free J6ers, and they should be freed. And so it's just a big fight surrounding January 6th and the unfairness surrounding that event. It was not an insurrection. There's video that shows that it was not. It proves otherwise, that from what the Democrats are saying, and Nancy Pelosi. There's video of her that day talking about she's been waiting for something like this to happen. So all the video proves what we're trying to say of what really happened on January 6th. Brandon Straka, again, was there, and he's kicking things off at 8:30 this morning local time. So that's in about 15 minutes. So stick around to hear what he has to say, and also hear about his organization, the Walkaway Foundation. Again, Mike Lindell coming on. He has a booth just a couple of rows or booths down from us. And anytime Mike Lindell walks by, it's just a ball of energy that goes by. He's always fast-paced,
really
energetic, and the crowd follows him. And he's done a lot of hard work for election integrity.
He has done so much hard work for really all fronts, but especially for Donald Trump, especially for election integrity. He's losing a lot of his business over election integrity. I think that shows you how dedicated he really is to the movement and to the causes that we're passionate about.
He is, and he's passionate about it as well. Like Grace just mentioned, spending his own personal money to fight the left and fight for fairness. And you know what I like about Mike is that he has stated this before. I've been at one of his events where he's speaking, and he says, yes, of course, he wants conservatives to win, but it's not about that. It's just about fairness. So if the left wins an election, okay, but the election was fair. That's all we ask, is for the election to be fair. Let the people vote and let the winner win fairly. That's all. So he's put up a good fight for election integrity, and has spent his own money, has actually suffered a little bit with MyPillow. We want to make sure that you continue to shop with MyPillow. That's what I asked for Christmas. When Santa asked me what I wanted, I made sure that I told Santa Claus that I wanted MyPillow products, and that's what I received under the Christmas tree. So support Mike. Go to mypillow.com, type in the RSBN code, and you'll receive a discount at checkout. He really is putting up a good fight, so we want to continue fighting for him as well.
And on that note, I know they have a lot of really good Valentine's Day sales that are probably still going on. We're going into some other holidays as well. So if you use that code RSBN, you'll get up to 66% off your entire purchase. Probably the biggest discount. You won't get that at Macy's or any other place that you can buy sheets and stuff like that. So make sure you use code RSBN.
Absolutely. Kari Lake's also on the agenda today. She stopped by the booth yesterday. Another ball of energy, a fighter.
Superstar.
Yes, she is a superstar. You know, she sat here, Grace, with me and Brian, and it's three people sitting at this booth who left mainstream media. Brian did, I did, Kari Lake did. And we have that in common. We walked away from mainstream media. We're doing this. We're here. We're now. We're fighting for this country. We're fighting for what's right. We're fighting for the people. We're fighting for the future. And there are more people, I feel, in mainstream media who are like that, who feel like we do, but they may be too scared to walk away from mainstream media. But I want to encourage those people not to be, because it was a big jump for all three of us, for Brian, me, Kari Lake. Kari Lake says, God brought me here. I feel like God's brought me to RSBN. I love it here. If you are uncomfortable in any situation, and it doesn't have to be mainstream media, take that leap. take that jump and see where you land. God will not stray you. But Kari Lake, she is doing well in her Senate race in Arizona, and I believe we have that interview for you. We want to go back to Kari stopping by the booth yesterday here at CPAC to give us a few words. So let's hear from Kari right now.
Continue our live coverage of the pre-show for Rock Hill, South Carolina, here from CPAC 2024 in Washington, D.C. We're joined now by the one and only, the great Kari Lake. That's how you should always be introed on any event. I don't care where you go, it's the great Kari Lake.
I will let everyone know that. Thank you, Brian.
It came from me.
Well, I feel the same way about you. I mean, you've been part of this movement and getting the truth out for so long. What would we do without RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting? I like to say you're on the right side of history.
You do say that.
And I mean it, because, you know, you and I worked in the media for a long time. And we know how dangerous propaganda is and fake news. And right now we are starting to see some good media crop up and give us the truth. But boy, it's going to be nice to see the fake news completely fall, because they have been so dangerous to our republic. They've actually lied about President Trump for 8 years. It's no wonder some people don't like him, because for 8 years they've been brainwashed by the fake news. And finally, with Vanessa and you, Brian, we're starting to see some breakthrough in that.
You know, all three of us actually have something in common. We all were in mainstream media, and we all got out of mainstream media, and we are here fighting for the cause when we were silenced for so long, and now we don't have to be silent anymore. We're putting up the good fight.
You realize when you get out of it how the corporate media, the corporate part of it, has an agenda, and they're using the people who work for the corporate media to push their agenda. And sometimes when you're in it, you don't see it until you kind of have a wake-up call, and then you do see it. But the good news is we've got a lot of options now, and it's really wonderful. I'm so excited about President Trump tomorrow. We've had some of these leaders, you know, we're watching around the world as places like Hungary under Viktor Orban have turned things around and are putting the people of their country first. We're watching El Salvador go from the murder capital of the world to one of the safest places in Central America and one of the safest places in the world now. And we're watching as Argentina gets a great new leader who's putting the people of his country first. And now we know that is how you can turn this world around, have peace, have prosperity in every nation. So we don't have people pouring into our country. It's ironic, Brian, that we have 168 countries, people pouring across, millions of people trying to find a better life because their countries have rigged elections, their countries have hyperinflation, a devalued currency, an economy in shambles, and major crime and drug epidemics. And they're coming here thinking that we don't have that, and we're actually suffering from that as well.
Yeah, we are suffering from the open border. Okay, so let's turn our attention to Arizona. And I've always said, well, the path to the White House does definitely go through those 5 swing states, and Arizona is one of them. But also the path to taking back the Senate also goes through Arizona. Your election is so pivotal to us to get the majority in the Senate to be able to turn this around, because let's not, you know, joke around here. If President Trump was to win in 2024, we need the House and the Senate to really turn this country around. So your race is very important.
That's right. It's pivotal. President Trump, I believe, is going to be the nominee, and I think he's going to go back into the White House. But can you imagine if Chuck Schumer's in control of the Senate? You know, Supreme Court picks will never get through. Cabinet picks will not get through. They'll probably push more impeachment, bogus impeachment trials against President Trump. So we've got to have the majority in the Senate. It is crucial so that President Trump's Agenda 47, his plan to turn America around and give us our best days yet, we have to make sure we have the majority in the Senate and, frankly, in the House as well. It'd be so great if we had just a clean sweep and we were able to just immediately start implementing this.
We're right there.
Dream come true. So let's talk about your race and how's it going and what's the outlook look like?
It's looking good. There's 3 pivotal polls that have come out recently showing me up between 1 and 3 points. It's going to be tight, but I believe as we get closer to the election and more Americans wake up to the fact that Democrat policies are not old school Democrat policies. They're actually destructive and deadly policies. Everything they touch turns to you know what.
Yeah.
You know, I would think
and so the thing is, really quickly, Ruben Gallego, who I'm running against, right now it's close 3 points, 4 points. But once people learn who he is a disaster. He almost makes AOC look moderate. He's that radical. And when people learn that, they're going to wake up.
I think they're being gracious on his polling, to be honest with you. I don't think Arizona is making it as tight as it looks like it is.
It's not.
You're probably winning by far more than that.
I believe that, but you know what? We saw what happened in the governor's race. In our internal polling, we were up 10 and 12 points, and they are so afraid of an outsider like me. They're so afraid of people like President Trump, who can't be bought, who can't be paid for, who can't be blackmailed. They're afraid of me, that they will do anything to stop us. But I don't think they can cheat big enough this go around. And that's why they're trying to indict President Trump. They're trying to go after me. They are running scared because we, the people, are showing up and we're taking back our government.
Well, one of your biggest platforms has been the border, and we've been pounding about the border for 3 years now. I love it that you actually called out the drug cartels and says, we're coming for you. We'll bomb those tunnels if we have to.
Yep.
And I think the American people are at that point where we want to bomb the tunnels of the drug cartels. It started as a joke. And that it's funny because in the House in the Homeland Committee, whenever one of these dirty little Democrats put up that poster of the moat with the alligators and the lasers and the electrical fence.
Allegiance, led by Bruce Duty, and remain standing for the national anthem performed by Daniel Irby.
Good morning, CPAC.
One of your biggest campaign issues is securing our border.
I immediately recognized it. As a journalist, I saw that we had a secure border under President Trump, and then Joe Biden pulled that away from us. And I said, we have to figure out a way for the states to secure the border because we can't rely on Joe Biden. He created this problem by pulling back an effective policy. He could change course tomorrow. We could have a secure border tomorrow, starting tomorrow, or heck, tonight, if he decided to re-implement President Trump's policy, remain in Mexico so that the millions of people pouring across under bogus asylum claims don't get to come in and wait 10, 12 years for an asylum trial or asylum court case to begin. They have to wait in Mexico. And if they have to wait in Mexico, we're going to find out that millions of these people aren't willing to do that because they really aren't seeking asylum. And we need to get back to Title 42 and just following the laws that are on the books.
It's as simple as that. I mean,
and build the wall.
I joked when she said he could do it tonight.
He could.
Joe Biden could declare it tonight.
And I don't think people really realize that, but all he has to do is sign a piece of paper and it's done.
Bring back those policies. And you know what? He doesn't even have to say they're Trump policies. I don't even think President Trump cares to have the credit. We, as Americans, want a secure border. Joe, if you want to call it the Joe Biden border plan, fine, that's fine. We just want our country back. We want safe streets. We don't want people pouring across. And frankly, the only way to save our homeland is to send these people back to their homeland. So anybody who poured in illegally under the Biden invasion, unvetted under the Biden invasion, needs to be sent back to their homeland so we can save our homeland. I think we need to start up the largest repatriation project this country's ever seen to combat the largest human smuggling and largest invasion on our soil in our country's history.
I agree. We'll have the largest mass deportation that we've ever had in this country, but here's what's it's going to cost money. And that's the House, a lot of conservatives in the House don't want to spend the money.
To repatriate people?
Yes, they're going to have to do it. There's some people in the House Freedom Caucus that are
there's a way around that. It's called, we dole out a lot of money to these countries. And if we're doling out money to your country, we're not going to do that until you take these people back.
Hey, you're taking a page out of Trump's payday. He made Mexico pay for the wall. You're going to make those countries pay for their people to go back.
And we're going to ask Mexico to do the same thing. We need their Marines and their military on our border to help stop people. It's called negotiating. And President Trump's really good at it. Joe Biden, sadly, has become a laughing stock, and nobody even wants to sit at a table and negotiate with him because I, frankly, don't think he has the ability to negotiate right now with his cognitive issues.
It's pathetic. Okay, here's the call for action. Watching us right now as we wait for President Trump to take the stage there in South Carolina.
By the way, can you believe this guy? President Trump has more energy than anyone I know. I think I have a lot of energy, and I go, how does he do it?
Caroline Levitt was with me earlier here at the booth, and that's what I asked her. I said, Caroline, everyone asks, how does he do it? I'll go to one rally, Kari, and I go straight to bed. I'm so tired. I'm worn out. Next thing you know, he's somewhere the next morning and the next night, and I'm thinking, where does he get this energy? What vitamins?
I think that when you are on a mission and you're passionate about it, you find the energy. And I felt the same way when I worked in news. I was drained all the time. It was because I now know I was doing work that was wrong. And when God put me on this path, which is a new path, I am inspired by the work I'm doing. I'm inspired by the people that are in this movement, and just somewhere, and I can only thank God for it. I've found the energy to do it. But President Trump is at a level that is so high with this energy he has.
Well, America fell in love with you from day one. I want to welcome all of those that are just joining us for the coverage. We are live here at CPAC with the great Kari Lake, going over kind of a game plan to take back the Senate in 2024 coming up. Thanks for joining us here, and we'll get back to you.
Hey. Good morning. In the year 2016, in the month of November, I voted for Hillary Clinton. Well, it's going to get worse before it gets better, so buckle up. I was working at the time as a hairstylist in New York City, and naturally, the day after the election, in order to cope with what had just happened, I had to cancel all of my appointments and take a personal wellness day. After all, I was in no condition to be anywhere near scissors or bleach. And so I did what any calm, rational, clear-thinking person would do. I got on Facebook Live, and I started crying.
I rolled over, I found out that he won, and I didn't sleep the rest of the night, and I had to cancel my day today because I can barely function right now, and I couldn't take clients, and I don't know, I need a hug.
It's hard to believe that just 1 year later, this.
Once upon a time, I was a liberal.
I started Walkaway after making the startling realization that almost everything I had believed in my entire life was actually nothing more than a carefully constructed narrative, installed into public consciousness with meticulous deceit by the entertainment industry, the media, and various systems of propaganda in our culture. When I realized that not only was I being lied to, but that the media and the Democrats had concocted a formula to control every minority community in this country through a steady diet of fear-mongering and deception, I became outraged, and I decided to do something about it. And hell hath no fury like a gay man scorned by the Democrat Party. So on May 26th of 2018, I put out a 6-minute video detailing all of the reasons I was walking away from the Democratic Party. And I launched a Facebook group encouraging people to create their own walkaway videos and share their own stories. Nothing like it had ever been done before. Utilize the power of social media and testimonial videos to create a movement for people to walk away from a political party together as a community. I was determined to make my idea work. I was focused on only one thing: make sure every person in this country knows the name #walkaway, no matter what it takes. And so I did hundreds of interviews day and night for the first 5 weeks, waiting for my big break. And finally, on July 2nd, 5 weeks after I launched the movement, my boyfriend called.
Well, not everybody on the left is on board with where the left is going. Brandon Straka has spent years as a liberal. He recently released a new video encouraging other progressives to walk away.
I thought that CNN told the truth. I thought MSNBC told the truth. I thought Rachel Maddow told the truth. So what I've done is I've created a testimonial campaign utilizing video and written testimonials. This is happening right now on Facebook. It's called the #walkaway campaign.
From there, we were off to the races. Walkaway testimonials began flooding in by the hundreds. Suddenly, everyone was talking about #walkaway.
And now there's this, a new grassroots movement urging Democrats who are fed up with their party to hashtag walk away. It's called the Walk Away Movement, and it's gaining serious momentum.
The walkaway movement continues to gain traction online.
It's Brandon Strzok, who has created quite a stir in recent days.
There's a burgeoning new online movement billing itself as hashtag walkaway, where once proud liberals denounce their former political identity as the left is moving further and further away from something called reality.
Almost immediately, an attack was initiated against us. In early July, the left-wing media began churning out a blitzkrieg of articles stating that Walkaway was a Russian disinformation campaign and that the hashtag was not being used by real people, but Russian bots at Vladimir Putin's direction. But it quickly became much more unhinged. Within weeks, the left-wing media began reporting that the people in Walkaway testimonials were paid actors and models from stock photos. It was shocking, but back then my team and I thought it was somewhat funny. I felt a sense of pride to be so threatening to the left that they would engage in this type of outlandish attempt to discredit me and Walkaway. What we didn't know then, and didn't find out until many years later, was that the Walkaway is Russian propaganda narrative didn't originate from a bunch of leftist hacks in the mainstream media. This lie was created by agents within our own CIA and DHS, including Department of Homeland Security Undersecretary Suzanne Spalding. All I knew at the time was that I was one person up against the entirety of the mainstream media who were organizing to invalidate me in this fledgling movement. I knew I had to fight back with a tactical response, and then it dawned on me. If they're going to try to delegitimize us by creating a false narrative that Walkaway is not real people, then let's do a march on Washington. Real people marching together in the streets of D.C., holding signs, flags, and banners, marching away from the dishonest left together. We brought thousands of people to D.C. for the Walkaway March on Washington, a weekend so unique and so powerful that President Donald Trump tweeted out, "Walkaway movement marches today in D.C. Congratulations to Brandon Strzok for starting something very special." The success of the Walkaway March proved what I already knew. Walkaway is a real force with legs that stretch far beyond social media. It was time to get on the ground and start bringing the message to the people where it was most needed. So I began gathering powerful voices from various communities together and traveling the country doing town halls, debates, rallies, college campus tours, and much more. In 2019, Walkaway produced 24 of these events, spoke at a dozen colleges, and produced our own video series, The Hard Truth. 5-minute videos with former liberals taking on a different leftist lie or cultural myth and fighting Marxist propaganda with the thing they hate the most, the truth, and setting the record straight. In 2020, COVID hit and we were put under lockdown. BLM was ravaging our country with violence and destruction, and nobody seemed to know what to do. So the Walkaway team, just a skeleton crew of a few people, got to work creating what we called Rescue America rallies. The message was simple. If the left is allowed to go outside to burn, loot, and destroy while the rest of us are ordered to stay inside, we will not comply. We will not give up our country willingly to the radical left. So we raised the money and embarked on 19 rallies in 19 major cities across America.
Walk away, walk away, walk away, walk away, walk away, walk away.
Almost every event we've done has been fraught with some type of peril. Antifa groups find out that we're coming and harass the venues and vendors until they cancel us. Sometimes even on the day of the event. But we don't quit. We always find a way. Even if we have to hold the event on the sidewalk in front of the venue that canceled us, like in San Francisco, where we were met by dozens of Antifa who came to break our sound equipment, blare sirens in our ears, flip us off, swear in our faces, or just shriek into the night like the now infamous screaming bald girl. Aren't they cute? What happened to us in Dallas marked one of the scariest and most eye-opening things I've ever experienced. First, BLM came to our rally and charged our stage. Then afterward, my team and I were chased for 5 blocks by a mob of more than 20 BLM anarchists who threw bottles at us, broke our phones, and screamed and threatened our lives.
We're being chased by a mob of people outside the police station, a mob of Black Lives Matter protesters. They've already thrown shit at us. We're trying to get away from them.
You don't get the opportunity. Tell your ass. This ain't time for fucking conversation. It's time for you to get the fuck out of here. Fucking go! We really own it. Arlington, move! Arlington, move! You want me violent? You want me to show you violence? I will show you violence.
Every major news outlet was there. ABC, CBS, NBC, and others, they all witnessed and filmed what happened. And that night, every news network presented BLM as the victims of a racist attack and mentioned nothing of what they did to us. And that's when I knew there were forces at work far more nefarious than just fake news. They're not just enabling it, they are it. The media is part of the Marxist revolution to destroy America. On January 6, 2021, I was a scheduled speaker at a permitted event on Capitol grounds. When I arrived at the Capitol, the barricades had been fully opened and the doors on the east side of the Capitol were open. I stood outside of the building for 8 minutes shooting a video of a crowd of people walking into the open doors. I never entered the Capitol on January 6th. I never engaged in any violence, vandalism, theft, or destruction, nor did I witness any. In fact, nothing I witnessed could be described as a riot by any honest person, and I certainly did not engage in any rioting. But 2.5 weeks later, a team of FBI agents in tactical gear stormed my apartment at dawn and got me out of bed, put me in handcuffs, and took me to jail. The government charged me with multiple felonies, and I was threatened with the now infamous 1512 obstruction of an official proceeding felony, the unconstitutional and unethical 20-year felony charge being used to torment J6ers into taking plea deals and put them in prison for years. The lies about January 6th and my involvement were used as an excuse to systematically annihilate me and walk away. Facebook banned the Walkaway Campaign group, which had grown to over 511,000 members with tens of thousands of videos and written testimonials, all gone in an instant. We were permanently banned by PayPal, Venmo, Stripe, Patreon, our donor portals, our email services. I was evicted from my apartment by the building owner. I was placed on a terrorism watch list, meaning hours of security screening at the airport and being accompanied by air marshals on every flight. The communist psychopaths in the leftist media reported with deceptive glee that I encouraged people to storm the building and take a shield from an officer, and that I flipped on MAGA and turned people in to save my own skin. This was a lie. I was sued by a Soros-funded law firm in D.C. under the KKK Act, alleging that I'm a white supremacist who went to the Capitol to attack black Capitol police officers. I won that lawsuit. And through all of this, the Republican Party that I gave myself in service to, that I've repeatedly put my life in danger for and nearly lost my freedom for, and the right-wing media that had fallen in love with me years prior, was silent. I had never seen anything like it. It was like Walkaway and I just ceased to exist. You see, they'll report on the criminal arrests of Roger Stone, Steve Bannon, Dinesh D'Souza, James O'Keefe, but Brandon Straka is a J6er. So I'm expected to wear a scarlet I for insurrectionist around my neck, but I will not. I will not be shamed. I will not be shamed by anybody, and I will not be ashamed. I will not be broken by the left or the cowards or rhinos on the right. I'm going to hit 2024 with more passion and more power than anything I've ever done up until now. Next month, we will resume the Walkaway Thought Revolution College Tour, focusing on speaking to young people in crucial states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. We are launching Project Z, a project aimed at targeting Gen Z by building an army of young voices who will make weekly videos on trending topics and debunking the left's lies that are used to target this young generation. We will continue to travel the country to reach out to minority communities to get people woken up and thinking for themselves. We will continue to create unique and outstanding video content to challenge the left's narratives and divisive propaganda. We will continue to fight day after day to save our country from the destruction of the radical left and grow this movement of free thinkers who choose to walk away. If you feel unheard and unrepresented by the political system, Walkaway is for you. If you feel politically homeless, Walkaway is for you. If you are tired of the political establishment that gets nothing done, Walkaway is for you. And if you want to be a part of a winning team that's changing the landscape of America and never backs down, Walkaway is for you. I want everyone in this room right now to take out your phones. Can we put that slide back up, please? I'm leaving the stage. Okay. Scan that QR code or go to walkawaycampaign.com/next. There's 5 steps I want you to take to help us rebuild the Walkaway movement. I understand that these days asking people to take 5 steps, I might as well ask you to dig a ditch. But it's join our new Facebook group. Join our new app, Walkaway Social. Donate to the Walkaway movement as we rebuild. Join our email list and join our texting list. You can do all of that by scanning that QR code or going to walkawaycampaign.com/next. Thank you so much, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, and thank you, CPAC!
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and
Brandon Straka bringing down the house today, starting things off here at day 3 at CPAC. So good to hear his story on stage. I know he talked to us yesterday here at the booth, but to see the videos being played behind him and to actually demonstrate what he has gone through to get to this point is really amazing. So if you're not following Brandon on social media, please do so, and also go follow his foundation as well, the Walkaway Foundation. We want to thank some of our sponsors, AMAC, who you know about very well, partnering with them. AMAC is an alternative for a group.
AARP.
Yes, and it's a wonderful conservative company. They actually have a booth here. And Grace, I'm going to let you tell us more about AMAC because they're just so great.
AMAC is an awesome company. I've been working with them, on behalf of RSBN for a while. And they're first of all, their team is awesome. They're super nice, very professional, very passionate and dedicated people to the conservative movement. And everything that they offer is for conservatives like you. They are an alternative to AARP. They provide lots of benefits, such as travel benefits. They have food discounts, insurance benefits, entertainment, all kinds of industries. And so, what's the price point again?
The Association of Mature American Citizens, the website is amac.us/right, and they're more than just talk. They get things done, so visit that website. Make sure if you're a mature American, I like how they use the word mature. Yes, so the Association of Mature American Citizens is the leading conservative senior advisory advocacy benefits organization, your non-woke alternative to the AARP. 2 million members strong. 2 million members already, so we want you to become a member today if you can. It's time to take a stand. Join the fight. Again, that website is amac.us/right.
Yes. AMAC is an awesome company. Go join them today.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we just getting started here at CPAC today, and we're excited about the lineup as well. And again, it's the primary in South Carolina, so we're excited to bring you coverage live there tonight. Brian Glenn is on his way there to be with the Trump team and President Trump at the watch party this evening as the polls close, and then those results start coming in. You'll see them right here at starting at 7 o'clock, hopefully. So 7 o'clock p.m. is when we should be getting some results in. So if you're living in South Carolina, head to the polls today. And if you're watching from that great state, chime in our chats and let us know what the lines are looking like at the polls today. So we're expecting a big turnout because his rallies there have been so strong. Grace, the last event that I went to in South Carolina for President Trump, it was a Get Out the Vote event. And when we were pulling in to park, the line, it was at a university, and it was wrapped around the school. Like, it was, the line was so long. So the further we drove, the further the line would go. So we finally parked and walked into the building. I did not realize that the doors had already opened. And it was packed. They couldn't let anyone else in. So I was thinking, oh my gosh, all these people standing outside, they'll never get in. And so as the day went on, more people started showing up and more people showing up. There were thousands of people standing outside hoping to get in, and there was just no way. So President Trump, what he did, what proves just how he is, this is his personality, before he came inside, he got out of the vehicle, went and addressed the crowd, told them, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here and supporting me. And even though you can't get in, I'm still going to come tell you hello. Next time I come to South Carolina, I'm going to find a bigger venue so everybody can get in. So that just goes to prove that the people love him there. They're excited for today. And we'll just see what the numbers show tonight when the polls close.
Absolutely. And I think it says something about his character, too, because a lot of politicians wouldn't stop outside and talk to the crowd. They're too good for that. They have to go inside and be in the perfect lighting all the time. President Trump is not concerned about that. I mean, he's done plenty of rallies over the last few months, but he's also done so many on-the-road segments that are they're just incredible. He stops at an ice cream shop or at his campaign headquarters, and he talks to the local volunteers that are, grinding every day to help his reelection efforts. So it's really a whole operation, and RSBN is going to be covering every single event and speech coming up. We have South Carolina tonight, and then on Tuesday is the Michigan primary. I believe Nikki Haley is still going to be competing in that one. And then Super Tuesday, we got 14 states in like one day next, not this coming Tuesday, but the one after that. And we'll have full live coverage from a very special location. I don't think it's public yet, but coming soon.
Yes, absolutely. So again, stick with the Right Side Broadcasting Network, your campaign headquarters for the 2024 election year. We'll have everything for you. We have crews all over, and so we'll continue to bring you all the live coverage. This is where you can get every full live President Trump speech, and that's not going to change. I'll be here with you all along, all through November. As we make our way across the nation and talk to people, the number one concern on people's minds, no matter where they live, is immigration, illegal immigration. And you look at the numbers, 7 million illegal immigrants have crossed the border since President Biden has taken office. 7 million. I was looking at the numbers the other day. Someone posted these statistics that is more than the population of 36 states. So that gives you an idea of just how many people have crossed the border illegally in just 3 years.
Yeah.
Staggering.
It's shocking what's going on right now. We get basically patted down and we have to walk through metal detectors, talking about at the airport, through TSA, all this stuff. Meanwhile, 7 million illegal immigrants are flooding into the United States. The Biden administration is flying them across the country to wherever location they're dropping them off in and trying to give them work and cell phones and jobs, and they don't even need an ID. So I think it's such a double standard. They get treated so much better as illegal immigrants than we do as American citizens.
Right, and so that goes to show you where the Biden administration, where their heart is, and it's not with America, it's with these other countries and catering to them and not the American people first. And so what's happening now, we're seeing it more and more every day as these illegals continue to pour in, is the crime rate. I was just on social media this morning, another murder taking place, and who did it? Who's the suspect? An illegal immigrant. And so we're seeing more and more in this. Our law enforcement officers, for example, in New York City, being beat down in the streets by these illegal immigrants. And so it's just unfortunate to see that these people are being catered to, and that they're allowed to be here and commit these crimes that President Trump has said. These people are coming in and they are criminals, they are drug dealers. Look, Grace, to be honest with you, we don't have control of our border. The cartel has control of our border. They are being paid by countries like China per head. So as people come in, they're getting paid per head for each person to come in here illegally. So they are the ones who have control of our border, and the Biden administration is allowing that. And you talk to these senators and these state representatives, and they tell you that President Biden could stop this right now.
Yeah.
And we could close the border today. Like today, Saturday, February 24th. We could close this border. But he won't do it. He's allowing this to happen. Now, it's interesting because I was speaking to a man yesterday who is running for Congress in Colorado, District 6. And he said what happens is they're going into these big cities. And if the population is a certain amount, that population increases drastically with these millions of people flooding in. So what's going to happen is they're counted in the next census.
Right.
So when that happens, even though they're illegal, they're counted in the next census, and so they are going to have to redistrict. And so when they redistrict, this is all part of the Biden plan. So when they have to redistrict, then instead of just one district, you now have 2 or 3 districts, and those are run by what? Democrats. So the Democrats will have more control.
Right.
So it's all part of the plan for the future for Democrats to have more control, and that's why our border is open. Does that make sense now?
It all makes sense. The border issue is so crazy. I think one story that we don't really talk about much anymore is on the note of the cartels and the human traffickers and the wristbands. And putting wristbands on young kids and people that are crossing the border, which is supposed to signify like how much money they owe the cartel, and they have to get into the United States, somehow make money to pay the cartels back for getting them across the border. And when you're doing that to kids and people that can't provide for themselves, how are we expecting them to make that money?
Right.
Right. So it just leads to more and more maybe crime. I mean, they don't have IDs or social security numbers and any of that stuff. So, I mean, I just think it's just a mess, and I think the Democrats are going to end up regretting it.
Absolutely. And, you know, you said you were talking about the wristband. As soon as you mentioned wristband, my first thought goes to, it's like a herd of cattle. You know how cattle they're tagged? These kids are not cattle. They're not animals. And so it's really sad to see that these children are being used. They're coming across the border. Some of them are drugged. They don't know who they're with. They don't know where they are. They're being pushed into the United States. Once they get here, who knows where they go from there. These are children we're talking about. So not only are the adults coming in illegally, committing crimes, bringing drugs, fentanyl, and all the things, these children are being used and abused as they cross the border as well. Immigration, we'll talk about that all day long. We'll continue with that in just a little bit, but we're going to give you something to smile about now, because we can be sad about illegal immigration all day, but to smile and be happy, let's talk about the free Trump book. Speaking of children, let them learn about President Trump and his accomplishments in the White House. He closed the border. He had that wall being built. He wants to continue it for 4 more years. So teach your kids all about it with freetrumpbook.com. Go there. All you have to pay is a small shipping and handling fee. Processing fee is real small, but the book itself is free. Go to freetrumpbook.com. Little Marty has one at home. He's 2 years old. He looks at the pictures. He loves it. I'm going to tell you a cute story. I'm going to brag on Marty just a second. I had RSBN on the other day on my laptop, and I walked into the kitchen, came back in, and I took a video of it. He didn't know I was behind him. Again, he's 2, he was sitting there at the laptop just watching President Trump and doing his little, head like
He's
this.
so
I was like,
cute.
that's my boy. He's learning young, and that's what you can do with a free Trump book. Is just teach them young, teach them about America. We had Elise Stefanik on yesterday, a state rep from New York. She has a 2.5-year-old as well. She says she's already teaching her 2.5-year-old the Pledge of Allegiance. So
That's awesome.
It's never too young to teach your kids about America and the great country that we live in. So get yourself a free Trump book at freetrumpbook.com.
Yes, and I will say they're very high quality. They're beautiful books, great graphics, all that stuff. I think all of your kids are going to love them. And Lord knows the schools aren't going to teach your kids positive things about President Trump and about his true accomplishments. They're going to say he's the most controversial president in history, and he's full of fraud and lawsuits and all this stuff. They're not going to tell you about what he actually did in office, which was so much, arguably the most effective president we've ever had.
Yes, absolutely. So you can teach them yourselves, because you're just going to have to start at home and start with the free Trump book. I'm starting to hear a lot more voices now, so it's looking like Media Row is picking up here at CPAC Day 3. We want to thank everyone for joining us on this beautiful Saturday morning, February 24th, about 43 degrees this morning in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital. I loved coming in, Grace, because I knew there was going to be thousands of people from all over the country converging in the swamp. And I was like, let's go get them. We're all converging here. And people ask, well, because CPAC has been in Florida, it's been in Texas, and they're all great. Even here in D.C., it's great. But some people are like, why are we doing it in the swamp? Why are we doing it in Washington, D.C.? On purpose. We're doing it on purpose to show the left and the Biden administration, we're here, we're still strong. You don't scare us. We're going to come right here, and we're going to have this big, huge conservative conference right here in the nation's capital.
And it's a beautiful day right outside. It's nice and sunny, and if I get a chance and I can access it, I don't know how many optics we're going to have around here, because we're kind of stuck on Media Row with all the Secret Service and all that going on. But I will try to get a video of the line if possible, or at least the crowd inside if they let me take a peek in. So make sure you stay tuned to our social media accounts for all that good stuff. Follow us on X, Facebook, Getter, we're on Getter, Gab, Truth Social, of course, at RSBN on Truth Social, and Telegram. We post whenever we're live, we post a lot of our articles on there. So, follow us on social media. We're about 33,000 followers away from 1 million on X, which would be a huge milestone for us. There's only one platform we've reached 1 million on anywhere, and that is YouTube.
Okay.
So I want to get it on a better platform nowadays, and Twitter is much more improved with Elon Musk taking over and turning it into X. So follow us on X.
Yes, do that right now, because Grace is trying to get us to reach that milestone, and so we want to give that a push. And so let's do it. So if you're watching right now, and if you're on X, make sure you go give Right Side Broadcasting Network a follow so we can get our numbers up there as we head into November. You're going to definitely want to follow us, because we tweet. It's not Twitter anymore. We post. Like, it's always going to be Twitter in my mind. I know it's X now.
It's hard to get used to.
It is hard to get used to. But we post a lot on X. Our videos, clips of our speeches, President Trump, behind the scenes, great articles, breaking news, you name it. So make sure you're following us on X and get our numbers up there as well. So, but Truth Social, I really love President Trump's platform. When he came out with that, I was so happy. Because, he was banned from these other social media platforms. He couldn't, tweet this. At the time, it was Twitter. He couldn't post this on Facebook, Instagram, which is owned by Facebook, Meta. He couldn't post. He would get banned and shut down, and he did. And so what he did was create Truth Social, where people could go and post the truth. Hence,
shocking
Truth Social.
idea.
Yes. So he created this platform. It's wonderful. And when I post on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, there's always a little hesitation in me to post. But knock on wood, no problems yet for me on social media. But when I go to Truth Social, I know what I'm posting there. I smile when I post there, because I know there's so many like-minded people like me on that platform that they'll love it. and I won't get any flack for it.
Yeah.
So that's the social media site or platform that I love the most, because it is President Trump's, and you can be free and post what you want and not worry about having to go to Facebook jail, like they say.
Right.
So, so if you're not on Truth Social, make sure you join President Trump's platform. Also follow RSBN there as well.
And they're always coming out with new features. I think the most recent one that I can remember, at least, is the groups feature. So we should actually make an RSBN group on there so people can chat it up. But another thing that I really love about it is that you never have to worry about not being able to find President Trump's posts. It's not like, weighed down with just all this garbage and stuff like on other platforms. You can just find it right away. It's like, okay, President Trump said this 5 minutes ago. You can see, all of his surrogates are on there. Matt Gaetz, Kari Lake, all these, Mike Lindell, Vanessa Broussard, myself. We're all on Truth Social. And if you really want to know what the base is thinking about something, just go there and start talking with people. They're very friendly. It's awesome. So join us on Truth Social.
Yes. Truth Social is the way to go. All right, we're waiting on our next speaker here at CPAC. The crowd is starting to come in, but they're a little slower coming in today only because security is tight. Secret Service owns this building today, and there's 5 mags outside, which people have to go through. If you don't know what a mag is, it's just one of the security measures that you have to go through, kind of like if you're in an airport going through security. That's what those are. And so they have to go through those and then get scanned by Secret Service. So it takes some time for people to come in to these events before they see President Trump. And they're strict, Grace.
Yes,
they are really strict. They go through everything. They look at everything. Sometimes they won't let you even bring drinks in.
Mm-hmm.
They checked my computer today. I mean, they're very strict. And so it takes time for people to come in. So day 1 and 2, at this time, this place was already packed, but it's not so much so right now, only because security is so tight and it takes time for each person to come in. So if you're coming to CPAC today, plan for that. We want to remind everyone, if you're coming to CPAC today, I was just talking to someone who works for CPAC earlier. He wanted me to mention this. President Trump usually closes out CPAC on Saturday nights. That is not the case today. He is speaking at 1 p.m. local time only because he has to head to South Carolina for the primary tonight and be there for when the results come in. So as soon as he leaves CPAC, he's heading to South Carolina. So if you're expecting him to be here at the evenings with the evening speeches, that's not the case this year. He is speaking at 1 o'clock, so it's a mid-afternoon, early afternoon speech, I should say. So early afternoon, 1 p.m. here at CPAC, and then again.
And on that note, I would even say, technically, I know that we know he starts at 1, but the schedule says he starts at noon. So if I had to guess, he could be early. He could be a few minutes early. So make sure you guys tune in before 1 to make sure that you catch every minute of his speech, because we're going into 2024, and if you were with us in 2020, you know that these speeches, Trump might come on at any time. He might come on early. He might come on late. A couple nights ago, or was it last night, that Vanessa and Brian were here covering President Trump for an hour and a half late.
He was an hour and a half late, but we forgive him for that. He's President Trump. He can do that.
But just letting you know, to give you a heads up to be
about President Trump. We'll let it slide.
So be flexible. It's not us. We're just covering what we can. Maybe at some point, if we actually do get a crowd around here, we can pan the camera a little bit. We don't have that yet because there's only a few people in and out. And give you more of a true idea of what does CPAC even look like. We're at the Gaylord. It's a beautiful hotel. It's a great venue.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous hotel. And CPAC actually takes up several floors, so I think 3 floors maybe. So you have to go up and down the escalators to get to different parts of the conference. And so, yes, it's not just one floor in a ballroom and media row. I think down below is where the merchandise, the venue hall where the merchandise booths are, and a lot of vendors. And so, yeah, you can just come and go. Not today because of Secret Service, but usually you can come and go and just make your way around and get to experience the whole wonders of CPAC. Speaking of CPAC, I just got a text message that we will have someone with CPAC. Matt Schlapp will be coming. He is the brains behind it all here at CPAC. He and his wife Mercedes talked to us on day 1 about how things were going and how important CPAC is in the conservative movement. So can't wait to hear from Matt Schlapp later on today. He's coming here around 10 o'clock this morning. So busy man taking time out of his schedule to stop by the Right Side Broadcasting Network booth to talk with us today.
Yes, absolutely. Tonight is the primary in South Carolina. I also wanted to point out, yes, President Trump is speaking around 1 o'clock, but stay with us for CPAC coverage between after President Trump ends and before South Carolina begins, because I think we're starting that around 5 or 6 or so. But we're going to have other important speakers. I believe Kari Lake and or Michael Lindell speaks after President Trump today. I know Steve Bannon closes out the day as well, and many of you are fans of him too. So please stay with us throughout the entire day. Vanessa and I will be here. What time did we get here? 7 or 8? We'll be here till 9 or 10 tonight. So we'll be bringing you all the latest from CPAC.
Absolutely. And so yes, we'll continue to bring you the speakers. We'll continue to have some good guests as they come in and talk to us here at the booth. We're waiting for people to continue to, usually I say pour in, but today is not the case. They're trickling in slowly. Secret Service is tight. But already on the schedule today, again, Matt Schlapp with CPAC. We're going to have Allie Ledge. She is with Moms for America, a wonderful organization. We spoke to Moms for Liberty, Catalina Stube, this week. Great. She is always fighting for a better cause for our children. She's traveling, Grace. She talks to different school districts across the country, just trying to make it better for our children in the school system. So we'll talk to Moms for America today. The lady we're speaking to today, Allie, she's also with the group Veterans for Trump in Florida. She's the vice president there.
Right.
Yes. So she's just well-rounded. So she's a mom. She's with the veterans group. So we can't wait to hear from her.
She's amazing energy.
Yes.
I'm excited for her interview.
Beautiful. So we can't wait to hear from her as well. And then also a fun group who makes headlines every time they come to CPAC or any event is the Trump Tribe of Texas. They'll be joining us after President Trump speaks. They're going to come out of the ballroom and come straight to our booth. Very colorful group who always dresses to impress. You'll see what I mean after Trump speaks. And just talk to them about their tribe and why they do what they do and follow Trump around. And their, the founder has different reasons why he's here, and one of them is because he wants to fight for women's rights.
Awesome. Yes, women's rights are very important. I think we've been very successful in making progress in women's issues, but nowadays the Democrats and the Biden administration want to take them away. They want to basically say it doesn't mean anything to be a woman or a man.
They can't define a woman.
They can't define a woman. They want to allow men into women's bathrooms. And, it's just such a risk to women everywhere. And it's unbelievable what's going on. So I'm glad that there are so many excellent women fighting for that cause.
Yes, absolutely. And they're continuing to do so. Kari Lake is a big advocate of mama bears.
Mama bear, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, she talks about mama bears all the time. She says, and we all agree, it's the moms who are going to save this country because they're attacking our kids. And we're not going to let it happen. And so it's the mama bears out there, all of the moms. Continue to put up the good fight. Don't let them come after our children. Don't let them brainwash our children. Don't let them intimidate our children. Don't let them try to persuade them. They will try. Do not let it happen. And while I'm talking about this, one of the ways they do it in sneaky ways, ways you may not even think of, and it could be in music from their favorite artist, singer. It could be in their favorite app,
their favorite brands,
TikTok, brands that they love. It could be anything. So be careful. Cartoons, be careful on your children. Watch everything. Go through their phones. Make sure, that because the left and these disgusting attackers are after our kids. And it's up to you as the parent to watch every move they make, watch everything they do, look into everything they like and admire, because you want to make sure they're admiring somebody and something positive. And so it's up to our parents or the parents to do that. And so, again, Moms for America will be on later today. They'll talk more about that and what kind of role we play in society. I think the back is trying to tell me something, but it's cutting out. So, again, Trump Tribe, Matt Schlapp will be here, and as people come in, we'll find some more people as they come by.
We will. I actually have a couple of people in mind now that you talk about that. The Network of Enlightened Women is here. You do know who they are?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So for people that don't know, it's Network of Enlightened Women, NEW, is a organization that helps young women. They have chapters on college campuses and stuff like that, and they help young Republican women that want to get in politics actually make that leap, and they provide a lot of resources for them. So I would actually love to have them on. So I'll be texting them after we toss back into the session at some point.
Yes, absolutely. I'd love to definitely talk to them as well. All right, so we talked about immigration a little bit. Looking at the poll numbers, President Trump sitting pretty in South Carolina tonight. The latest poll numbers that I see are showing that he's up about 30 points over Nikki Haley. The last numbers I saw showed President Trump at 63%, Nikki Haley at 35%. And we'll continue to watch that over there in South Carolina tonight as people are voting at this time. In the meantime, we're going to toss it back inside.
Your fellow Mercedes Schlapp.
I know it's really early in the morning, but are we excited for a couple big speeches happening today? When President Donald Trump is coming? President Javier Milei? I mean, come on, this is going to be great. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Elaine. It is an honor to be with you.
Same here.
Okay, again. Bible Uncanceled. I love this theme, the name of this title, because, Elaine, why do you believe that there is this attempt in society, in our culture, to basically, I would say, cancel the Bible, shut it down, not even be able to talk about Christ?
Well, it's the same thing that's been happening since the beginning of time, the beginning of the Bible, and when it was written. Since then, people who don't want to be controlled because they're already living in the world, in the darkness, and they think that it's all about them and it's not about anything else, they are going to reject the good news. Because the Bible is the good news. It is also the truth. It is the living Word of God. It is what we are supposed to follow, because there's only one reason we're here, and that is to serve God. Am I right? And we are here to do that, and the people that are outside of that live in the world, it's what the Bible says, okay? When they live in the world, they want to reject us. And so we see there's so much more divisiveness and hate and anger in the world right now, and people don't want to even hear about who we are, but we're proud of it.
So, Rick, wait a second. Elaine sounds like, the media would call her, the legacy media would call her a Christian nationalist, right? Because if you read the Bible or you're practicing your religion, you're a nationalist. What is this obsession with the leftist media and them trying to target, I don't know, the majority of the people in this room as Christian nationalists?
I think what they're just trying to do is use historical terms that are pejorative historical terms from different periods of times in American history, and trying to tie people today to those scary times of the past. The reality is what they're actually doing is asserting a whole new set of values forward, and as you mentioned, canceling everything else. And the country is going to operate on a moral code. I mean, there is a moral code that we all sort of agree to operate. Thou shalt not kill. Well, that comes from the Bible, but it's also in our laws in America. So the question is, what moral code are we going to live by? And the left has their own woke code that they change depending on what power dynamics are in place to help them control people. Whereas conservatives historically have said, no, the basis of our country, the moral code by which our country is going to live, will be a biblically based one. Now, that doesn't mean that you need to be a Jew or a Christian. It doesn't mean that. But it means that the teachings, the moral teachings of the Bible, the 10 Commandments, other types of moral teachings, do unto others, those types of structures are essential for a society to be able to agree on a common ground and live together and base our laws upon those codes. They don't agree with those codes.
Yeah.
They don't agree with those codes. They want a whole separate code where it says, do whatever I want to do as long as I have the power to control what you do. Right. And they're not, they like to criticize us by saying, well, you want to impose your values on us and you want to impose the Bible on us. We want to live by the teachings, the moral teachings of the Bible, and they have a whole new set. They will never tell you what their code is, but they will certainly try to impose it on you when it's convenient for them.
That's fascinating. But you're saying they'll never tell us what their code is, but I sense, Rick, and Elaine, I want you to basically react to this, that their code is that of sexualizing our children. Their code is that the government's in charge of your family, basically. Their code is, if you're a boy and you want to become a girl, that's fine. Let's do that as well. I mean, it is literally what I say, the destruction or the collapsing of society. What's your reaction?
Well, you're right about all of that, both of you. But my reaction is we have an opportunity here. We have an opportunity to show them who we really are. God's children loves everybody. And we've taken a bad rap for a lot of years. And a lot of it's our own fault because we're looked at and thought of as people who are judging. That's the word they like to use.
Yeah, interesting.
Don't be judging us. We have our thing. Well, here's the thing. What we have to help people understand is nothing that I try never to give my opinion, but I want to honor God. I want to give what He says in His Word.
Yeah.
We follow that. That is what we're supposed to do. It's not about us, is the name of my show, because it's really not about us. And it's so important that we help people understand that the Bible has every answer. And that's the thing that it really irks them, I guess, and makes them upset, is because we can tell them that we can go to the Bible and give them an answer. I thought it was amazing when Mike Johnson became the Speaker of the House and they asked him, well, how are you going to know what to do in situations that you've never dealt with before? And he was standing there and he took a Bible and he opened it up and he said, I'm going to open this up and find the answer. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay? And this is the thing. I encourage everybody to mention Jesus, God, or prayer in every conversation you have with anybody. You're in the grocery store, say God bless you as you leave. You see somebody in pain or suffering or a child upset, go over and say, can I pray for you? For that mother, for that child? There are so many ways that we can interact and make people understand how loving we are, how open we are to give. And when they start receiving that love, actually receiving it because you're giving it, they will know who you are in the best possible light.
Yeah. Elaine, you mentioned Speaker Mike Johnson. Talk to me, Rick. You've been, Senator of Pennsylvania. You've been in politics for a long time. How does that work for politicians? In this moment that we are in society, how can there be that cross-section between politics and religion when we're talking about that there's always a constant push, obviously, of separation of church and state?
If you look at the first 200 years of American history, I encourage you, go back and look at presidential addresses. Look at speeches on the floor of the House and Senate. God and the Bible were just infused in almost everybody. Democrat, Republican, Whig, Federalist, Anti-Federalist, doesn't matter. They all spoke in the common language of the country. And there was a consensus that this code, this moral code that I was talking about, was in fact the code upon which our society rested.
That's right.
And for 200 years that was the case, and it changed about 50 years ago. We took the Bibles out of the classroom. We started speaking in much more secular language and talking about how we had to separate church and state. What does that mean? Well, separating church and state, no one was out there for 200 years, or very few, out there pushing for a state religion, or everybody had to be a Christian, or everybody had to be this. What they were focused on was, again, the principles that were in this Bible. And what those principles demand responsibility and accountability to a set of laws. And we have a society right now that doesn't want to be held responsible or accountable. That the only thing that matters is that they've replaced the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to the God of self. And if you want to live the way you want to live, and that's their version of freedom, then you don't want some outside group or force telling you what you're doing is wrong. And this is the breakdown that began 50 years ago and now ends up with all of this depravity and confusion and depression and anxiety. We have a generation of young people who are as depressed and as mentally disturbed for a variety of different reasons because the society has no coherent moral understanding.
Right.
And that's what we have to address.
Yeah. We talk about this all the time, about the fight that we're in, that there's a spiritual component.
Right.
That, of course, people don't want to talk about. What's your sense, Elaine, in terms of where we are in the spiritual fight?
Well, I think we're in a good place, actually. Because I look out over this sea of people, and I realize that not only do I see this here, but in my church. In my church, it gets bigger and bigger. People are awakening in this country. People don't understand that enough. Thank you. I mean, we need to applaud that, and we need to keep working on it. The thing is, God is always sovereign over everything, is he not? And so since he's sovereign and over everything, we know that no matter how bad it is out there in the world, that he is going to step up and he's going to take care of us. And so I see this as a great time. Every one of you have an opportunity to serve God in a bigger and better way in your life right now than ever before, because people out there are hungry. They want you to do what I suggested earlier. They really are waiting for you to walk over to them and say something positive. Boy, I love your dress. Boy, you've got the greatest smile. Something. Be that light. Open that door. Speak to people. This is a great time. You are living in a time such as this,
yes,
in a sense that you have the opportunity to honor God like never before. Speak out. Don't be afraid.
Rick, we've seen the decline of faith in America. You look at the Gallup poll numbers, you're watching what's happening, and it is concerning. It's interesting because when I'm at church, I find churches to be full. Mm-hmm. But it feels like that there's a different story being told. What is the cause of that? And what do you think can be done to bring people back to their faith?
Well, we have a popular culture, whether it's Hollywood and media, news media, education, all of these institutions of our country that used to be centered. I mean, if you go back and look at Harvard was a theologically started, veritas, truth is their motto, which is a joke today. But all of our institutions used to be biblically centered, and now they're all atheistically centered or centered on the religion of self. And so it is really hard. And what we've been talking about here is the obligation for all of us who believe in a moral world and believe that fundamentally that we are created by God. It's in our Declaration of Independence. We all used to agree to that, but we don't anymore. Let's just face it. We don't. We don't believe as a society anymore, that we are creatures of God. And that changes everything. If you believe that every person has dignity and value and worth because they're created by the supreme being, whatever you call them, that has a moral imperative on all of us, right? And if you don't, if your rights don't come from, because you weren't created by God and your rights don't come from God, which is, again, in our founding document, if that is not true, then you don't matter, and rights can be taken and given away from you by a government that uses its own purposes. And so when people say, and I'm sure there's people out here who may not consider themselves religious or theist or whatever, understand the consequences of what that means for society as a whole. For a society as a whole, if we do not stand by that basic principle that each of us has dignity because we are created by God, then we have nothing. We have nothing that the government can't take away from us.
Rick talked about the media.
Yeah.
You founded the Proverbs Media Group and also run Christian Journal. What drove you to say we need to have a voice in this area?
Well, to be honest with you, 5.5 years ago, I had a vision from the Lord. It lasted 3 hours in the middle of the night because the night before, my husband and my friend were at the house. We were all sitting there talking, and she worked with me a lot and shopped with me and all the good things that I did, and it was fun because she said to him, "Bob, can you please, build another house or something? She's bored. I don't know what to do with her." in a joking manner, right? And he laughed and he looked at me and he said, "Honey, that sounds like a personal problem. I think you should pray about that." So as I was falling asleep that night, I asked God, seriously, God, what is it you want me to do next? And at 2 o'clock in the morning, he woke me up and he told me, he said, "I want you to bring all the Christians together in the nations." Small peanuts, right? But he assured me during that time that there is an army of us that are being called, okay? There's an army. And he said, if everybody does their part, and I will jump forward now, I don't want to take everybody's time, but I will jump forward and tell you, just a couple months ago, God also reached out to me and he told me to remember the first scripture he gave me 5.5 years ago. And it was one that was mentioned last night at the event. And that is that if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray and turn from their wicked ways, then I will heal their land. That's the short version. Yeah. And so I went to Dr. Carson, who's a good friend of mine, and I said, this is what God said to me. And I said, he sat me down and he had me write out what that meant. I don't ever write anything down, I'll be honest with you. And so he told me that the wicked ways is that we are comparing ourselves to other. We always are thinking that we are doing less sin than the next person. We're not as bad or as wicked as the other guys. And this type of thing. That's being wicked, because what does he say? We are to forgive. His greatest commandment he put right below loving him first is love your neighbor as yourself. Can you love your neighbor as yourself if you don't forgive them? Can you love your neighbor as yourself if you judge them as lesser than you are? And he told me these things, and he reminded me too that when he was on the cross, he said, forgive them, for they know not what they do. No. How many people in this country are being evilly lied to and deceived and stuff by the news and stuff? Please pray for our enemies. We started a national season of forgiveness, Dr. Carson and I, it started November 26th of last year through November 26th of this year. This is what God gave me, okay? This isn't my idea. This is his. We all need to be praying for our enemies. No matter how bad you think they are, quit comparing yourself, putting yourself, but love God first and pray that prayer. So Proverbs Media Group is as a group of three things: a studio, a newspaper, and some other wonderful things that we like to feel that are helpful, like being on CPAC now, and my show. So please, all of you, pray for your enemies. This is what we need to do right now. This is what God is calling us to do.
Yeah, and we've got less than a minute, so let me just wrap up. You know, one of people I was pleased to meet in my life was the Reverend Billy Graham, and Billy Graham once said that if God does not condemn America, he owes Sodom and Gomorrah an apology. And you know, that's a great line, but I don't agree with it, because God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah because he couldn't find 10 good people who loved him. And that is not the case in this country. This country,
Amen.
This country is just filled with, now, it's not what it used to be, but it is still filled with incredibly prayerful, loving, God-fearing people in this country. And as you have an obligation to lift this country up in prayer, and you have an obligation, it was just said, you have an obligation to go out and be that salt and light. And I just encourage you, be not afraid. As someone who has been pilloried pretty hard for the beliefs that I have, it's okay. Yeah. God did not say, pick up your box of candies and follow me. He said, pick up your cross daily and follow me. And we all need to do that.
Amen. Senator Rick Santorum.
And one more thing. Please go to Wayne, wearenotenemies.com. Wearenotenemies.com, and read all about what we're doing in this national season of prayer. And God bless you.
God bless you. And Elaine Beck, thank you all. That was so...
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this, they work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happened...
Please welcome President of Moms for America, Kimberly Fletcher.
CPAC. You guys look amazing. I just want to tell you that. This is actually a pretty cool year. This is our pushback year. I'll get to that. But this is the 20th anniversary of Moms for America this year. For 20 years, we have been empowering moms, promoting liberty, and raising patriots. And I know we're looking around at the landscape going, where have you been? What's going on? There are a lot of crazy things happening. But there is a lot of pushback. And moms are rising up. And 2020 was one of the greatest gifts that we've received. Yes, there were bad things that happened. But we got a really great miracle. It was like this bright, shining light exposing all of the evil, and we couldn't not see it. And all the moms, for decades, I was telling moms what was happening in our schools, in our country, in our culture. And they looked at me like a helicopter parent with a tinfoil hat. And then 20 happened, and they're like, oh, wait, that's really happening. And all these mamas rose up. And we've got the 2020 team. I like to call them the 2020 team. How many of you woke up in 2020 and went, what the heck? Go ahead, raise your hand, raise your hand. Awesome, and you're here. How many of you have been fighting this fight for the last 20 years? Yeah, this is awesome. Okay, so now we all need to unite together and realize that we're in the same battle. But guys, we need to know who the enemy is. Because we all know what's going on. We're not stupid. We're seeing the landscape. We know what's happening in our children's schools. And let me just tell you, everything that you think is happening in the schools, times it by 100 and you're close. What our children are being bombarded with every day is abusive and inhumane. And moms are not going to take it. I'm going to tell you that right now. If you think that Mama Bear is upset, don't even mess with those Grammy Grizzlies, right? All right. We need to understand who the enemy is and what we're actually fighting. Because it's not that school board member. It's not even the Biden administration. And we all know Biden isn't running the country. So I'll tell you who is later. Anyway, this is the fight for our lives. We are in one war. There are two armies, God's and the devil's. And all you have to decide is which camp am I in. And spoiler alert, God wins in the end, so you might want to be in the right camp. But this is not a war for outcome. This is a war for casualties. And that is why I am in this fight. I am going to do everything I possibly can to limit the number of casualties, that my children, my grandchildren will not be casualties in this war. And each one of us need to commit to that. How do we do that? We need to share the story of America. It is a powerful story, an epic tale. And they're lying. If we look back in history and we see where we're at right now compared to what has happened in the past, you will see that we are repeating it. Three of the most horrible, heinous despots of our time, Hitler, Mao, and China. Hitler and Mao and Stalin did the same exact thing in their countries. They used the children, they confused them, they weaponized the government, and they took over the country. So when we look at the history, let's just look for a second at what these guys did, okay? Hitler created Hitler Youth. All the fun things that the kids did, they did on Sunday. They encouraged them to be good Nazis and tell on your parents if they aren't being good Nazis. And parents would disappear in the night. They used the children. Stalin, he created a whole new story, a revolution. Everyone is going to be equally miserable. But of all three of them, the worst was Mao. Reader's Digest version, Mao was losing power. So he decided to shut down the country, close all the schools. He wrote a little red book. He created all of these clubs where all of these kids started to go in these clubs. The Red Guard was formed. And those of you who think that the Red Guard was a bunch of men, well-armed, they were children. And those original fighters who were the revolutionaries at the beginning of that fight, they were paraded through the streets with signs that said traitor, with the kids beating them on the backs with sticks and cutting their hair because they weren't communist enough. 2 decades later, the grandchildren of those children were the ones who stood in Tiananmen Square to try and get back what their grandparents had lost. This is the desperate situation in which we find ourselves in this country right now. But I'm going to tell you, I have hope like I never have before. Because I am seeing the American people rise up and stand for not political parties, for principles. That is what we need to stand on. America is the freest country on earth, and it is not a shameful thing to say that, to herald it, to be excited about it. We are the light of the world, and that means we need to be the light where we are. We have the ability to be the light in the darkness. We need to share the story of America. This is what we do at Moms for America. We empower moms, we promote liberty, we raise patriots, and we do it through something simple like cottage meetings, where you can invite your friends and neighbors into your home, learn the true story of America, what our rights come from. They come from God, not government. How do you effectively exercise them? So that when you go into a school board meeting or a city council meeting, or stand in front of a legislative committee, or you're sitting in your living room with your children or your grandchildren surrounding you, you can share that story and those principles. I am from Gen X. How many of you are Gen X? You even know if you're Gen X? Okay, so first we had the greatest generation. Then we had the baby boomers. Baby boomers? Baby boomers? All right. Then Gen X came, that's me, and I'm very well aware of that whole entire time period because it connects us. We were the ones who got on our bikes and the whole world was at our feet and rode everywhere. When we were out till the lights came on, and when we were thirsty, we drank out of the hose. That's just how we live, you know. Then we had Gen Y. I know we're all still asking why. But you know what? Those kids were raised on electronics, and that changed a generation. Instead of living in the real world and having to deal with real problems, they lived in a virtual world. Okay, there were complications that came from that. Then we had Gen Z. And Gen Z was kind of sitting around scratching their heads going, something is not right. They may not understand because they don't know the story of America, but they know something's not right and freedom courses through their veins. But I have some really good news. They started all over again. We're at the alpha generation, and that alpha generation is going to save us. But we have to lay the groundwork for them. They need to know what America's about, why it's worth fighting for, why it is unique in all the world. There is something amazing happening right now in our country. And you probably don't see it, but I'm going to tell you, I see it all the time. I was in Los Angeles last month at a school board meeting where, not even kidding, the school board was voting out parental rights. And of course, the parents in the area got wind of it. I show up at that school board meeting, and it was the most glorious sight I've ever seen. For the first time in our nation's history, there were Muslims, Jewish, Christian, moms, all united together, Armenian, black, white, all of them coming together and saying, this will not happen. We will not allow this to happen. This is a glorious day, you guys. This is our pushback year. We need to know who that enemy is. And we need to stand up. Be those ambassadors of truth, immovable, standing for those principles that made this the freest, most prosperous nation on earth. It is not over. God has given us the time to be able to stand strong. So there's this little document called the Constitution. This is not where our rights come from. This is what protects those divine rights that come from God. And we need to stand with this Constitution. So in the inside, front, and back cover of our pocket Constitution, there's something called the Declaration of Mothers. 9 paragraphs of awesome that clearly state we are the ones who have the authority, the responsibility, and the rights to teach and nurture our own children. And there's a lot more cool stuff in there. But here's the really awesome thing. In 2018, the Declaration of Mothers was introduced into the congressional record. So Joe Biden can call us birthing people and chest feeders all he wants. Moms are in the congressional record, and you can't take that away. So I want you to know there is hope. The moms are rising up. There is a future that we can believe in because we are creating it right now, and you're all a part of it. God bless you for being out there. Thank you.
America.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have. And like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Having a great time here. Day 3 at CPAC in Washington, D.C. The crowd is really starting to pour in now. We're nearing the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and a lot of smiling, happy people ready to see President Trump today.
Yes, we have a lot of people walking around here, a lot of, people we might draw in for an interview. Vanessa has a very important interview coming right up.
Yes, Matt Schlapp, the brains behind it all, will be here to join us. We talked to his wife, Mercedes, a little earlier in the week, and she had some great input on CPAC, so we were going to hear from Matt here in about 10 minutes as well to talk about CPAC and all the great things in the conservative movement right now and how important it is for us this year in 2024. So that's coming up in about 10 minutes, so stick around for that. In the meantime, let's talk about rural America and how much it's important to support our farmers. I want to tell you about Moink Box. It's so fun to say Moink. It's Moink with an M. Moink Box, a rural family company in rural America. Moink farmers farm like our grandparents did. So as a result, Moink meat tastes like it should because the family farm does it better, as we all know. Always support a family farm. The Moink difference is a difference you can taste. You can feel good knowing that you are supporting family farms and helping them stay financially independent too. So your choice of meat is delivered in every box. Ribeyes, you can have chicken breasts, you can have pork chops, love a good pork chop, salmon fillets, much more. Plus, you can cancel anytime, but we don't think that you would want to. So make sure you go visit and try out Moink Box. I love Shark Tank. Do you watch the show Shark Tank? Kevin O'Leary, who's been in the news recently publicly supporting President Trump and the conservative movement, he called Moink's bacon the best bacon he's ever tasted. So that's just how good Moink is. So make sure that you give it a try. Keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com. Again, that's oink with an M. moinkbox.com/right now. Listeners of this show, if you're watching right now, you get 2 free steaks in your first box. Now, you were just talking about Valentine's Day coming up.
That's a lot of free steak.
Yeah. So 2, have a couple's meal. There you go. Yep. Your Valentine's dinner is planned. You can cook 2 free steaks coming in your first box. If you sign up right now, moinkbox.com/right now. The best steak that you'll ever taste as well, I must say, for a limited time. Again, it's spelled MOINK box.com and /right now, and you'll get your order and your steak and your meat, and Sounds good. Now I'm hungry.
And best bacon is that's a high standard.
You know, Kevin O'Leary and those people at Shark Tank, they have people come in all the time. Test this, test that. We want you to invest in this, invest in that. They get it all the time. So for him to say this is the best bacon I've ever tasted, you know it's good because they've done a lot of taste tests.
They have. They sure have. And yeah, so go to Moinkbox and check it out. There's a lot of good companies out there, but that's the one that's supporting RSBN and supporting your conservative values.
Yes, we want to continue to support family farms as well. Already a couple of good speakers under our belt today. Just talked to Brian Glenn. We're gonna track Brian today. That's a segment. Track Brian. You know the saying, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Where in the world is Brian Glenn? Well, Brian Glenn right now had just landed in South Carolina. He told me he was waiting on his Uber, and he's going to hit the campaign trail.
He's going to send us some clips for social media as well.
Yes, he is. So we will continue to track Brian as he gets ready for election night coverage there in South Carolina for the South Carolina primary. He has just landed and getting ready there with our photographer and our team there as well. So we'll have live coverage here at CPAC in Washington, D.C., also live coverage in South Carolina this evening. So it's a jam-packed day, day 3.
Woo!
It's been fun, but it's been a lot of work.
A lot of work, a long 3 days, but I think that other CPACs have been longer.
Really?
Actually.
Okay.
We come to CPAC every year. We've probably, since I've worked here in 2020, I think we've done at least 6 of them. So it's always a good time, always a lot of great guests coming on, and we're going to record some interviews to play back for you just coming up in a few minutes. So.
Yes, absolutely. So as people start making their way in, it's getting a little more busy here this morning as we get to the mid-morning hour of 10 a.m. on the East Coast. If you're just now joining us, good morning to you. Happy Saturday. Thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Grace Sedania. We'll have Brian Glenn in South Carolina later this evening, but a jam-packed day here at CPAC for day 3, the last day of CPAC. I actually texted one of my friends who's here last night, Grace, and I said, I don't want CPAC to end. It's like a family reunion. It's so much fun. You see all of these people that you've met at different events across the country. I have people that I've met at my very first CPAC that come to every CPAC, and they just become lifelong friends.
They do, and you just start to recognize people year over year. It's kind of like if you took all of the biggest conservative organizations and just put them in one room. That's here, and we all know each other, and we're all kind of like family, and it's just a great time, and we're going to have a lot of energy here before President Trump takes the stage, which we're expecting at 1 p.m. He's officially slotted for noon, so maybe he'll come a little bit early, maybe he'll be late, who knows, we never know, but we
hope
know
he's on time today.
We really hope he's on time today, but we also know he's going to be in South Carolina. Now tune in for that coverage starting around 7:30 p.m. Eastern. That sounds a little bit late, so we'll double check on that, but we'll have Marjorie Taylor Greene on the ground with Brian Glenn. I believe he's also sitting next to Matt Gaetz on the plane, who's going to go campaign with President
So I'm sure
Trump.
that was an interesting conversation on the plane between Brian Glenn and Representative Matt Gaetz. I'm sure they had a lot to talk about this morning.
A lot to talk about. There's a lot coming up here. Looks like there might be somebody interesting walking through the crowd right now. To give you kind of an idea, since you can't see what we're seeing behind the camera, but there are a lot of different CPAC attendees walking around here, a lot of CPAC signs. We're actually located right in front of one of the entrances into the general session, so we get a lot of traffic over here. We've come a long way.
Yes, we have. And I'm looking at the list of speakers today. Brandon Straka with the Walkaway Foundation kicked things off this morning. Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO, he'll taking the stage today. Kari Lake, of course. Lou Dobbs, who's always very interesting, very intelligent man. He'll be taking the stage. Vivek Ramaswamy. They had the Lincoln Dinner last night here at CPAC. They have it every year on Friday night of the event, and he was the guest speaker yesterday evening, drew in a big crowd. Vivek Ramaswamy will be speaking to the attendees today as well. And Steve Bannon, anywhere he goes, the people follow.
They follow.
He has a booth set up just a couple of rows down from us as well. So great lineup to end the day, and we'll be here with you along the way.
We can actually, I think we have an interview that we can pull in right now from Liberty University, but...
Which one did you want?
this man right here. He's not on the schedule
Okay.
yet, but we might be able to toss to a commercial break.
Yes, let's do that. If we can, let's toss to a 60-second commercial break. We have an interview coming up that's very interesting. We'll let Grace take that one over, and we'll be right back with that. I'm Vanessa Broussard, Grace Adania, live from Washington, D.C. at CPAC. Give us about 60 seconds, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
And welcome back to CPAC Day 3. I'm Grace Aldana, joined by Morse Tan. He is the Dean of the Liberty University School of Law. Morse, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great. So you were just telling me that you attended the International Summit. Tell us about what you heard there. We were not able to broadcast that part.
Yeah, so I was part of that International Summit. There were a bunch of us who were previously with the Trump administration who were part of that, as well as people from, I heard, 20-some countries who were there as well.
Wow.
So it was a fun time. I got to talk about North Korea matters. There was a range of things that were talked about.
Tell us about North Korea matters. What was in your speech?
Yeah, so I was talking about how there are grave human rights and security issues relating to North Korea.
Right.
So North Korea is the worst violator of human rights, bar none in the world. And it also has the fourth largest conventional weapon arsenal, together with all manner of weapons of mass destruction, biological, chemical, as well as nuclear weapons, and is something that's very important to deal with because the four largest militaries are involved there: the Chinese, the Russians, the U.S., together with North Korea. And so this is, as well as the worst human rights situation in the world. The whole country is like one jail of a country. They have these concentration camps that they put people in for oftentimes trivial or unimportant things. Anything that is deemed even slightly against the regime is punished drastically.
It's horrifying.
In North Korea, it is.
So there's a lot of competing strategies on how America should handle North Korea. What's your opinion on that?
So I think a very strong approach. I think something resembling coercive diplomacy would be the only sort of approach that can have a chance. The reason why is because the North Korean totalitarian dictatorship operates on the basis of force.
Right.
That's what they understand. That's what they respond to. All the other sorts of approaches that have been tried that are not strong, that are not even forceful, have gone nowhere. And actually, since the Korean War, President Trump did a better job than any other president in regards to North Korea. The missile launches stopped. The propaganda against the U.S. stopped. Our citizens were brought home. The remains of our veterans from the Korean War were brought home. So these are things that I think are notable, given how tough it is to deal with North Korea, the most totalitarian, unjust regime on planet Earth.
Do you think that if President Trump is reelected this year, that he should continue the same approach that he was using in previous terms?
I think he made more headway than anyone else.
Okay.
And so President Trump, if anything, is very good at strong approaches to things.
Yes.
He has fortitude off the charts. And I sincerely believe he did the best job of any president following this Korean War in regards to North Korean matters.
He's handled a lot of foreign policy matters very well, in my opinion.
Yes.
So let's switch gears a little bit to talking about education and the importance of a Christian worldview in law.
Yes. So there are very few seriously Christian law schools in America. There might be 3 that are nationally accredited. That might be about it. And so these very few schools play, I think, a critical role in help educating in the Christian worldview, and then bring to bear really a unique perspective, and then sending out salt and light out into the legal profession. There is a smattering of Christians who are in the legal area, but it's very few. In a survey of the legal profession, when they were asked, are you Christian in any meaningful sense, it was less than 5%.
Right.
That said so.
Right.
So organizations like the Christian Legal Society are therefore really important as well. On the international side, Advocates International, which is similar to the Christian Legal Society except internationally.
Gotcha.
Things like this are very important and play a role in being really a very small remnant in the midst of a larger profession that has largely abandoned Christian and Judeo-Christian roots.
Do you think that is the School of Law growing in that sense? Are there more and more students wanting to, profess their Christian faith and also apply that to their career?
Liberty University School of Law is at an all-time high in the number of residential JD students. And so I think there is a certain hunger, there is a certain desire for this kind of education.
It's good news.
Yes.
That's very good news. What do you think is the most, or how can other schools help combat wokeism?
Yeah, I think the vast majority of law schools in this country are promoting it, are teaching it, are embedding it in the culture in such a way that it's very prominent. And so the few people who may not agree with that, who are on law faculty or administration, I think they ought to use their platform, use their position to be able to be a positive influence in those contexts, as well as students. Students can speak out as well. I was very outspoken as a law student as well. But sometimes it felt like being a lone voice in a class or in that context. But it is possible to make a positive impact and difference. And so I would want to encourage anyone who can to do so.
I'm not enrolled in the School of Law at Liberty, but I am in the Helms School of Government. So I think I love my classes, honestly. I'm currently in my favorite class, one of the lead up right before my capstone. I'm graduating in May. I'm doing public policy focusing on school choice, and I'm getting to do a complete deep dive on all the issues surrounding school choice and figure out how to promote better policies and create those policies.
Yes, I think school choice is so important for this country, and I completely agree with that idea. Why not allow parents to decide for their children what sort of education they're going to get, and to allow those tax dollars to be used and controlled by the parents, who are especially charged by God, to have primary authority in the lives of the raising and training and educating of their children. I think it's a great idea to have school choice. Otherwise, a lot of options are foreclosed to a lot of families because they would not be able to afford, say, the Christian classical private school or what have you. And so this is something that I think is a very good idea. I'm glad you're into it, and I think it's worth advocating. I'd love to see the next Trump administration be able to implement and to actually make federal school choice available across the whole country. It is available to a limited extent in certain states, but not across the whole country.
Right.
And there are many states who have rejected it as well.
Which states have rejected it?
Illinois is one that I'm familiar with, given that I lived there longer than any other state.
Right.
It's come up for votes. and it's been rejected by
Wow.
Illinois, as far as I know, each time it's been raised.
Powerful teachers unions.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's really a shame. It's crazy that we allow, unions and bureaucrats and the government to zone children into a certain school district and say you have no other options.
Yes.
And I love what Florida is doing on that front, and they are providing school vouchers to making available to all students. And
That's wonderful.
Right.
Yes.
And they're prioritizing, of course, low-income families and
Very
stuff like
good.
that. But
Very
they're
good.
still making those vouchers available to all students, middle-class students.
That's
you know?
awesome. That could be an example and a pattern for the whole country.
Exactly. Florida provides blueprints for a lot of things, and
Yes,
school
indeed.
choice is certainly one
Yes,
of them.
indeed.
So
I
are you?
think
Yeah, go
Governor
ahead.
DeSantis and company are doing a great job there.
Absolutely. Are you working on any special projects right now?
Well, I'm trying to put together a couple books about virtue
Okay.
and service in law and government. And so I actually have recruited an array of professors from the Helm School, as well as the School of Law, as well as those outside of Liberty, to try to put together these books, because virtue in a lot of ways is a lost concept, philosophically, and theologically as well.
For our viewers, how would you describe virtue in that context?
So there's a huge difference between a mere politician and a statesman. And a statesman virtuously tries to pursue the common good. Virtue is moral excellence. Virtue are qualities that we want our governmental leaders and those in the legal profession to have. And sometimes it's glaringly and sadly lacking. There are positive examples that are out there, but the whole notion philosophically has been largely lost in our educational system, in
Certainly.
law and government, and in the profession, legal profession, and in government service as well. And it would be a huge boon to this country if we could recover that in some measure and have those who are more statesmen,
Right.
those who are part of the classic learned profession of law, where ethics and virtue were considered central,
Right.
were considered the core part of what it meant to be part of the profession. There's a great recovery that needs to happen along these lines.
I think that applies overall to American society in general.
Yes.
There's been a big moral degradation over the
Yes.
past several decades since we started moving away from church and traditional families and all that type of thing. So I think that's very important work you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when can we expect those books to be available?
I have drafts of chapters due this July.
Awesome.
So hopefully people will come through by then.
Right.
But as soon as it could be done well.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well, how can people keep up with you?
Well, I actually have a couple of YouTube sub-channels for Liberty. One is called Just Liberty. The other is called Liberty and Justice for All. And that's one way.
Okay.
I could also be reached at my current Liberty email at mhtan@liberty.edu.
Awesome. Well, Morris, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to...
Hello, Mike Lindell.
Thank you, everybody. Turn off the cameras now. I'm going to talk about machines. I'm going to go through this pretty fast because I want to give you guys a lot of hope here. 3 years ago, over 3 years ago now, when I first got evidence from a guy that worked for the government named Dennis Montgomery, cyber evidence, from that time on, I was attacked, censored, lawfare, everything. And why? Because they want to keep these electronic voting machines. And we came to be, one of the things that surprised me the most was over the last 3 years, the first year, all of a sudden, we found out something about cast vote records that come right out of the machines. And this is like if you miss a football game, it shows the order the votes came in. So if you had a football game and you've seen a replay and it was 10-10 in the second quarter, all of a sudden the third quarter, it's 10-7. You're going, that's weird. Well, we did a call out I did for my team to get the cast vote records under the Freedom of Information Act. We got 1/3 of the United States in the 2020 election. And of those cast vote records, 100% of them were computer manipulated. 100% of 1/3 of the counties in the United States. And the rest of them, I'm sure, were too. Well, anyway, so I'm going, wow, you can take all this evidence. And first I went to the attorney generals. I went to the president. I went to the president then because it had a gag order on the data, the cyber data. Well, one of the biggest things then, the lies came out and said, these machines aren't online. That's impossible. They're not on the internet. Rubbish. They're all on the internet. Okay. Well, what bothered me the most is our own party, and I call them the uniparty Republicans, as we went back to these counties and states, and each time I got blocked. I'll give an example. We went to, first one was Alabama. Their Secretary of State named John Merrill. I went down there, I paid for his voter rolls, $40,000 he charged me, and I said, John, look at your voter rolls here. 4,600 people voted that are over 110 years old. And he said, well, Mike, we live pretty good here in Alabama. And I'm going, this isn't funny. This is our elections. Then we get to, I'll give you another example. Blockers. Cleburne County, Arkansas. They decided a year ago to go to paper ballots. All the other counties in Arkansas were going to follow suit. A Republican by the name of Kim Hammers, goes into the Senate, passes a bill really quick and says, if you go to paper ballots in Arkansas, we defund your county. Now, this doesn't even make sense. I'm going, why are these guys blocking us from going to paper ballots hand counted? Then you got the big blockers. I call them the big two. Robin Voss up in Wisconsin. He does a full investigation into the Wisconsin audit by a guy named Michael Gabeman, the Supreme Court Justice. Full audit of everything in Wisconsin. He comes out, all this corruption, all this fraud. Robin Voss says, I can't do anything. Be careful what you find, Robin, unless the court rules that there's fraud. A couple months later, the Supreme Court of Wisconsin ruled that there was 100% fraud across Wisconsin in the 2020 election. You know what happened? Robin Voss did nothing. Absolutely nothing. He's the Speaker of the House in Wisconsin. And by the way, we're trying to recall him right now. We have 2 weeks to get him recalled. We need all the signatures we can in Racine County, Wisconsin. We're not going to take it anymore. Then you go down to Georgia. Brad Ratzenberger, the biggest blocker this country has ever seen. Okay. down there, we had a primary a year and a half ago. A nice Democrat, 3 Democrats, this nice lady. Her and her husband got 0 votes in her own precinct. 0. They should have gave her 2, and they said, I'm sorry, ma'am, the only one that loves you is your husband. But they gave her 0. And when they gave her 0, they had to look into the machines, and they said, okay, they did this in 2 days. Oh, we're sorry, it was a programming error. You really got 3,600 votes, and now you went from 3rd to 1st place. Another lady, 3 counties over, another Democrat. See, this isn't a Democrat-Republican. This isn't a Democrat-Republican thing. This is a people thing. We need to have fair elections. Well, the 3 counties over, another Democrat, she got 4,600 votes, but she wasn't on the ballot and she wasn't a write-in. So they opened up the machines again, Crooked Brad, and said, it's a programming error. Well, Brad, someone had to type this lady's name in. You know, just disgusting. And then down in Georgia, but here's the good news. So I came out with a plan in August of this year. This is why I've been attacked now in my company, MyPillow, more than any time in history, because I came out with a plan to secure our elections and get to paper ballots hand counted across our country. And what we have since then, 2 years ago, we went to all the counties in the country and we were blocked by people like Robin Voss and Crooked Brad and all these, and Kim Hammers and all these people. Now we're going back a second time, but here's what we're loaded for now that we have that we didn't have then. The RNC, yeah, they got a lot of problems, but one of the things that they did do, when I ran for RNC chair last year, what came out of that, this August, the RNC passed a resolution, paper ballots, hand counted, same day voting, no early voting. And by the way, anybody that tells you to vote early is wrong. You vote same day. I'm telling you that it's harder for them to cheat. They passed that resolution, same day voting, precinct level, paper ballots, hand counted, and signature required. So we have that now in our pocket when we go back to all these counties. Another thing we have, you might not, these are things you're not going to see in the news. You're not going to see this on Fox News. You're not going to see this on any news except for the new platforms that have come up. And anyway, Argentina, if you're all familiar with that, last summer, one judge made a ruling. She said, you know what, we got to get rid of these machines and go to paper ballots. They did it in 4 months, and they had an election, a beautiful election, and saved their country. Taiwan did it and saved their country, paper ballots, hand counted. Ecuador, a couple weeks ago, same thing. 51 countries have been taken by the computers, and the countries have been lost. The last one being my good friend, President Bolsonaro in Brazil. I just talked to his son yesterday, and I'll tell you what, they are looking, the whole world is watching us to save our country with paper ballots, hand counting, and get rid of these machines. Another thing we have came out of Georgia, and I'm talking fast because I want to get this all in. Came out of Georgia that we've been waiting 4 years for a case against Crooked Brad Rassenberger in Georgia to come to fruition. The Democrats sued him to get rid of the machines in Georgia. If you're a Democrat in Georgia, good luck winning a race. They control the machines. Well, anyway, that Crooked Brad, they waited. Finally, this Obama-appointed judge said, hey, you know what? These experts have been one of the few experts that have seen inside the machines, and they looked and they said, the judge said, you know what? We're going to move this case forward. They say there's problems, and there's problems. And then she also said, if you question the machines, you're not a conspiracy theorist. So I got to take off my tinfoil hat on national TV. It was great, you know. Yeah. That case went to court on January 9th, everybody, and you probably didn't hear about this. Alex Halderman, the cyber expert, took in court with a ballpoint pen, hacked the machine in 2 minutes in front of the judge and flipped the whole election. So what it did, this case has opened up the door. You know, but we have to spread the word about stuff like this. Okay, you don't have, the media's not going to do it for you. The only way I can ever get the word out is if they attack me. I'm going, did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? And so now what we're doing, our plan is we're going to every county in the United States again. We're going around for the second time, but this time we're going to all these counties. Almost every county in the United States can make up their own mind to go to paper ballots or not. Almost all of them can. Right now, it's New Hampshire teams up there. We have over 125 towns that are going to paper ballots hand counted. Teams in South Dakota. This is yesterday in South Dakota. They went to the capital of South Dakota, Pierce, South Dakota. We hope that the governor was there, that she had representatives there, Governor Christie. No, South Dakota is leading the way. They have a clause in their state where you can get 5% of your county registered voters, do a petition, and you automatically get an election within 2 months to get rid of the machines and go to paper ballots. South Dakota has 66 counties. They're all going to be completely machine-free with paper ballots hand counted. We've got, as we go around this country, we have over 300,000 people we have. And I told them all, we're all going to do this push at the end of March and early April. Every single county, so they don't destroy us one county at a time. Every time we have a success like Cleburne County, the media and the uniparty Republicans come in and attack us, these blockers. Well, if we all do it at the same time, which we're going to do, we are going to win. We are going to save our country. I'm going to give you, because I'm not going to have time to tell you the whole plan. But it's a beautiful plan. As we go to these people that want to keep the machines in these counties and say, hey, why would you want to keep these? Well, anything that comes out of their mouth, we've got an answer for. Well, the paper's going to cost more. No, it's 10 times cheaper. Well, our machines on the internet, we have devices that show there are. You got wireless monitor devices. Every single one of these machines is online. If they say it's going to No, we've already tried it in the United States in Osage County, Missouri. We did it last year with our system. Democrats, Republicans working together. You got done the same time as the machines with 100% accuracy. So you guys need, what we do is we need your help. I'm going to do a call out now. These are calls to action. And here's the first one. You go to the App Store and get my apps. Mike Lindell Courage app. Frank's Social app, Frank's Speech app, where we get the word out, our Lindell TV that we have when Lou Dobbs came over now. But the biggest thing you can do is go to lindellplan.com, learn what the plan is and get involved. And if you want to help with resources, we need resources. That's the only thing that can stop us from securing our election and saving our country. I told our real president the other day, I said, we're going to have these elections secure enough. And I said, and he's going to win this. And you know what he said in Iowa right from the podium? He said, as soon as I'm in, I'm going to go to same-day voting, paper ballots, hand counting. God bless you all. Thank you. And we are winning. And I want to, one more thing, everybody, just enjoy where we're at, because as these bad things are going on, we're in the greatest revival for Jesus Christ in history. Thank you all. God bless you. Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking.
Next, Bidenomics, bad for America's health. Please welcome former member of Congress, host of the Doug Collins podcast, Doug Collins. Commissioner of the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Carr. Co-founder of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity, Stephen Moore. And your moderator, Director of CPAC Foundation's Center for Regulatory Freedom, Andrew Langer.
Gentlemen, please. Well, good morning, CPAC. How is everybody doing this morning? You could do better than that. I know it's early, but how are you all doing? So we are here to talk about Bidenomics and the issue of regulation, and I'm going to tee it off immediately because we've got a limited amount of time. Gentlemen, one of the things we've been talking about at CPAC and with our friends in the movement is something my colleague Wayne Cruz calls the whole of government approach to regulation. The innovative ways in which the Biden administration is going after regulatory issues. For example, normally we know that they want to get price controls on pharmaceuticals. Normally they would go through HHS or the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. But Doug, they're doing something really interesting with the National Institutes for Standards and Technology, which as I understand, they run the atomic clock. Talk about March-In and what that means for the pharmaceutical.
Well, great. It's great to be here. How many of you are ready to find an end to the Biden administration right here? I think starting right here. Because I don't know about you, but I'm tired of the government approach. And by the way, we as conservatives have got to take our initiative that says it's small government, limited government, and action of the free enterprise system, and also what we believe is actually property. Our thought rights, our property rights, those are kind of things that actually matter in this country. And Andrew, what you just asked was an interesting question, because if you don't understand this, here's a secret for all of you at CPAC. I'll whisper like he does. Biden wants to take over. That's exactly what they want to do.
Right.
They want to take everything, and from a government approach, when you get into the issue of march-in, and that sounds like they were doing some kind of military thing. This isn't march-in. What this is literally is marching in to where they have people who have taken government funds to find new and innovative solutions across the spectrum of products in which that have come to our markets. What they're wanting to do, though, is if you've taken government money, the government wants to come in and then take your patent, take your intellectual property, and then they can do whatever they want to with it. This will send us back to pre-1980 Ronald Reagan. How many of you want to take a trip back to Jimmy Carter days? Is there anybody in the place longing for that? No, nobody wants to. So what we've got to understand here, and I think when we look at our economy, the question is are we going to believe in American exceptionalism? Are we going to believe that Americans have the ideas and that property rights matter? Those are the things that you think of, you dream of. They come from the heart. We've got to be a part of that.
The greatest expansion of pharmaceutical research occurred in the years after the Bayh-Dole bill was passed, 1980. The Biden administration wants to take us back. In the same way, Brendan Carr, we had the greatest expansion of broadband deployment after we got rid of the Obama-era net neutrality rules under President Trump and the work you guys were doing at the FCC. Now the Biden administration is going after digital equity and net neutrality again. Tell us all about that.
Yeah, so great to be here back at CPAC. I mean, listen, Americans have been living through an unprecedented surge in censorship. The administrative state and the government, the Biden administration, has been colluding to shut down free speech, open dialogue, diversity of opinions. You've seen it in your own life. Any discussion about the Hunter Biden laptop story to run up to the last election, censored. Any discussion about the potential origins of COVID-19, censored. Discussions about how we should respond to COVID itself, censored. And the reality is this: the administrative state, the powerful arms of the government, all the three-letter agencies, they have been controlled for approaching 16 of the last 20 years by Democrats. And just look what's going on. As you noted, the government right now is looking to impose digital equity rules on the internet. Rules of unprecedented sweep to control everything that takes place on the internet. They're looking to put back Title II net neutrality rules, which are another way of just controlling the internet. Just this week at the FCC, we voted to require all broadcasters to publicly post race and gender scorecards.
Listen to this. This is important stuff here.
That list the demographics of all their employees. Why? Because activist organizations want to use that information to pressure businesses into hiring people, or not, based on their race and their gender. So what's going on here? These aren't isolated pinpricks. It goes back to a lot of causes, but one main one. This extreme version of identity politics and everything else is downstream. Once you divide America into oppressor groups and oppressed, then of course we can take the rights away from the oppressor groups. Of course they don't need the First Amendment, but that's just the beginning. You know, free speech is the counterweight to government control.
Amen.
And there's a straight line from the ballot box to the soapbox.
Hear, hear.
As soon as they say, we don't trust you with what to say, they move very quickly into, we don't trust you in terms of who you get to vote for.
Steve, let's pull it back to the 30,000-foot level and talk about the macroeconomics of regulation. We know that President Trump kept regulatory costs stable at about $2.25 trillion annually, which is high, but he kept it stable, which is important. Under the first 3 years of the Biden administration, it's skyrocketed. We're now looking at a regulatory state that's over $3 trillion a year. If we stay on this trajectory, it's looking like $7 trillion a year by 2030. What does that mean for the American economy if we don't change that trajectory?
Well, great to be with you all, by the way, and be back at CPAC. And I don't know about you guys, but this is a thrill of a lifetime for us to be the warm-up act for the greatest president in the last 50 years, Donald J. Trump.
There we go.
By the way, you asked about regulation. I get the Wall Street Journal app on my phone. I don't know how many of you seen this, but it was just announced literally 10 minutes ago that Joe, have you heard about this? Joe Biden is going to rename the BATF. Did you hear,
no, I have not heard this.
Yeah.
Tell me you're not teeing up a joke here.
No, this is not a joke. It's now going to be called the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, Gas Stoves, Air Conditioners. By the way, they're not going to take away our gas stoves, are they? We're not going to let them take away our cars, our gas stoves, our air conditioning. All right. So you asked about the impact of Biden's regulations. So just to put it in terms that people can understand, under Barack Obama, who was the second worst president in the last 50 years.
Here.
Joe Biden is the worst president of the last 50 years. Under Obama, the average family saw their costs rise by $5,000 per family because of regulation.
Right.
Under Donald Trump, are you ready for this? The average regulatory cost per family fell by $3,000 per family, and under Biden, it's been raised by another $6,000. So regulation is a tax on the American economy. The increase in the inflation rate did not happen by accident. By the way, when Donald J. Trump left office in January of 2021, the inflation rate was 1.6%.
Right.
In 18 months, I don't know how he did this. In 18 months, Joe Biden took the inflation rate from 1.6 to 9.2%. Do you think this is intentional? Are they trying to screw the economy up? Because if they were trying to, they couldn't do a better job. It's directly related to the regulatory burden that is such an enormous cost to the American economy, and also all of the other policies. When it comes to energy, we have to get back to the Trump policy of drill, baby, drill when it comes to energy and use all our energy resources.
Absolutely.
Final thing I'll say, and then I'll turn it back to you.
Go right ahead.
Is that when it comes, I'm embarrassed to say this, last week I turned 64. So I am now eligible for Social Security. I'm going to continue to work, but here's the point I want to make. One of the most evil left-wing organizations in America is the AARP.
Right.
And I want to make sure that we're going to make a pact here today. I want to make sure that nobody joins the AARP. They are responsible for trillions of dollars of taxes, trillions of dollars of higher spending. And by the way, they are bought. The AARP is a functionary of the health insurance companies that are ripping off America. So let's make a pact today. We're not joining the AARP.
Here. Amen. I was going to ask you if we should start saying, hey, hey, ho, ho, the AARP has got to go.
That.
You beat me to it.
Got to go.
But while we're on this subject, Doug, let's talk about this issue of consumer choice, the supply of medical care in America, and the regulations that stand in the way of that.
Well, Steve just brought up a great point. And the question is, folks out there, I want you to understand, in this room, we're together. In this room, it's easy to talk about conservative thought. But if we don't take these messages Steve's talked about, Brandon's talked about, that we're talking about here, and you explain, do not watch. They actually get up, it's a shocker. They get up every day, they feed their families, they go to work, they come home, they do the things that normal Americans do. We've got to understand it. So let me break it down for you.
Please.
The Biden administration, from the open border, which, by the way, I hear a lot of people talk about voting and citizenship and everything. Really what that is, they're opening the border so they can expand government services, folks. Think about this. They're expanding government services for everybody when they're doing this. But then it gets sinister. And I know this issue of March in, this issue of now health care costs is really where they're wanting to attack the ability for us to be the healthiest country in the world, the most innovative country in the world, where we can actually have health care that matters to people. And they're doing it at your local street level. There's a little evil thing out there, and it's 3 letters called PBM.
Yes.
Pharmacy Benefit Managers. Thank you. If you understand, if you get it, if you not, look it up. Pharmacy benefit managers are what is strangling your neighborhood pharmacies. They're making costs go up, and they're doing it on government taxpayer dollars and state health benefit plans across this country. Now, they don't like me at all. I don't care, because I'm going to tell the truth. When you are taking businesses and you're causing healthcare costs to rise, opposed to what they actually say, and you're making businesses go out of business because they want to control everything, then this is where the Biden administration, with their help, they would rather go after, quote, big, bad business instead of going after these businesses that are actually taking dollars out of your pocket. Wouldn't you like to have health care that is affordable? Is there anybody in here that would not want that?
Right.
I think this is what we've got to understand. But this health care issue, and the way the intellectual property, there's no incentive to do anything. Democrats want you to be dependent on government. They want to control it all.
This actually dovetails nicely into this. So let's back to the March-in issue and the issue of innovation. And Brendan, I want to talk to you, and Steve as well would like to get your thoughts on this. Because as we said, as we were closing with your early remarks, Doug, this issue of spurring innovation, if your intellectual property rights are under siege, you are not going to invest in research and development because you're not going to be able to recoup that investment. Certainly with regards to the internet and the various ways the Biden administration and the left wants to take over the internet, that certainly happens. Brendan, talk a little bit about that, and then Steve, I want to get your thoughts on this as well.
You know, one of the things we talk about this massive expansion of government, the administrative state, and one of the things that's so concerning about that is how we're seeing it being weaponized against people that don't share the same politics as the current administration. There's a lot of examples I could use here, but one is Elon Musk. President Biden stood at the podium inside the White House, adorned with the official seal of the President of the United States, and said that Elon Musk is worth being looked into. This was after, of course, Musk said he wanted to bring free speech back to social media. A reporter said, well, how can you look into him? The president looked down and said, there's a lot of ways. And there certainly are. Since then, we have seen an unprecedented surge in regulatory harassment. The FAA, the DOJ, the Southern District of New York, even the FCC, where I work, have taken regulatory action against Elon Musk. In fact, the Fish and Wildlife Service went after him because during a Starship launch, there was apparently a handful of blue land crabs and some bobwhite quail eggs that were charred. Sounds more like surf and turf to me than a federal case, but now they've launched a complete federal investigation on that.
Let me particularize it for everyone. I'm going to come to you, Steve, in a second. What Brendan's saying is absolutely accurate. There are somewhere between 1 million and 1.5 million individual federal regulatory mandates in the Code of Federal Regulations. And what that means is that for any of you, you could be the next Donald Trump. You could be the next Elon Musk. There's a political legal philosopher named Henry Silverglade who wrote a book called 3 Felonies a Day, in which he posits that the average American commits 3 felonies a day because they simply don't know all of the 1 million to 1.5 million regulatory mandates out there. It puts us all in the crosshairs of the federal government, and that's what we're talking about here. Steve, again, let's get into that a little bit. Talk a little bit about the issue of innovation and government stifling innovation and why we can't allow that to happen.
Well, one of the best areas to talk about when you talk about innovation is what's happened in our energy industry.
Right.
And I don't think there's any issue where Joe Biden has been more hostile to America's interests, both from an economic standpoint and a national security standpoint, than on energy. I had the privilege of working as an economic advisor, senior economic advisor to Trump in 2016. I remember my first meeting with Trump back in early 2016. The first thing I said to him is, Donald, at that time we called him Donald, now we call him Mr. President. I said, if you go all in on producing American energy, our oil, our gas, our coal, our nuclear power, I told him, I said, we could be energy independent after 4 years of your presidency. And I'll never forget, folks, what he said to me. He sort of slammed his fist on the table and said, Steve, I do not want America to be energy independent. I want America to be energy dominant.
Hear, hear.
And we became the dominant country in the world.
And hold on. Let me just interrupt you, Steve. And this would have taken care of the Russia-Ukraine problem.
By the way, there is no way in hell that we would have Russian troops in Ukraine if Donald J. Trump were still president today. We basically played into the hands of our enemy. And by the way, I'm going to say this loud and clear. Climate change is not a science, it's a religion. Yeah. It's the religion of the left, and we have to fight back against this. Now, here's the thing that's so interesting. Under Trump, we were energy independent. And by the way, not only would you not have seen the troops in Ukraine, there's no way in hell that Iran would have had the money to give Hamas to fire those rockets at Israel.
Right.
So here's the thing. When we get Donald J. Trump back in the White House, his top priority to solve so many of these problems is drill, baby, drill. And we're going to continue to do that day after day. The price of energy is going to fall. And by the way, is there a single person in this room who really believes the inflation rate is only 3.5% today? No. I mean, that's the biggest lie they tell you. Grocery prices up 22%. Healthcare costs up 25%. Mortgage payments are up 30%. Joe Biden and his regular estate are bankrupting Americans and putting us under debt. We got to solve that problem.
Doug, I know you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, what Steve's talked about here is just this election cycle in. In just a little while, there's going to be a man on this stage who, when he came to office, for those of us who were in Congress at the time, we would get that Federal Register. Yeah. It became like phone books under the Obama administration. Yes. It was like they were regulating everything. Under Donald Trump, they became like leaflets that you hand out on the side of the street. the regulatory agency became what they should be. And there's a Chevron case before the Supreme Court that actually takes away the ability of the agencies to determine what law is. And this is going to be a very big case, but it's going to put an interesting twist on where we're at, because it's going to require Congress to actually do the job that they're supposed to do. So they're going to have, for this fall, we've got to take this into account with the regulatory burden, the regulatory state. The constitutional way, everybody understand that document? The Constitution that also says the Congress is supposed to oversee the executive branch. When they have Donald Trump as president, you have a Congress that is Republican and not Senate. Schumer and the rest of them are gone, then we can oversee it. But right now, they're unfettered in what they want to do, and this is a problem that we ought to solve.
Brendan, because I think you're the only lawyer on the panel. Doug, are you a lawyer? I'm sorry. All right.
I can recover.
I know you don't like to admit that. But Brendan, as someone who practices in the regulatory world like this, are we prepared for a post-Chevron world?
Yeah, we should be. Look, at the end of the day, administrative agencies where I work, there's dozens and dozens across D.C., and they're engaged in regulating all aspects of your life. In fact, the administrative state is part of an effort to fundamentally reshape your relationship with government. And so the idea that the Supreme Court is rightly saying agencies like mine shouldn't have sweeping authorities not granted to us even by Congress, that it should instead be Congress to do its job. And some people say, well, Congress isn't getting anything done. Well, sometimes that's a feature.
Maybe that's a feature, right?
Yes, the system. Absolutely. But, look, we talked about censorship earlier on, and this collusion between government and the Biden administration to take individual Americans, they don't like them expressing their free speech, and censor them. And it's just deeply, deeply concerning. And again, as I indicate, it's all downstream from this extreme version of DEI, this extreme version of identity politics, because again, once we're divided, then we're just told how we should think, and there's no need for free speech at that point. And I think fundamentally for this country, there's a fork in the road for us to come. On the one hand, are we going to continue to go down this road of extremist identity politics that just wants to divide us into smaller and smaller fractions? Or on the other hand, are we going to go a different route? And frankly, it's a return to what JFK said in the 1960s, which is that what unites us is stronger than what divides us. And that is the fundamental question and path forward for us right now.
That's an excellent point. Steve, as someone who helped shape our economic policy, and I'm hoping is going to help shape our economic policy for many, many years to come, you are putting out a daily newsletter that you do from the Committee to Unleash Prosperity. How do you keep tabs on everything? How do these folks keep tabs on everything?
Well, thank you for mentioning that. Folks, I'm not selling you anything, because there is no inflation in the price of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity hotline. It is absolutely free. So I want you to all sign up for that. Just go to committeetounleashprosperity.com. That's committeetounleashprosperity.com, and we will send you the hotline every morning for free. Now, I want to make one, because I only have one of the most important things, and please tell the president this when he gets here. I believe the single greatest error that this country has ever made, or at least in any of our lifetimes, and I wonder how many of you would agree with me on this, and tell the president this: never, never, never again should we let the government shut down our schools.
Amen.
Never again should we let them shut down our businesses. Never again should they shut down our restaurants. Never again should they shut down our churches. Never, never again. This was the most unconstitutional delegation of power ever again. And I guarantee you, if Joe Biden is reelected, they're going to try to do it again. They're going to use climate change to shut down our economy. Never again.
Hear, hear. There we go. I know, Doug, it's hard to top that, but I want to get your thoughts. What is the last message you want to leave these fine people with?
Well, the first message is it's amazing from my home state of Georgia that Jimmy Carter continues to rise in the standings with Obama and Biden. It's pretty amazing here. Going from worst to now to third worst. But the main thing I want to do is folks, do not assume this election is in the bag. The things we've talked about here are things that are not going to ever hit the front page. And many of us go around saying, Donald Trump's going to win. Joe Biden can't even find his way off stage. He shuffles around. He does everything else. But folks, if we don't get out and share that message, and we share it in a productive way, and we get people in to vote, and we get people into this message, then we have a chance of losing the very freedoms that make us. And I'm not about to be a part of the generation that says, I'm not going to sit back. I'm going to actually do something. Is there anybody else in this audience that wants to join me and says, Donald Trump, lead us back to where we need to go so that we can then put Biden and the rest of the Democrats back where they belong?
Brandon? Final thoughts. What do these people need to know about what's going on in the tech world?
Yeah, fundamentally, we have to return in this country as a cultural matter to this embrace of free speech and diversity of views. I don't normally quote the New York Times in these settings, but actually in 1970, the editor of the New York Times said, diversity of opinion is the lifeblood of democracy. The moment we start insisting that everyone think the same way we do, our democratic way of life is in jeopardy. It's a cultural fight, but also a legal one. We need to reform Section 230, that's table stakes, so that our views are no longer censored on political lines, religious lines, or scientific lines. We need to impose anti-discrimination obligations so that everybody can participate in the digital town square.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, check us out, the Center for Regulatory Freedom at CPAC. Give it up for Steve Moore, Brendan Carr, Doug Collins. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Well done.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0.
This is The Good Doctors. Please welcome physicians Dr. Brooke Miller and Dr. Robert Malone, and your host, senior editor, Epoch Times, Yanya Kellick.
So, The Good Doctors. This is something that we at the Epoch Times have been thinking about a lot. What does it mean to be a good doctor? This has been a study of the last several years. And here on stage, we have two absolutely good doctors. We have Brooke Miller. Brooke Miller is a small country doctor from Virginia. And Brooke Miller decided very early in the pandemic to study early treatment options, buck the system, and built a huge business in the process of everyone wanting to go to him because they knew that's where they could get healthy. And he's also a cattle rancher, and that'll become relevant in a moment. And in the center here, we have, of course, Dr. Robert Malone.
They hate you, Robert.
Dr. Malone is a physician. He's also a scientist. Okay, he has some of the original patents in the mRNA technology that was used in these vaccines. And he also started sounding the alarm early. So let's discuss a little bit of a framework of what we're going to talk about today, okay? All of us here, everyone up here, all of you have been on a journey, a bit of a journey, okay? And we've been watching how the doctor-patient relationship has changed. This question of do no harm, the Hippocratic Oath has come into question. There's this philosophy of we know what's better for you from coming on high. that's becoming more prevalent, okay? Doctors have been joining corporate practices, okay, and getting less ability to enact that doctor-patient relationship. Patient-centric medicine in medical schools has been challenged now by this guidance or evidence-based approaches. Administrators and bureaucrats, frankly, all across society have been growing in number in these large, more centralized organizations. You know, relevant to cattle farming, food production changes have been going from local to more centralized, okay? The citizen-government relationship, as I think many of you out here know, has been changing. And even at a greater scale, we have international organizations like the WHO challenging sovereign states. So many of you are aware of the WHO. There's a pandemic treaty and international health regulations that are essentially going to be dictating how we are supposed to respond to another pandemic, should one happen. And we know that the WHO, of course, is in the thrall of multiple organizations, a giant one, the Chinese Communist Party. Of course, we also have the biopharmaceutical industrial complex and giant nonprofits that are not accountable to anybody. So this is the setup, okay? This is where we are. It's a question of sovereignty, individual, local, national. And this is a situation where ideology, it's something called Lysenkoism. Some of you may have heard this term before. Ideology takes precedence over science, and terrible things happen as a result. So let me start now with the good doctors, and we'll start with you, Dr. Miller. In all of this, as we've been watching this unfold on your journey, what is the most unusual, unexpected realization that hit you?
Well, it was actually very early on in the pandemic when all of us were on the same footing. Nobody knew how to best to treat this disease. So I, like a lot of good doctors all over the world, were searching and trying to contact other physicians, other sources to see what was working. And we found things, some repurposed drugs and therapeutics and vitamins and things. We found that they were very useful, and there was science to back them up. And when I presented them to my colleagues, they didn't want to hear about it. They only wanted to follow what the central planners told them to do. And that was a huge realization and a great disappointment to me, because I thought my profession was a cut above. And now that I see this, I am very concerned about the practice of medicine in this country and how far it has fallen between the doctor-patient relationship.
Dr. Malone, same question, please.
So for me, it's been a gradual reveal. Starting early in 2020, the big shock was the censorship. I couldn't believe that they would shut down a book that Jill and I had written about how to prepare for the pandemic that was just written for the average person. Then I saw the censorship going on in the academic literature. Then I saw all the central control all over the world pushing the same memes, the same messages, the same false narratives. And I knew that we were in a situation that had completely changed from any pandemic that I'd been involved in the past.
You know, this foundational issue of security, you're in an interesting position, Dr. Miller. You are both a physician, country physician, but you also have 300 head of cattle. Okay, you're a farmer at the same time. And you're seeing, we've talked about this, you're seeing the same trend essentially happen in both areas. So tell me about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been farming and ranching my entire life. And unfortunately, during that time, we have seen more and more centralized control in the cattle business. And today we have basically a monopoly of 4 multinational corporations that control the beef industry. And there's a choke point between the producer and the packers. And they transmit high prices to the people, the consumer, and they don't pay a fair price to the cattle ranchers. So unfortunately, that's not sustainable. And today, over the last 4 decades, we've lost over 500,000 cattle ranchers, 7 million head of cattle, and we are at an all-time low since 1950 for a number of cattle in this country. And I say that's a national security crisis, because we will be dependent on foreign countries for our food, just like we are for manufacturing, for medication, and energy.
That's right.
Absolutely.
So how is this scenario, Dr. Malone, manifesting in the medical profession?
We're now in a situation in which there's total centralized control. If you vary from the approved narrative, in many states, many nations, there are now laws being enacted that physicians that speak about their opinions, their observations, which differ from the approved narrative, they're subject to jail time and major fines, up to $200,000. This is coming through in Canada and already is enacted in France. And there was an attempt to do something similar in California. I expect we're going to see a lot more of this. So it's centralized control of messaging, of diagnostics, of patient treatment. The whole logic is built around the idea of what's best for the group, utilitarianism, as opposed to the traditional position and the fundamental aspect of the Hippocratic Oath, where the physician is focused on the patient, not on the population, not on the greater good, but on the good of the individual. And that's what's happened, is the whole thing is perverted around the idea of utilitarianism and that there should be the greatest good for the greatest number. Basically, what we have is creeping socialism throughout all of medicine.
So, Dr. Miller, the Hippocratic Oath, this is something I've been thinking about a lot, because I don't know who here has actually looked at the Hippocratic Oath in the last while. I decided to take a look in there, and it's a kind of astonishing. Maybe, Dr. Miller, if you could remind us.
Just to give you some background, the Hippocratic Oath was first recorded between the 5th and the 3rd century BC, written by Dr. Hippocrates. And it basically established the principles for ethical standards for physicians. And it was centered around confidentiality and non-malfeasance, or do no harm. There are a couple of quotes from the Hippocratic Oath that I think are very pertinent to today that I want to read. Neither will I administer a poison to anybody when asked to do so, nor will I suggest such a course. Does that make sense? I will not give a woman a pessary to cause abortion. We will help the sick abstain from intentional wrongdoing and harm, especially from abusing the bodies of man and women. Whatsoever I see and hear in and outside my profession, I will never divulge. If I uphold this oath, I will gain in reputation. If I break this oath, the opposite will wait for me.
So, this is at the individual level. We're talking about, sovereignty at the individual level here, right? Let's take it to the other side, to the international level, right? If you could summarize, Dr. Malone, what is the reality of what the WHO is trying to do through these international health regulations and the pandemic treaty?
This appears to be a power grab that's ongoing right now, basically weaponizing public health to advance centralized control. And what's being proposed, even though the WHO and Tedros keep saying that this is not the case, it's been well documented, and we covered this yesterday in the ICS meeting, that the WHO is specifically modifying their charter and the international health regulations and proposing a treaty that in the United States is not being called a treaty because that would require a 2/3 Senate vote, that proposes that the WHO will be able to establish treatment norms and define a public health pandemic or health crisis for anything they wish. This could include energy, CO2 levels, gun violence, abortion, whatever it is that they want to declare. They can call that a public health emergency under the umbrella of One Health, which makes it so that everything falls under public health as an issue. And then they will have the authority to mandate what nation states shall do in response to those public health emergencies. And by agreement, if nation states concur with this or don't object, they will be subject to potential sanctions or other actions if they don't implement the actions that are proposed by the WHO. This goes all the way down to the level of WHO being able to stipulate what medical products or procedures you receive, what vaccines you take, what medicines you're allowed to take. No more of this ivermectin, no more of physicians directly interacting with patients. This is centralized medicine on a global scale. This is globalism taking control of all medicine and will dictate and mandate what you shall do and what your nation state shall do in response to whatever the WHO defines as a public health emergency.
And so how do you respond? The typical response I hear to this, Dr. Malone, is these are just guidelines.
Yeah, so that has been kind of the limited hangout position that the WHO has taken for PR purposes. What Jan is speaking to is the kind of propaganda messaging that's coming out of the WHO that these are just guidelines. But if you go through, as Philip Krauss has done, a lawyer from Switzerland that testified yesterday and will be testifying in the Senate for Ron Johnson on Monday, if you go through and actually look at the details of the document, it clearly outlines and designates that the WHO will have authority to mandate actions on the part of nation states. What they've done is they've changed some of the words instead of optional, and they're not using the word mandate, they're using some very clever legal language that is the equivalent of obligations and mandates without actually calling them that.
Well, and this has actually been a theme, I think, in almost every area of human endeavor. Words have been twisted to mean different things.
Twisted and weaponized. This is a key part of this propaganda warfare that's going on, where a variety of globalist organizations and NGOs are redefining language, weaponizing words in order to enable their control agenda.
I always love to talk about, what do we do in these kinds of situations? Because this obviously seems incredibly overwhelming. But it just struck me thinking about you, Dr. Miller, working as a country doctor with the cattle ranch, that you actually might have some of the solution here. Maybe you can speak to that.
As far as the WHO goes?
How do we respond to these kinds of realities?
First of all, we must get involved, and we must not be afraid to stand up. For tyranny to have success, it just means a bunch of good people do nothing. If you stand up, will there be negative consequences? Absolutely. But if you don't stand up, there'll be more. And if you do stand up, there'll be many, many positive consequences. As far as the WHO goes, we must demand that our government not sign this treaty. And I would say go even further. We must leave the WHO and defund the WHO. Well, Director Tedros puts out a bunch of propaganda saying we are not prepared for the next pandemic. Well, I say, if we look at how they handled the last pandemic, they are the last people that we want to handle a future pandemic.
Well, and in the event that there's some resistance to your ideas, I understand that the physician, relationship isn't actually governed at the federal level. It's governed at the state level, right? Maybe you could speak to that.
So this is a key point. The question is, what are our strategies and tactics in an environment in which the Biden administration is all in on these international health regulations? In fact, the modifications to the IHRs were written by the US HHS. Our government, the Biden administration, is the source of a lot of this new language that's being pushed that would give authority and basically overcome American sovereignty and place it in the hands of this globalist organization, the WHO. But fortunately, we have a U.S. Constitution. And the U.S. Constitution specifically states powers not allocated to the federal government vest to the states. And that explicitly includes regulation of the practice of medicine. The federal government does not have the authority to engage in an agreement with the World Health Organization that would cede authority for regulating the practice of medicine in the United States. It's unconstitutional. And what you need to do, so there's a specific, here's the specific ask from you, okay? Here's what we really need you specifically to do, is engage with your state AG, with your governor, with your legislators at the state level to alert them to what's going on and insist, particularly in red states, just as red states have gotten together to resist the border chaos that's going on right now, to insist that the red states get together and make an explicit statement that they reject this WHO treaty and they reject the authority of the federal government to regulate the practice of medicine through agreeing to these globalist WHO international health regulation modifications that will go from suggestions to mandates under this new language. Number two, we need to set up a commission to look at what has happened here in HHS and the interface with WHO under Mr. Trump when he's elected, so that we can figure out what has gone wrong with this revolving door and all of the corruption that has moved through the whole system. Number three, we need to emphasize not centralized, globalized medicine, but a decentralized approach. The ultimate decentralization is empowering the physician-patient relationship and breaking away from these large corporatist controlled situations where basically your health, you are just a number, and your physician or other health provider, nurse assistant, etc., physician assistant, is forced into a situation where they are treating you by a checklist. That's what's happening, and that's a step towards artificial intelligence-driven medicine. That's where they want to go, is standardized medicine where you're all a number and you are processed through the system, given a diagnosis, and then basically you have checklist-driven medicine. This is what's being taught in medical schools right now, together with wokeism. This is what's being pushed all the way through the system. And if you want to live in a world in which you're treated by people like Brooke that treat you as an individual, instead of being treated as just another number, you got to get with the program and make it clear that you find that unacceptable, and find physicians like Brooke to go to get your medical care from.
Final quick thought from Dr. Miller, and just like, what does it look like to have this private practice, essentially solo, right?
Well, we were pretty much forced out of, we were in private care for a little while, had our own practice, and then we were sort of gobbled up by a corporation, and we were sort of forced out of it because we were more patient-centric and we weren't following the rules. And the reason we got there is because of the monstrosity of red tape and bureaucracy and the complexity it is to deal with insurance companies and Medicare and the government.
And Obamacare.
And Obamacare. Physicians are no longer wanting to do that, so they are running into the arms of corporate medicine. And that is the key. They're running into the arms of corporate medicine. They work for the corporation. They don't work for the patient. So we need to get back. We need to simplify the process. Nobody knows what anything costs. We need to simplify the process, make it a direct transaction between me and my patient, and their insurance needs to be for major disaster.
Well, that's it for today. Please give them a huge hand.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide...
Welcome from the Great America Show with Lou Dobbs. Lou Dobbs.
Thank you, everybody, and it is great to be with you. How are you? We've got a pretty interesting fella coming up for you to listen to and to vote for and to encourage the entire country to vote for. I would like this election to be, frankly, I hate to be partisan, but I will struggle and do so. I would love this election to be one of unanimous acclamation. And I don't see one reason in the world why it should not be. Do you? I was here just days after the president had been sworn in. It was about 36 days in 2017. And it was a glorious, glorious moment because conservatives gathering together had changed history. We even fooled the CIA, the NSA. And by the way, I want to remind you to be very careful here today as I am speaking, because it's very likely that you are being recorded. That seems to follow me around, but I've noticed it's helpful if you look to your left and your right. If you see anyone with chinos and a dark blue shirt, I would recommend caution. But the reality is it won't do any good because the NSA and all attendant intelligence agencies are listening to every word we say, every word we write, every word that is electronically transmitted, irrespective of the medium. And anyone here who doubts that should listen to our phone service at my home. We are now officially, since those amazing days following the president's inauguration, we have drifted further and further, and we were pushed farther and farther into a surveillance police state. And I don't know if we should applaud for a police state. But you know what? I'll take applause no matter where I get it. The idea that this is a free country, that this president in some way has any right to that office, and I should have warned you, I'm going to be plain spoken today. There is no question about the legitimacy of this president, President Joe Biden. He is an illegitimate president. And one of the worst results we have ever seen from any election, irrespective of crooked, rigged, or fair and free. What we are watching right now, and it's important that we decide right now that we're going to speak clearly, we're going to call things what they are. We're not going to be politically correct because I see the country drifting back into that, irrespective of the television network, run by corporatists, run by the establishment. They don't like to use real words to describe real objects. Did anybody notice that there is a high altitude object floating over the state of Colorado? Now, that's going pretty far and hard to avoid saying another damn Chinese balloon is trying to spy on the United States. Then we learn further with the appearance of this balloon, there have been a half dozen others that no one had known about. And who knows how many there have really been. We are in a police surveillance state, and we have to understand what that means. It means that you and I are obligated to do far more than we did in 2016 and far, far more than we did in 2020. Anyone who doubts that 2020 was a rigged election, they even created an agency for you to follow so that you know part of the story. It's called the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, and they put the name together so that you would be indifferent to it, maybe just let it go by. They want everything to go by. And this administration right now has managed to do this. The border is 2,000 miles long. The border, Joe Biden has turned over to the Mexican drug cartels. And the Border Patrol right now is doing nothing to fulfill their oaths of office, their oaths to defend the Constitution of the United States and to protect you and me. And people say, well, wait a minute, you can't attack the Border Patrol. I'm not the one attacking the Border Patrol. I have great faith in those men and women. I also believe when anyone in government service, public service, takes an oath, it should be fulfilled. And that includes the Border Patrol. That includes TSA. That includes the great state of Texas, that right now is the model for public service. And I just want to say to you that as we await President Trump, we have an opportunity to once again change history. But it will not be a chance that we successfully seize if we don't state straightforwardly. We are a nation afraid. We are a nation intimidated, whether it's January 6th, whether it's a crooked Department of Justice. And we have to be plain spoken, and you have to demand the same thing of the media you watch, you listen, and you read. And I hope you will. And you have to be engaged, if I may suggest that. And particularly be engaged with your local community. Control first the community, and we will then control the nation. And that is what President Trump needs from us, requires from us to succeed. It is troubling to think that this nation could be where we are, and I bet, did anyone in this room expect us to do this 5 years ago, to be in this situation? No. Well, neither did I. I did warn that there would be a war by the deep state against the president on this stage in 2017. I had no idea it would be to this extent, this successful, and that we would not rise up in the face of the adversity that has been visited upon us by the Marxists who control the Democratic Party and this White House and this president. Let us be clear, let us be honest, and let us commit ourselves to electing Donald J. Trump to the White House. I want to say to you, I am so proud to be with great Americans, great citizens. I feel much like I did in 2017. That battle was won. This battle, we will win. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Newsmax has been...
Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down. What can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future?
That's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this. They work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you. Everyday Americans.
Welcome, the Kari Lake.
Holy smoke. Hello. Wow, wow, wow. This room is electric. I know you're not here just to see me. I think there's somebody coming up that you're really excited to see. But do you feel this energy in the room? This is electric. This is exactly what terrifies the radical left and their war machine. I call them the propagandists over in the media, because there is no countering this energy. There's no saying it doesn't exist when you can feel it like this. And it's real. I love you too. I love you too. It's real and it's here to stay. This energy isn't going anywhere. And frankly, there's not enough fake news smears and phony ballots in the world to stop the number of fed up Americans who are going to show up at the polls come November, right? And over the next 8.5 months, yes, we're down to 8.5 months now, the people in this room and the people across America will devote our time, our money, and all of our energy to saving this republic. Because if we are not willing to make those kind of sacrifices, then we will, as Ronald Reagan said, fall into 1,000 years of darkness. Sometimes it feels like we're already there, doesn't it? But we're not. We're not there. And we can't give up, not in the fourth quarter. We are about to witness an American revival that is on the horizon, and we, the people, are going to be leading that revival. You know, when I was 18 years old, just a few years ago, I was inspired to register as a Republican by a man named Ronald. And thanks to a man named Donald, I was inspired to step into the political arena and run for office. He's inspired so many. Ronald and Donald, they may be a little bit different in tone, but Reagan and Trump were both the perfect man for the moment. I remember it vividly. I was just a kid when Jimmy Carter left America in an ash heap, and Ronald Reagan inherited that. But it was his calm optimism and frankly, a little bit of humor, we always loved that brought us together as Americans and inspired us and reminded us that we could get through that difficult time if we stuck together. And then nearly 3 decades later, a man with golden hair came down a golden escalator, and he gave us another reminder. Donald Trump was exactly the man we needed in 2015, and he's exactly the man we need today for the job. Thank you. You guys are too kind. Thank you. You know, I like the bull in a china shop ideology. I like a strong man. We got way too many weaklings out there. Let me hear from the ladies out there. We're tired of the beta men. We want some alpha men. And we got a #1 alpha man in Donald J. Trump. I think we've got some pretty strong men in this room as well. And that's what is going to get us through this difficult time. You know, I don't really care if he pissed off the fake news. I really don't. Those mean tweets brought us world peace. They really did. And let's face it, these people, these people in the fake news, the propagandists, they are people like at the Washington Post. Remember, they are the same propagandists who called terrorists religious scholars, and they call parents domestic terrorists. These people are off their rocker. So I'll tell you, these guys, you guys back there, you lie about President Trump all the time. You have been on an 8-year mission to destroy the man who's fighting for us. 8-year mission. But the good news is, guys, I've got good news for you. Nobody is reading that garbage anymore. And they know it. They're feeling it. Have you noticed lately you're hearing about all of these layoffs in the fake news? Hundreds of people. Yeah. Listen, I want low unemployment numbers like we had with President Trump, but I'm okay if we have high unemployment in the fake news. Maybe you guys, once your fake news operations collapse, maybe you guys can go learn to code. Maybe they can learn to code. Under President Trump, we had a historic economy. We had law and order. We had a secure border, energy independence, world peace. Inflation was not an issue. Record low mortgage rates, record low unemployment. We were safe and secure, and we were prosperous under President Trump. And that safety and security has been destroyed in just a few years of Joe Biden and his destructive policies. As a mother, nothing disturbs me more than knowing that my beautiful state of Arizona is controlled by the narco-terrorist cartels. I don't like knowing that Arizona is the hub for human trafficking, child sex trafficking, and drug trafficking. It's frankly horrific, and I know you all see it. Whatever state you're in, you are feeling the effects of this wide-open border. But think about this. We sent an army of young boys and girls, our young men and women, off to foreign lands thousands and thousands of miles away under the false pretense that there were weapons of mass destruction. Guess what? We have a weapon of mass destruction right here in our country, and it's called fentanyl. And it's time we fight that. One of the most difficult things that I've experienced in the past few years on the campaign trail has been talking to mothers and fathers who've lost a son or daughter to fentanyl poisoning, or talking to a child whose mother is no longer around because she died after taking a half a pill that was a counterfeit pill. We've got to stop what's happening at our border. We have to do it. And I know there's a man who is bound and determined to do it, and his name is Donald Trump. That's why I'm behind him. And I want to join him in Washington, D.C. to turn this nightmare scenario around. And I'm glad to know that he, along with me and many others, support saving our homeland. And the only way to do that is to return these people who are invading our country back to their homeland. Anybody who has crossed our border, these foreign armies who have crossed our border, must go back to their homeland. It's going to be the largest repatriation campaign in the history of America. I will be the fighter for the people of Arizona, a fighter who will secure the border, stand up to Washington, D.C. corruption, cut taxes, confirm conservative Supreme Court justices, and end Chuck Schumer's reign. And I, along with President Trump, will demand accountability for all of this money, all of our treasure that we're sending to fund endless wars overseas. I will always prioritize feeding the American family over the war machine. And I know that the best investment this country can make in peace and prosperity is to the American people. You know, Americans in Flint, Michigan, still don't have clean water. Americans in East Palestine, Ohio, are still living in a chemical wasteland. And Americans in Hawaii are still surrounded by ashes. Imagine if we would have used the money we've been pouring into Ukraine, into that black hole called Ukraine, to solve America's problems. USA! USA! Yep. Starting in January of next year, we're going to start putting the USA first. We need honest people to run for office, and you all know that I can't be bought. I walked away from a 7-figure contract when I told the corporate news that I wouldn't lie for them. My integrity was worth more than a paycheck, and I wish these people would do the same. A year ago, I stood on this very stage and I told you that somebody had come to my house, come to my door, and tried to bribe me to stay out of politics. He said he was representing some very powerful people back east. Did you all hear about that? They wanted me out of politics, just like they want President Trump out of politics, by the way. I keep thinking about that line, very powerful people back east, because he mentioned it a lot, that there were some very powerful people back east. Here's the problem. Wall Street has very powerful people back east who are making deals for them. Big Pharma has very powerful people back east making deals for them. Military-industrial complex has very powerful people. You know what? I think it's about damn time that the people of this country, the American people, have some powerful people back east working for them. And come January, you and your families will have some powerful people back east fighting for you. Not for endless wars, not for big pharma, not for the big banks. I can name 2 powerful people back east who will work for you, and I know there's an army more. Donald J. Trump and Senator Kari Lake. Guys, I want to first tell you the America First movement, though, is truly the biggest movement. I don't need to tell you that. I see it as a movement that saves our nation. But we've got to do everything we can to get all Americans on board. Are you willing to welcome independents? Yes, we are, aren't we? Are you willing to welcome disaffected Democrats who don't recognize their party? And they're tired of this slide into Marxism. Are you willing to welcome them into the America First movement? Yes, we are. Then for goodness sakes, we got to heal some of the rifts in our own party. Lincoln said a house divided cannot stand. The media wants us divided. The left wants us divided. We don't care if you woke up 20 years ago, 20 months ago, 20 days ago, or if you finally woke up 20 minutes ago. We welcome you into the America First movement with open arms. Truly. If you love secure borders, if you want a strong economy, if you want peace and prosperity, there's a good chance you are an America First patriot and you just don't know it. I do want to leave you with this, because I know that sometimes it gets scary, what we're dealing with. We're human. But God is with us, and He's so moving mountains for us right now. I want you to know that God does not make mistakes. I think He put me here for this moment. I know He put you here for this moment. He put all of us here at this moment. Just like our founding fathers back in 1776. We were born for this moment. You may not think you can make a big difference, but you can. You have to use every gift God gave you at this moment to save this country. Register people to vote. Knock on doors. Get involved with the campaign. Anything that you care about, get involved and help President Trump. If you're in Arizona or anywhere around the country, help me. You can go to my website, karilake.com, and find out how. We all have a role to play in this fight. We've got 8.5 months to save America, and I know we are going to do it. I know it. And this time, and just think this time next year at CPAC 2025, we are going to have a lot more to celebrate. It's going to be a huge celebration. I'm ready to make America great again. Are you? Let's do it, CPAC. Let's do it, America. Thank you. God bless you. And I love each and every one of you. Let's go, Trump 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President of Judicial Watch, Tom Fitton.
Whoa. What a crowd. Good morning, CPAC. It feels like I'm the only one here not running for vice president. Although who knows what will happen, right? Maybe the FBI needs some help or a new director. How about that? Judicial Watch is your watchdog in Washington, feared by Democrats and Republicans alike. But frankly, you got to begin with some bad news. It's too late. The 2024 election has already been compromised by the Biden Democratic Party's unprecedented prosecutorial assault on the civil rights of President Donald J. Trump. There is a storm front of selective, vindictive, political, and anti-constitutional prosecutions going from Miami up through Fulton County, Georgia, to here in D.C., and of course up into New York. And the front has expanded to other states where lawyers, Republican Party officials, and volunteers are being harassed, sued, disbarred, and prosecuted for exercising their God-given First Amendment and other rights to dispute an election. Let me be clear. Moving to jail the leading presidential candidate, seizing his assets, destroying his business, and keeping his name off the ballot are all about turning America into a one-party state. By the way, isn't fraudulently using the 14th Amendment and falsely accusing Trump of insurrection to keep him off the ballot insurrection in itself? If those abusers want to play the insurrectionist game, then virtually the entire deep state left media and D.C. ruling class will have some questions to answer. But how do we overcome the election rigging? How do we overcome it? Well, Judicial Watch knows what to do. Sue them! Counting votes of ballots that arrive after Election Day, that invites voter fraud, undermines voter confidence, and it's illegal. We're suing 2 states, Mississippi and Illinois, to stop that lawlessness. And of course, we have to ensure voting rolls are clean, because dirty voting rolls can mean dirty elections. The rolls are a mess, but Judicial Watch's heavy lifting is getting results. Our historic election lawsuits and pressure have led to 4 million dirty names being removed from the voting rolls in the last year or so. That is huge. LA County confirmed they removed 1.2 million names from the rolls. One county. DC just removed 138,000 names. That's 15% of their entire voting list. And of course, more lawsuits are coming. And on top of that, we have to shut down the border invasion, the Biden border invasion. And we need to deport those illegal aliens as soon as possible. And here's a key reason why. Their mere presence will ensure increased power for leftist politicians and their allies. If passed as prologue, these millions of illegals could help ensure that leftists get dozens of extra seats in Congress after the next census. Our Congress should answer to American citizens, not invaders from abroad. Again, the formula for free and fair elections is simple, right? Number 1 is free Trump. The rest you also know: voter ID, citizenship verification, no mass mail-in voting, vote in person on Election Day, and no ballot harvesting. Again, and let's complete the count on Election Day. Not having final results on Election Day 2024 would be another disaster for voter confidence. You know, I got very upset again recently about January 6th. I was rewatching the video of the needless killing of Ashley Babbitt, the Air Force veteran, shot for no good reason by Lieutenant Michael Byrd of the U.S. Capitol Police. Now, I've watched those videos. I can't believe he just shot her dead like that. I just can't believe it. And few in this corrupt city give a rat's tail about that awful shooting. But millions of Americans care. And her family cares. I think her mom, Mickey, is still here at CPAC. Is Mickey here? Well, give her a round of applause anyway. God bless her. And that's why I'm so pleased Judicial Watch just filed a $30 million wrongful death lawsuit against the U.S. government. On behalf of the family of Ashley Babbitt, as our lawsuit states, the facts speak truth. Ashley was ambushed when she was shot by Lieutenant Byrd. Multiple witnesses at the scene yelled, "You just murdered her." Judicial Watch is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. I tell you what, if it takes 30 more years to get justice for Ashley, that will be time well spent. And the next honest president should provide pardons and commutations for the January 6ers prosecuted by the compromised and corrupted Biden Justice Department. And hey, where the heck are all the January 6 videos? Judicial Watch sued for them, and we're being stonewalled by Republicans in Congress and the Biden Justice Department. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Speaker Johnson, call your office. Well, you know, I don't need to tell you, we're in banana republic territory now. The Biden administration, with its unprecedented and political prosecutions of Trump, is now officially a regime. You know, I've seen it up close. I've seen it up close. Not too long ago, I had significant skin cancer surgery. And a few hours after I got home, I'm on the couch recovering, feeling sorry for myself, when the FBI comes knocking. They came knocking on my door with a grand jury subpoena from the Biden DOJ. The agents tried to be pleasant and helpfully pointed out that something had come from me from Amazon. I suspect I am the first person in American history to receive FBI notice of an Amazon package delivery. I ended up being hassled and abused by the special counsel team for 4 hours over Trump documents, my First Amendment rights, and what I had for lunch with President Trump. It was a partisan fishing expedition. Frankly, it was like having to spend a day on an MSNBC panel. But I knew why they brought me before that grand jury. It was payback and intimidation for daring to defend Trump against their abuse of power. But we weren't intimidated by the prosecutorial abuse. In fact, Judicial Watch sued and is in federal court now for the names of the top staff of Jack Smith's team. We want to know just who is helping the Biden administration rig our elections by abusing Trump and other innocents. Biden DOJ seems to think they can hire the likes of Michelle Obama or Adam Schiff and not have to tell the public. If you're wondering why the court should uphold the transparency law on Jack Smith, I'd call your attention to how Fani Willis and Nathan Wade have been using their political prosecution of Trump to launder tax money to go on vacation sprees together. Are Jack Smith's team members biased or conflicted? Or are they unbiased, nonpartisan professionals? Well, they're hiding the names, so I think we all know what the answer to that is. And one more thing, if the regime is going to change the rules so Trump can be prosecuted, Obama must be prosecuted. And our elderly, well-meaning, with a failing memory president seems to have been the head of a family RICO operation for decades. Joe Biden is the most corrupt president since he was vice president. I mean, cocaine in the White House is the least of his problems. And did you see how Judicial Watch uncovered how Biden's dog bit dozens of Secret Service and White House personnel? What sort of crazy dog owner would allow his pet to bite and viciously attack repeatedly the men and women protecting his life? And of course, there's also serious evidence of criminal activity by the Justice Department, the FBI, and IRS, and those agencies' handling of Hunter and Joe Biden's criminal investigations. And Merrick Garland can't have it both ways on Biden's cognitive collapse. He should either reject the special counsel's conclusions that Biden is mentally unfit and prosecute him, or move forward with the vice president and fellow cabinet members to invoke the 25th Amendment and remove him. To accept the Hur report means Garland agrees Biden is unfit for the presidency, right? Now, we have over a dozen FOIA lawsuits on Biden family corruption, but I think we're going to still need to hire some more lawyers to keep up. You know, it's hard to imagine why a Republican-controlled House of Representatives would authorize one more dime in taxpayer money for the DOJ FBI machine. In fact, it's hard to imagine why any House Republican would keep on funding the border invasion, the abuse of Trump, the censorship of Americans, the killing of the unborn, the transgender extremist abuse of our children, and the crazed critical race theory, DEI, in the Biden administration, especially in our military. Defund it all. I don't know about you, but a government shutdown would be well worth it if it means the end of Biden's border invasion. The good news is Judicial Watch remains powerful because of the rule of law. That's why the left wants to destroy the Supreme Court and hates so much Justice Thomas. I, for one, say loud and clear, God bless Justice Clarence Thomas. FOIA law allows us to investigate everything. The founders would be proud, I'd like to think. John Adams said, "Liberty cannot be preserved without a general knowledge among the people who have a right, an indisputable, unalienable, indefeasible, divine right to that most dreaded and envied kind of knowledge. I mean of the characters and conduct of their rulers." That's why Judicial Watch has filed thousands of FOIAs and hundreds of lawsuits to find out more about the characters and conduct of our rulers. We've sued on everything from Hillary's emails to the FBI spying on the church. Frankly, we can't sue enough. And if you have FOIA ideas or need FOIA help, let us know. You know, the left Borg wants us to think that resistance is futile to their dangerous anti-American agenda, but you know better. Fighting for America is never futile. It is our duty. It is our duty to stand strong for our children and generations to come. It's the American way. So get up, stand up for freedom, stand up against the extremist left, stand up for our borders and our sovereignty, stand up against corruption, stand up for transparency, stand up for our children, stand up for life, stand up for the rule of law, stand up for free speech and your other God-given rights, stand up for the Constitution and the American Revolution for liberty it represents. We have no choice but to win. You must all be heroes for the Republic. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you. Thank you.
CPAC coverage continues day 3 here in Washington, D.C. We're having a wonderful time. Midday, noon hour here on the East Coast. And it's our pre-show for President Trump taking the stage here at CPAC in about an hour. They're starting to shut down some of the doors and the gateways into that auditorium because it's already a packed house in there.
It's already a packed house. It took a little while to fill in, but now I don't think there's a single seat that is open. So President Trump will be here very soon. In the meantime, we'll continue to re-air a couple of interviews that we have and maybe even take a couple live.
Yes, and we have spoken to numerous patriots today, a lot of conservatives, people here joining the movement. A lot of people, it's their first time here at CPAC, and they're just really enthusiastic about what they see and what to bring home with them, what they've learned here at this convention. And that's what it's all about, to network, to get to know people. And you know, Grace, I remember back a couple of years ago to my very first CPAC, and I walked in and didn't know anyone. I wasn't working with RSBN at the time, and I didn't know anyone. And now, several years later, I see people, and it's like family members. We stay in contact all year long, and it's just seeing each other again and just getting to know each other and just friends. And you find that you now have friends from all over the country.
All over the country. I love coming to these events because I always see my friends from people that I've met on the campaign trail, people that I've met at other conferences like Turning Point and stuff like that. But I think the last day or two, I've seen a lot of young conservatives around. It's usually a bit of an older crowd, maybe middle-aged, something like that, but we've had a lot of young conservatives, and we interviewed one just earlier today, Brooke Justine Murray, talking about the growing movement in New York City, swinging towards President Trump.
Yeah, love to hear it. So, yes, the young conservatives are here. I agree with you. Now that you mentioned that, I have seen some young adults and children here with their parents, which is wonderful to see. So the youth is getting involved, and we always support that. We also support you getting involved with your future financially, and the way to do that is the Birch Gold Group. You can text the word Trump to 989898. Get with the Birch Gold Group today. Don't wait any longer. I know a lot of people are struggling financially, trying to save a penny these days. It's hard to do. People are living paycheck to paycheck, but invest your future, your 401k, your IRAs into gold with the Birch Gold Group. Grace, you know all about Birch Gold.
Birch Gold is an awesome company. They really do support your values, and they're committing to, they're continuing to sponsor most of our Trump rally coverage, and they're keeping us going. So support a company that keeps us afloat and keeps us, bringing you the news that you want to see about President Trump and the America First movement. And the campaign trail is 2024, guys. So I hope that you guys are spreading the word about Birch Gold and texting Trump to 989898.
Absolutely. So give Birch Gold Group a try, and they'll send you a free information kit to get you started on the right path for your future. All right, back to here to CPAC. Again, President Trump expected to take the stage in less than an hour here in Washington, D.C. His first stop of the day. He's also heading to South Carolina tonight for the primary. We'll have team coverage there as well with Brian Glenn on the ground there. We talked to Matt Gaetz yesterday. We'll show you that interview here in just a second. But we spoke to Matt Gaetz yesterday, and Matt was actually on the same flight with Brian this morning on the way to they were on the flight to South Carolina together. And I told Brian when he landed, I said, I'm sure that was a fun conversation. Those two sitting next to each other on the plane had to be very entertaining. Who needs your coffee when you have Brian Glenn and Matt Gaetz together.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And what a conversation that they must be having. And Matt Gaetz is such a fighter. He's really, him and I would say Marjorie Taylor Greene are both they are the people to follow who are, getting the policies passed that you want. They're the true freedom fighters in Congress. Not many others like them.
Oh, yeah. They're definitely part of the MAGA movement. And again, he is also in South Carolina getting ready for that watch party tonight. We're on Trump Watch here at CPAC, also South Carolina tonight. So we're going to take a look, let you listen in to Matt Gaetz, who sat with us here at the booth yesterday. Take a listen.
I didn't see who it was, but I saw a media mob going down the hallway. And then lo and behold, as Florida man himself pops out, the great Matt Gaetz.
It's good to see you, my friend. I tell you, this is an exciting conference because it's the real centerpiece of conservative activism and shaping the direction and the energy and the soul of the party. And I think we got a lot of America First patriots here, and we want to animate those values and get away from some of the establishment leanings that I think have put our country in a bad spot for too long.
Yeah, you've always been a firebrand from day one. You've always taken on the establishment. I think the left fears you just as much as the establishment fears you. Actually, establishment must fear you even more. Let's talk about what your speech today. Burning down the house.
I love it. I love this.
When I tell people what you're talking about, they smile and kind of laugh because that's essentially what you did.
That's what you did. I want ethics reforms, and I'm trying to make the case to our voters that if the Congress is more ethical, then we will have the ability to achieve their objectives. So here are a few ideas. Members of Congress should be banned for life for becoming lobbyists or registered foreign agents. Members of Congress should not take money from lobbyists because all of that money is bribe money. All that money is money to buy a vote. And the final thing that people are really waking up to, for the same reason you don't let the umpire bet on the game, I don't think members of Congress should be trading individual stocks.
Don't you think those are three very sensible, logical?
I agree.
Democrats used to be with us on some of these things, but they have changed.
What do you think?
They've become the party of forever wars, high prices, low T, hormone therapy, and it's not really a compelling message to folks who are wondering how they're going to get by each and every day.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So when you were up there burning down the house, how did the audience react? Because you always draw a huge audience, and they love you.
I'm so grateful. I've got a lot of friends here, people I've seen throughout the years, and we're becoming stronger and we're becoming more capable, and I can feel in the audience here that our movement is ascendant. We're on the rise. We're getting somewhere, and I just want to keep the pedal to the metal, because even though the polls have looked really good, we know that there will be some shady conduct from the other side, and we have to identify it on the front end, stop it, and we can never allow polluted ballots to become commingled with legitimately cast ballots, because it's impossible to unwind once it happens.
Let's talk about the polls. You just mentioned the polls. Trump doing really good in South Carolina. Tomorrow is the big day. It's the eve of the South Carolina primary. Why is Nikki Haley still in this race?
I don't know. It seems to be some sort of self-humiliation kink that she's playing out, but I worry about her, I guess.
Yeah.
But her ideas actually need to be defeated in the Republican Party as many times as possible. Like, Nikki Haley has been in favor of 10 of the last 3 wars. Nikki Haley actually thinks big tech needs more protections in the law, that we should feel bad for the big tech entities that try to censor RSBN, that try to censor me. And she's a throwback to kind of country club conservatism, whereas I'm a little bigger fan of the hunting club conservatism.
We're live right now in Rock Hill, South Carolina, waiting for President Trump to take the stage, moments away from that. So those that are watching us in that broadcast, welcome. The fiery Matt Gaetz. Kevin McCarthy, big speaker standoff, obviously. You kind of led the charge for that. What's your assessment on Johnson so far?
Incomplete. I think that Mike Johnson has fewer tools than Kevin McCarthy, because we errantly kicked out George Santos in the absence of any criminal conviction, while Bob Menendez is dragging his Egyptian, scribed gold bars around the United States Capitol building. And, McCarthy took his marbles and went home after he was removed as speaker. And so that puts Johnson in a different spot. But Brian, we got to fight on this stuff. I mean, you guys spend so much time out with people who attend Trump rallies and come to these America First gatherings. And whether it's the border or the spending or the spying or the weaponized government, people just want to see that we're actually in the battle on their behalf.
I agree.
And when we do that, when we fight, the establishment says, oh, this is chaos.
It's chaos.
Chaos. But the chaos is what actually is the American people are feeling.
They want points on the board, Matt. I always say they want points on the board, and that's what they got. You obviously voted for Alejandro Mayorkas impeachment, which is great.
Long overdue, by the way.
Long overdue. Where are we at on a Biden impeachment? What would you do if you were in complete control how to push that forward? I say put it to the floor for a vote and make people put their names on it.
You know, it's really remarkable how that shapes behavior.
It does, doesn't it?
Because they call it the whip check. It sounds kind of naughty, but it's where they go and see how people are voting. And so often on the whip check, people will take the weak position, but when you put them on the boards, that's what we say, call the vote, then it's amazing how people get a lot of feedback from your viewers.
10,000 emails, I think Ken Buck got it. Or somebody got it.
And so maybe we need to do a little more of that. And maybe we're going to lose a little bit.
I think I know somebody in Congress that would team up with you.
That's
and between
right.
the two of you, I think you could burn down the entire establishment.
Well, and you know what? And we won't win every battle along the way. And I don't want to gaslight viewers into thinking that everything that our America First team does is always successful. You know, we take losses.
That's true.
You know, we tried to force spending cuts to defund the UN, to defund CISA, to get all of the authorizations for Ukraine money out of a lot of these bills. And we had dozens of Republicans who abandoned us and joined with the Democrats. But when we take the public votes, then the people see it, and then they can get better representation.
Absolutely. We need to know how they're voting because a lot of times people just don't know how their representative is voting.
Well, and they don't want to take the votes. So CNN did this big expose where they blame me for all these people retiring. And they say, why are you retiring? Oh, Gates has made this place just hell for us. We have to actually stay up at night and vote on amendments. And, you know, we can't go to the embassy parties and have the lobbyists buy us drinks and tell us how handsome and smart we are. And you know what? Get used to it, because I will change this place, and I will put in the work, and I will get the backup, and I will get the candidates running in these primaries to replace the rhinos and to backfill. If we've got some of these establishment clowns leaving, give me some America First reinforcements right behind
There's
them.
nobody better than Matt Gaetz, in my opinion.
telling you.
All right, so, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to do this because it takes money to keep this campaign going. How can people find out more about what you're doing? Obviously, you have a very successful podcast. How can they watch the podcast? But more importantly, how can they donate?
So Firebrand's our podcast. We would love you to become part of the Firebrand team anywhere you get podcasts. But I solicit donations at mattgates.com. I don't take any lobbyist money. I don't take any PAC money. The average donation to my campaign is about $38. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way, because when the American people go and make a small donation to show they're a part of our team, all they want is for us to be at our best so that America can be at her best so that people can live their best lives.
And as we head into tomorrow and then Super Tuesdays up next, many states voting there, what is your message to the American people? First, do you think Biden's going to be on the ballot?
I really wonder about that.
Yeah.
First of all, Biden is more of a construct than a human at this point. He is the masthead for a really well-developed network of Washington people who've kind of been running this town one way or the other since the 1970s. And Biden allows them to do that. They don't want to give up power. Like, if they removed Biden and put in Harris or Newsom, the crew from Sacramento would be rolling into Washington to run things. And these real kind of deep state Biden people don't want to see that happen. So look, the Democrats will have to sort that out. I don't want to overindulge it. I want to be focused on our message, our team, because when Trump was first elected, let's be honest, the Congress wasn't ready for it. Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell were not ready to really animate the Trump agenda effectively, and getting this Congress better prepared for the second term of Trump than we were the first is the mission that I'm working on.
And with that being said, as we head into these like Super Tuesday, what's your message to the voters? A lot of people don't want to early vote. Early voting's underway in these Super Tuesdays.
I love early voting.
Okay.
I love voting early because in Florida, ID check, signature check, short lines, and then you get your ballot in early. And we have to become more resilient. We all know there's cheating out there, but the way we become resilient is getting that vote counted and banked. Kari Lake should be the governor of Arizona right now. Okay, the reason Kari Lake is not the governor of Arizona is because we made ourselves vulnerable by pushing all of our voters to election day only, and then they were able to shut down some machines, play some games. All of a sudden, maybe that 40-minute wait turns into a 6-hour wait, and we bled votes as a consequence. So get the vote banked, and then work on getting your friends and neighbors out there really building those habits.
And before I let you go, people don't know that whoever's in charge of Congress January of 2025 writes the next tax codes.
Yep.
The Trump tax codes expire January 2025. That's why it's so important to keep the House. What's your thoughts on that? For people who might be agnostic to politics, there's nothing, they all have an opinion. They want to keep their money at the end of the day.
What you've just mentioned is actually what President Trump is obsessing about. More than the delegate count and Super Tuesday, what he thinks about is what's going to happen to an average American family when those Trump tax cuts expire. And he's like, Matt, I'm going to take office, and right away, the number one thing I did to get this economy rolling is going to be headed for a cliff. So that's why we need Republican majorities in the Senate and in the House to reauthorize the Trump tax cuts and make sure they're really effective.
The great Matt Gaetz joining us here on our pre-show for President Trump. Thank you so much for stopping by. Quite the media following that you have here. This is just a typical day for you in Washington, D.C.
We're 10 miles away from the Capitol. You spend a lot of time there reporting on what's going on. I get a very different reception here than I do 10 miles away.
Yeah, that is true. 10 miles must be 10,000 miles. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
You're taking a live look.
And welcome back to Day 3 of CPAC 2024. My name is Grace Saldana, and I'm joined by Paul Ingracia, who is arguably President Trump's favorite Substack writer right now. Paul, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me on. One of my favorite networks, RSBN, and it's been a great CPAC so far. And, the crowd is beginning to really file in to see our 47th president of the United States. It's also obviously the South Carolina primary today. So hopefully, it's going to be a double victory for President Trump. I expect to see an amazing speech today and also a victory in South Carolina.
Absolutely. He's, crushing Nikki Haley in the polls.
Yes.
There's no possible way that she comes out anywhere even close to him tonight.
Not at all. I mean, listen, she's relying completely on Democratic voters, on independents who lean left, and there aren't too many of those types in South Carolina, which is a deep red state. So, she doesn't have a real voter base, as we all know. She's being funded by Reid Hoffman and all these liberal, far-left, woke billionaires who are also financing the witch hunt, the political weaponization against him, as we see in like the E. Jean Carroll case in New York State, where I'm from, and so many of these other cases. So she is the very definition of sort of paid opposition, and hopefully she'll go down in flames. Bird Brain hopefully will be butchered today, and hopefully we'll knock her out of the race. That's what we expect. But at the bare minimum, President Trump will have a resounding victory today in South Carolina, and that's what everyone here seems to believe.
Right, and it's insane how the Democrats and the Biden DOJ are weaponizing our systems against President Trump. You're an attorney in New York. You're familiar with all these cases, I'm sure. So what do you think the future is of these cases? Do you think that, just tell us your thoughts.
I mean, it's very sad. It's a sad reflection on our justice system, the state of affairs in our country at large. I mean, you're having basically one half of the country, or the ruling class, the current regime, the Biden regime, literally persecuting a political opponent. Now, these are the people who claim to be the biggest supporters of our democracy and the biggest defenders of our democracy, using anti-democratic means, namely the justice system, to silence President Trump, to persecute him. They hope to bring him in jail, put him in jail, and take him out of the presidential race. Of course, that won't happen. I see these cases ultimately imploding. Obviously, the disaster that was Fani Willis in Georgia, that whole thing basically fell apart, given all the corruption and all the scandals that came to light over the past couple of weeks. The same thing hopefully will happen with this D.C. case involving Jack Smith, and New York State is one of the worst, one of the most corrupt justice systems in the country. So the only way this will go through is if, great American patriots, and they're, the silent majority, they're no longer the silent majority, if they continue to fight, they continue to push back against this, the regular people, the narrative will collapse. But we have to keep the pressure on the people who are behind this witch hunt and the weaponization of our justice system.
I'm glad to hear you say that, and I want to go a little bit deeper into that. This is clearly election interference.
Yep.
All these hearings are, they're timed right around, Super Tuesday's coming up. President Trump's going to be distracted and having to go to New York and go to Georgia and this place and that place. But that's not going to stop the American people from supporting him or voting for him.
It won't support them. And I think the base, if you go by 2020, which of course was rigged and there were a lot of fraud and there's a lot of irregularities, of course, in that race. But, assuming the 75 million that he had back then plus, I think that he adds to that already. I think his base of supporters has grown, upwards of 100 million. And you're seeing this based on how well he's doing in all these primaries, so far. And so the momentum has to continue on that front. But I think, as you said, the process is the crime. The process is the obstruction, the election interference. The fact that he has to appear in court rather than being on the campaign trail, rather than preparing to make speeches, rather than planning his next administration, that itself is obstruction, that itself is election interference. So even if he gets off the hook ultimately, even when he does, not if, when, because he's going to prevail, they're still impeding, his ability to, obviously make put the strongest foot forward, so to speak, in terms of, planning for the next administration, which is we need our Republicans in Congress to really step up and denounce this. This is on them. This has to be a group effort. It can't be totally on Donald Trump's back. All of us have a part to play, and especially our elected officials.
Absolutely, and I think that Congress is trending that way for sure.
Yep.
People like Congressman Matt Gaetz, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene have really led the way on that, and I think we saw that even with the recent speaker election.
Exactly, and we're talking about this. Obviously, you had Congressman Gaetz here on this network doing a great interview. But, we're talking about, you can't become complacent. It's easy for D.C., a city like Washington, D.C., and this is what they want to do, revert back to the status quo prior to Donald Trump, revert back to the same policies that have led to the destruction of our southern border, that have led to the deindustrialization of our economy, that have led to the offshoring of jobs, that have empowered countries like the CCP and other countries that are, obviously now seeing us represented on the world stage with a senile, crippled old man and Joe Biden, and basically laughing at us, Iran and all these other countries, North Korea being one of them. So, there's a lot of work to be done. And that's the reason why people like Matt Gaetz, who have stepped up, who have exercised the motion to vacate, who have continued to throw sort of wrenches into the system, that's a good thing, because it keeps, it prevents the system from reverting back to its former complacent, ways that have destroyed our country, basically.
Right. Got a tough question for you. So
that's why I'm here.
Semi-tough. How do we win? President Trump keeps saying, we have to overwhelm the polls. A lot of people are very concerned about election integrity after 2020 and what we saw. And they're saying, well, the rules haven't changed since then. So why should we think we have a chance? What do you think?
Well, listen, there's a legitimate concern. I think the momentum is on his side. I think, assuming even a somewhat, and I don't want to take anything for granted, but even factoring some degree of fraud, I think he still will do well. Obviously, the election, however, comes down to 3 or 4 states in 2020 decided by 40 or 50,000 voters between 3 or 4 states, and we know those states: Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, the key swing states. Obviously, he's polling better than he's ever polled in his entire political career, 2016 and 2020 included, in all of these states, and he's added to that with states like Nevada, where he has 10-point margins by some polls. So the political ground game is really good. It looks really good for him. We just have to, obviously, again, hold our elected officials accountable. I'm from New York State. The Republican Party in New York State is still anti-Trump. They're full of rhinos. And, we're leading grassroots efforts in states like New York and New Jersey to put the pressure on these people. They have to endorse Donald Trump, if your congressman is a Republican and still hasn't endorsed Donald Trump, call them up, as a regular voter, call them up as a constituent. You have a duty to do so. They have a duty to rally behind him at the bare minimum. I think what's also promising is this recent news that the RNC, and hopefully this will happen over the next week or so, is being overhauled. Hopefully Ronna McDaniel steps down and it's replaced by President Trump's recommendations.
That would be a huge move.
Lara Trump, Chris LaSavita, and so on and so forth. That would be a huge, huge move for the Republican Party at large.
Absolutely. That just kind of adds to the point we were talking about earlier. It's
Right.
just this shaping up to be more and more America first every day.
It is. It is. It's the party of Trump. And the reason is not just because, it's not a cult. It's not like loyalty to one man. It's because he's the thing in the way. He always says that he is the one obstacle in the way between the ruling class in this country going after you and me, the regular American
They're not after
people.
me. They're
Yes,
after you.
Exactly.
I'm just standing
That's
in the way.
Exactly it. That's exactly right. And that's why we need leadership to reflect that reality on the ground.
Love that. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about, I'm sure maybe you're privy to some of this. President Trump has been teasing some rallies in New York, in the Bronx, in Madison Square Garden. He said a couple other places they're considering. Do you have any insight on that?
Well, a recent poll had him, this was in October, and I'm sure it's narrowed since then, like within 9 points of Joe Biden in a state like New York. And I think it's even closer in a state like New Jersey, which should be very competitive. Back in 2022, Lee Zeldin, who ran for governor, only lost by 6 points in New York State to Kathy Hochul. In 2021, Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, lost by 3 points to the Democrat, Phil Murphy. So these states can be competitive. It came very, very close. Donald Trump, obviously New York is his home. This is where he built his businesses. A lot of negative news coming out of New York over the past several years because of these political witch hunts. But I think a rally would be really, really good. It would be a really welcome homecoming because the Republican voters, even not just Republicans in New York State, independents and many Democrats as well, given the fact that there are many Trump supporters in the Bronx, and that's not traditional Republican country by any means, they all love Donald Trump. No one in New York, if you ask the average man on the street, is a Biden supporter. So I think it's an excellent idea, and I think it's something that, as Trump would say, he's looking at very strongly.
Absolutely. Do you think New York will ever become a red state?
I think it can, and there's a lot of work to be done. And the main obstacle, again, is the Republican establishment, this trenchant Republican establishment, and the people in charge, Ed Cox, I'll name them, Joe Cairo, the people in charge of the state who have held out, and they put in candidates. We saw in the New York 3rd Congressional District race, the recent race, which was a major debacle for George Santos's former district. They put in a candidate there who was anti-Trump, who's still a registered Democrat. So you have to put in America First Republican nationalists who support Donald Trump into the races. It's a very simple formula, but these people apparently have not learned the lesson over the past 8 or 9 years. If they had learned that lesson, in the Republican establishment in New York and in New Jersey got a little bit more on board. They're a little bit better in New Jersey. I think these states could be very competitive and competitive as soon as this November.
Right, and I think that a couple of leaders doing an excellent job in New York are people like Congresswoman Elise Stefanik and Lee Zeldin. Who are some other people that are on our side?
In New York,
New York,
myself,
New Jersey,
the New York Young Republican Club, Gavin Wax, give him a shout out, Andrew Giuliani, those types, Vish Burrow, who is here, I see him all over the place. In New Jersey, the America First Republicans of New Jersey, a great organization. You have Jeff Van Drew, who is President Trump's campaign state director for the state of New Jersey. He's doing excellent work there as well. So those types of groups, Mike Crispy, who leads that America First Republican group, they're actually doing real great headway. They're registering voters. They're getting signatures to get Trump on the ballot. Those types of efforts go a long, long way. Really putting yourself out there in the field, talking to regular people, really goes a long way. And you're seeing efforts like that in both states, especially New Jersey.
Incredible. What is your final message to our viewers?
Well, the viewers have to be optimistic. There's obviously these next 9 or 10 months between now and Election Day are extremely pivotal for this country. This is a make or break election for the United States of America, and that's no exaggeration. This is the most important election in our lifetime. It's a generational movement for our country. And listen, all the momentum is on President Trump's side. Just keep keep the hope, get involved, stay on the grassroots, register voters. We need to register voters in any state. It doesn't matter if you're a deep red state, a purple state, or even a deep blue state. There are many unregistered Republican would-be Trump voters who need to get on the ballot, or who need to be registered, and that will help go a long way because, again, the election will be determined potentially. I think it will be more than just 40 or 50,000 votes. I think President Trump, if all goes fairly well, will win with a considerable margin in 2024, more so than 2016 even. So, I think it's good. We just got to keep the momentum going and the positive energy going.
And lastly, before we go, how can people keep up with you on social media?
So I'm all over the place. I'm on X. My handle is just Paul Ingrassia. Also my Substack, which is regularly retruths. I write articles
all the time
covering the campaign by President Trump himself. That's paulingrassia.substack.com, paulingrassia.substack.com.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming on, Paul.
Thank you so much, Grace. It's a pleasure.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
All right, getting closer to President Trump taking the stage here at CPAC in Washington, D.C. We're right in front of the doors where people go into this auditorium, and right now there's a crowd standing outside, and people have been coming in and out. The seats look packed in there, and it looks like it could be standing room only.
Yes, it certainly does. It is packed wall to wall in there. CPAC always gets packed for President Trump, so this will be an excellent speech that you will not want to miss. I'm sure he'll have some special announcements, and tune in.
Yeah. Mike Lindell just walked by, CEO of MyPillow, always drawing a crowd where he goes as well. When he's walking around, he's always walking fast-paced, and the crowd's right behind him. Hey, also down on Media Row, we have some of our sponsors are here. So we want to talk about one of the sponsors that is really great to us. It's really great to its customers, and we know they'll be really great to you as well. That's Tax Network USA.
Tax Network USA is an excellent company. They've been with us for a long time. So support companies that support us. It's very important that we are able to continue to go to events like CPAC, events like, Trump rallies, and we have wall-to-wall coverage all day long today. So it's only possible because of sponsors like Tax Network USA.
Yeah, don't let the IRS take advantage of you. You get in front of the game, get ahead of the game. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. That's $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your tax issue, they specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. So whatever you do, let the experts do the work for you. Don't worry about it. Hand it over to them. They'll take care of it. So go to Tax Network USA. That information is on your screen, tnusa.com, tnusa.com/RSBN. Make sure you get the RSBN in there. That 1-800 number also on your screen, 1-800-357-1415. That's 1-800-357-1415. Again, don't let any tax issue overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA. While you were doing that last interview, Grace, President Trump was actually posting on Truth Social some new poll numbers out, looking like nationally he's now with a 60-70 point lead over Nikki Haley. So his numbers continue to grow
Of course.
nationally over Nikki Haley on the day of the South Carolina primary.
Nikki Haley is not making any friends with voters. They will, the MAGA movement is not going to forgive her for this. I honestly don't understand any good reason for her to continue to stay in the race at this point. It just seems very, vengeful against President Trump.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
I don't know what it's out of or why she's doing it, but nevertheless, here she is, and President Trump is he's gonna sweep it tonight.
Yes, absolutely. We're expecting that. He has about a 30-point lead in the polls in South Carolina alone. While she was talking about why is Nikki Haley even in the race? We don't know. Only Nikki Haley can answer that. We've asked the political analysts. I mean, anybody you can imagine is here but Nikki Haley. Anybody you ask, they just don't have an answer. Only Nikki Haley can answer that.
The only answer that I've heard that sounds plausible is just the donors, the left-wing donors that continue to, give money to her campaign. But I don't even see that. That's not even a legitimate reason because, she's not doing anything positive for the movement. She's really only dividing people further and just trying to detract from a good thing we have going on with the America First movement.
Basically political suicide for Nikki Haley. Her future is done. People are mad at her. People are upset with her. They don't want to see any more of her. So whoever's consulting her is doing a terrible job. But hey, whatever her reason is, we don't understand it, but okay. Looking at his numbers that he just posted, he's dominating her again by a 60-point lead. Those numbers in the polls show 79% for Donald Trump, 19% for Nikki Haley. Now, we are South Carolina. That's our focus today is South Carolina. But don't forget, if you are in the March 5th primaries, Super Tuesday states, your early voting is going on as well. Talking to some people at home this morning in Texas, early voting is underway there. They were heading to the polls. Good to hear. Don't forget, early voting is underway in those states as well. That is states like North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, Oklahoma, Massachusetts, Texas, Florida. They all
so many. There's so many.
Mm-hmm. Those fall into the Super Tuesday. Going over those states again. We have California, Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Tennessee, and Virginia. I think I named those wrong.
Good job, Vanessa.
So again, there's a lot going on.
A lot
California, Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Tennessee, and Virginia. Those are the correct states. Those go on right now for early voting for Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday comes around. Will be everywhere as well. Also with the Trump team, wherever that watch party is taking place. We're your campaign headquarters. We're going to be there. So, we'll get through South Carolina, see where President Trump announces where he's going next. You can bet that RSBN will be there, showing you the crowds, showing you the people that show up to these events. And Grace, I have to tell you, just looking around, it just gets more full and full. You can hear the crowd cheering inside. They're very energetic today.
They are very energetic today. And speaking of energy, I've seen a lot of energy in the other polls, the non-primary polls, the general. A few have come out recently. There was kind of a stretch where there weren't very many, but President Trump is sweeping Joe Biden in those too. I'm seeing a lot where he's up by 4, maybe up by 5 or 6. So President Trump is shaping up very well in that, and I think he's also doing well in the swing states, which are very important. Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, those types of places. So it's going to be a very interesting election to watch. I think, it could be a little close at times, but I think he'll push through.
Absolutely he will. The silent majority no longer silent, making noise all across the country as President Trump makes his way to these different states. Just in the last couple of days, he was in Tennessee and Nashville, and then he made his way to South Carolina. He'll be here in Washington, D.C., and then back to South Carolina. So we're doing a
and then to Michigan.
Around. Yes, and then to Michigan.
On to Michigan.
Absolutely. So we will be following and tracking Trump on the route as
and you can follow President Trump and with RSBN, like Vanessa's been saying, we're going to be following him everywhere. But make sure that you're tuned in to our website, rsbnetwork.com. We post all kinds of news, anything that happens with President Trump, we have news on it. If if he's going to this state for this reason, if he's talking to the Teamsters tomorrow, if he's going to court the next day, we're gonna cover all of that for you. So make sure that you are tuned into us, because I'll tell you what, a lot of networks cover President Trump, but they don't do it like we do. We are able to commit the vast majority of our resources to just covering him. So you'll find all of that news on rsbnetwork.com. You can also subscribe to our newsletter, which I put together every week, of the top articles of the week. I don't do daily. I don't want to spam your inboxes, and we never sell your information. It's always free. Sign up for that at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter.
Yes, definitely always love getting those alerts to my phone when RSBN posts something out there. So make sure that you're signed up for all of the notifications as well. It's going to be a busy year. I mean, already it's February, and sometimes I'm thinking, okay, where's my mind? Think straight, Vanessa, because
it's only February.
There's so much going on, and it's just going to speed up and pick up as the year goes on. So tracking Trump is no easy task.
It really isn't, but we make it work.
To make it easier, make sure you're following RSBN, and make sure you get one of these. One of my favorites, I have all of my Trump memorabilia and everything all over my house, not only for myself, but for my child as well. Free Trump book, get that. Lots of great information there on the successes of President Trump in the White House when he was president and when he was 45. So make sure you start teaching your kids about President Trump at an early age, and you can do that with Free Trump book.
Free Trump book, and it looks beautiful. I was talking about this earlier, but I just think that their graphics, their graphic designers are so good at what they do. It's a beautiful book. Your kids will love it. So get Free Trump book.
freetrumpbook.com. All you have to do is pay a small shipping and handling fee, and that's it. It'll come straight to your door. freetrumpbook.com. Okay, this is something that made my mouth drop yesterday. Couldn't believe it. Are you ready for this?
Oh, no.
Are you sure?
I'm like, what's this news?
Okay. I was talking to Brian. We didn't get around to talking about this yesterday. Don Jr. actually posted about it today, actually late last night. This is a report from the Daily Mail. Joe Biden is 81 years old. 81 years old. He was asked, what's the key to a great marriage?
Interesting question.
What do you think he answered?
I don't know if he has a key. What was it?
Are you ready at home? I almost hate saying it. I'm sorry you're eating. It's going to be very disgusting. You already heard it. She knows.
I haven't seen this yet.
Good sex. Okay. I'm sorry if you're eating at home. I know it's lunchtime. There are things that I could go through life without knowing, and that is what happens behind closed doors with Jill and Joe. Okay? He could have said, just being in love. That's the key to a great marriage, because that should.
That's so likable.
Joe, we don't care. We didn't need to know that. That's disgusting.
I think he has bad advisors.
He has to.
I think he has terrible advisors that try to make him seem relatable and edgy, and about how the liberal, they try to promote very free and open relationships and all this type of stuff. So I think they're trying to make him seem better than he is, and I don't think that's possible.
No, that's the most disgusting thing I've thought about all weekend. So sorry I had to tell you about it, but
yes.
I just wanted to let you know. That's one. So we're talking about Don Jr. So Don Jr. had a very great reply. I can't repeat it on air, so you go read for it yourself on social media. His reply to the U.S. Daily Mail's article on Joe Biden's answer to his key to a very good marriage.
Yes.
And so yeah.
Anyway, I don't think Joe Biden has a lot of good advice.
No, he doesn't have any good.
He's not a good president, if you even want to call him that. We need President Donald Trump back in the White House, and that's what CPAC is all about today.
Yes.
So,
and Joe Biden, I don't even know how he remembers what goes on in the bedroom, because he can't remember what goes on in our country. He can't remember what goes on with his son. He can't remember anything, as a matter of fact. So he can't even remember how to walk off the stage when he's giving a speech. So, so I don't know where this article, how it happened, how it came about. I could have gone through.
I have a question for you, Vanessa.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you think they're going to continue to run Joe Biden, or do you think they're going to replace him with somebody more sinister?
I'm torn, because here, look, there are so many different people and moving parts and pieces to the puzzle. I just don't know. And so there are people who literally, that is their job, to watch the numbers, watch the polling, watch what happens, and go from there. I don't know. I can't see him. I can't see him winning fairly at all.
No.
In this election. But will they try something else to keep him in? I don't know, because right now he's just a puppet.
Right.
Clearly,
they want to keep him
somebody
that way.
else is behind him as the ventriloquist talking for him. He's just the talking head. Somebody else is running the show, obviously. So do they want to continue doing that, or do they want to bring in someone else? But who else would they bring in? Michelle Obama's name's thrown around. I don't see it. Gavin Newsom is truly who I see if they were to do it. But look, let me warn you about Gavin Newsom. He's very charming, charismatic, attractive, smooth talker. Think of Obama on stage. When Obama went on stage and people just
very good
drooled and oh, he's wonderful. I'd love to look at him for 4 years. Well, okay, his policies are terrible. He's, killing babies in California and letting illegals come in and live for free, giving them free health care. They can't afford to live in California. Gas prices are through the roof. And so he may be charismatic, but he's terrible as governor. Keep California in California. Don't California our America. So I can see them trying to push someone like Gavin Newsom in. I really don't know, Grace. I don't have an answer.
I think they want to use Joe Biden for as long as they possibly can. He's the perfect puppet for them. He doesn't have an opinion. He just does what he's told. He can't even remember anything. It's definitely elder abuse. I'm not saying it's right at all. I'm just saying that I think that if the Democrats have the option and he is, he can walk enough, I think they will continue to try to run him.
Right.
I really hope we don't see a Trump would destroy Michelle Obama.
Trump could honestly destroy anyone.
Yes, he would destroy anybody.
Yes, he could. Yeah. If the election is fair and run correctly and the votes are counted exactly how they should be, Trump can destroy anyone, put anyone up. Name a person.
Absolutely.
He can win. So that's not that. It's just the cheating and who's behind.
And a quick observation from the ground, they just closed up the doors over here. This is part of the entrance into main session. It's looking like President Trump will be taking the stage if he's on time, about 12 minutes, maybe a few minutes after.
Yes, so we are waiting for President Trump. Great observation. They've shut the doors so nobody can come in. People can come out, but if you come out, you're not going back in.
Not going back in.
Secret Service has this building on lockdown right now, so if you're not in, you're not getting in. Okay, let's talk about AMAC. You know about AMAC very well. They've built this nation. The people of this great country have built this nation, weathered challenging times, witnessed moments of greatness. Now you're watching it fall apart, as we've been talking about. America deserves better. You deserve better with a company that's conservative, and they love the American values and the American dream, and that's the Association of Mature American Citizens. Mature American Citizens, it's America's leading conservative senior advocacy and benefits organization, 2 million members strong. Make sure you become a member today. You can do that for as low as $12 a month. Not bad at all at amac.us/right.
AMAC is an awesome company. They strongly align with conservative values. If you go on their website, amac.us, they have, it's all red, white, and blue. It's clearly very patriotic, American themed. They talk about faith and freedom and family and the importance of those. And they also give you a ton of discounts. And it's a cheap, it's a low price.
$12 a month.
$12 a month. Can't beat that to get, insurance discounts, travel discounts, entertainment discounts, all kinds of good stuff. And so why go to somewhere like AARP when AMAC exists?
Absolutely. Go to amac.com or amac.us, that is, amac.us/right. While we're talking about how we can better help you, that's what we're here to do, and we want to serve you and let you know about great companies. Don't forget about the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Invest in your future. Invest in your funds for your children, your grandchildren. Think ahead. These are challenging times, as we just mentioned. We never know what tomorrow is going to bring. A lot of people can't save anything right now, but you can. You really can. And the Birch Gold Group can help you do that. So text the word Trump to 989898. Plan for your future with the Birch Gold Group, and you know about them well as well.
I do. Birch Gold is an incredible company. Vanessa just mentioned it a little bit, but who knows what's going to happen with the economy? I mean, we hope that President Trump wins, but if he doesn't and Joe Biden is in office again, what's going to happen? How high can inflation go? Where's the ceiling? So, it's better to be safe than sorry and invest in Birch Gold.
Yes, Birch Gold. Text the word Trump to 989898. All right, so 12:51 here on the East Coast as we await President Trump. Vanessa Broussard, Grace Saldana here, kicking off this pre-show as we wait for the president, who will then leave from CPAC in Washington, D.C., and then head to South Carolina for the primary tonight. That's where our Brian Glenn is standing by. I had the chance earlier to speak to someone who I really admire. Her name is Hadass Levy. She is an artist, a musical artist, and she works with Forgiato Blow, Latinos for Trump. These are singers and rappers who have left just their whatever genre. Think of whatever genre you want when it comes to music. They have left that and started a conservative musical genre, and it's taking over. It's taking the world by storm. This is music that you think of a rapper, you think of drugs and women and going out and gold chains and whatever the case may be in their songs. But these rappers sing about God, country, faith, freedom, making America great again. And so that's what I like about them. And Forgiato Blow is doing a wonderful job of bringing in more and more people. Every time I talk to him, he's like, I signed another one. I signed someone else. He keeps signing artists because more and more artists are wanting to come on board. And so I met with Hadass Levy. Let me know in the back if we have her interview ready to go. Hadass sings for CPAC. She has sang at Mar-a-Lago, the national anthem. And she just had a song come out yesterday that I downloaded last night in my hotel room. Beautiful song. I want you to listen to this interview. She'll tell you about the song, her new album, and how you can follow her. Take a listen. So excited today to be joined by Hadass Levy, a musician, a singer, songwriter, new song out. We're going to talk about all of it. Beautiful, sweet, inside and out. So good to see you.
So good to see you too. Thank you for having me.
Yes, we've been having a great time. So not only is it CPAC, you have new music coming out, so a lot happening this weekend. You have sang the national anthem at CPAC, I think twice so far this year.
My fourth time.
Fourth time this year?
Oh, no, my fourth time at CPAC. Twice,
Okay.
twice now.
Twice now.
Today was my second time
Yes.
this year.
Why? Okay, sorry. That was a practice run.
Okay.
Good thing it was recorded.
Just a warm-up.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com.
So excited to be joined by Hadass Levy today, a singer, songwriter, musical artist who has new music out. She performs here at CPAC. She's performed at Mar-a-Lago. She is the it movement right now. Hadass, so good to see you.
Thank you. It's so good to be here. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Beautiful inside and out. Her music's just as great. Let's talk about your new song that's out, God's Land. I downloaded it last night in the hotel room. love the song.
Thank you so much. Yeah, God's Land is the first single out on the American Dream album. And the video is great. We have Forgiato Blow. Trump Latinos are featured on it. And the song is really about just keeping God in this country. I know the Democrat Party is trying to take God out, the schools, the culture, and we really want God to stay in this country. And I have 3 kids, and I want to raise them in an amazing country that I grew up in.
Absolutely, I do too.
Yeah.
And my little boy, I think about that all the time.
Right.
What kind of country is he going to grow up in? And so it's up to us,
exactly,
in our perspective ways, to reach out to so many people to make sure we protect this land. With you, it's through music. Let's talk about that. What made you decide to go this route and be part of the conservative movement through your songs?
Well, I was a professional singer when I was younger, and I stopped singing when I got married and became a mom. I wanted to be a stay-at-home mom and raise my kids. My kids are older now. My youngest is 6. And I was a conservative, and I was a huge Trump supporter, and I moved from Los Angeles to Florida because California just really went down the drain, frankly. And when I moved here, I thought, I really don't want to see Florida. I really don't want to see the same thing happen to Florida as it did to California. So I thought, how can I get involved? Well, I sing and I write music, and I started again, and I've been singing and writing for the past 3 years now, and it's just been my way of giving back and, kind of putting in what I have, what my gifts to the movement and the party. And I really want to see Trump win. I think he is going to win. And hopefully my music can, help influence that a little.
And we want it to influence the entire land. God's Land is out right now. Make sure you go download it. I downloaded mine on Apple last night. You can do yours on iTunes. Let her get up the charts. Yes,
thank
push her
you.
up the charts. And let's talk about your entire album. I know this is the first single out, but let's talk about the album itself.
Yeah, so the album is American Dream. The American Dream is something that I remember as a little girl, moving from Israel. Growing up, my parents are part of the American Dream. They started a company from scratch that became very successful. And, these days now, a lot of people feel like the American Dream is sort of fading away.
Right.
We don't want that to happen. We want the American Dream alive and well. It's one of the tracks on the album. There's another song called MAGA Nation, which is super fun with Trump Latinos. I have another song with Mises, Never Enough. It's just kind of an American nostalgic country pop, a few featured artists. Most of the songs are actually everything but the Star Spangled Banner is original. And there's 12 songs on the album, and if you like country pop and God and freedom and Trump, you're going to love the album.
You know what I was telling Trump Latinos and Forgiato Blow yesterday is that I'm from Texas. I live on the coast, and we'll be seeing it soon as the temperatures warm up. I know you see this in Florida, the Trump boat parades, and better music to listen to on those days when there's a Trump boat parade than your music. Play that album and just blare it and just be good patriots, good American loving songs.
Absolutely. And actually next week we're releasing Only One Man, which is about Trump, because he is the only one man that can save this country right now.
I believe so as well. How can people follow you on Instagram?
It's Hadass Levy 777. I'm on Facebook, Hadass Levy. I'm on X, Hadass Levy 777. And they can download my album American Dream, Hadass Levy American Dream, on all music platforms.
Make sure you go download her music.
Thank
I'm telling you, I downloaded it last night in my hotel room, and I loved it. Started off with Forgiato Blow, and then I heard Trump Latinos, and then your beautiful voice, absolutely gorgeous. And then I went to your Instagram, followed you there, saw you sing at Mar-a-Lago, the national anthem. It'll blow you away. Make sure you follow her. She's doing great things, and we're appreciative of you and what you're doing in the music industry.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
More CPAC coverage next. All right, we're having fun here at CPAC. We have some mic checks going on and some issues going on, but we figured it out. And Hadass Levy is she's beautiful, a beautiful soul, so sweet. Everyone she meets, it's like, it means the world to her to meet people here who are fans of hers. So download her music, get her up there in the iTunes charts, and it's that conservative movement that we really need to see on the radio stations and on our phones and on our AirPods or whatever the case may be. get that conservative music in your household.
Absolutely, and I wanted to talk real quickly about Mike Lindell, so hopefully we can air that segment shortly here. But Mike Lindell spoke here at CPAC. He's a true patriot, and he needs our support more now than ever before. I mean, he's been such a loyal supporter of RSBN. He's been so dedicated to the election integrity cause and saving our country and supporting, superstars like Kari and all the other conservatives that are partnered with MyPillow. He's really doing incredible work, and I just wanted to encourage everybody here watching right now before President Trump takes the stage to go to mypillow.com and use our promo code. See if there's any little item that you can purchase to support Lindell and support our nation and the integrity of really our entire future. We have an important election coming up, and we need fighters. So let's keep him afloat, help keep RSBN afloat, and support all of us on mypillow.com. They have Giza Dream Sheets. They have the MyPillow My Slippers, I think they're called.
Yes.
Lots of other amazing products as well. Dog beds, all kinds of good stuff. So use code RSBN for up to 66% off at checkout. That's the biggest discount. You won't find that anywhere else. There's no credit card deal or bank deal or whatever that you're going to find that replaces that discount. So promo code RSBN at mypillow.com. And if we have that interview ready.
Brian Glenn had a chance to sit down with Mike Lindell here at the RSBN booth. Always a pleasure to talk to Mike. Take a listen.
Okay, we're back out here live at this CPAC booth here, and with the one and only CEO of MyPillow and the patriot of the world as far as saving democracy, Mike Lindell.
Thanks,
I just
Brian.
put
Thanks
that title.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you for coming by. And of course, we always know when Mike Lindell is in the house because the media is like a big mob. They just follow you around.
Oh, they're chasing me around today because of yesterday's news.
Okay, you've got a lot to unpack here in the next couple minutes. We'll talk about securing our elections, which Mike Lindell has made it a priority in his entire life to do. But first, you made news yesterday that the media could not get away from you. Let's talk about that.
Right. Well, a judge, another, I won't even badmouth the judge because I just don't care anymore. A judge ruled in Minnesota. Remember, we had the cyber symposium in the summer of 21. Actually, it was one of the company did. It was Lindell Management LLC. They had this event, and which actually started everything, kind of planted all the seeds.
Sure.
Well, we had this event, and there was a challenge there, and that the data was not, you had to prove it wasn't from the 2020 election. Well, all the cyber guys, even the Facebook fact checkers said, well, yeah, it's from the 2020 election, and it was a great event and everything. Well, this guy named Zeidman they brought in, and to make a long story short, they actually bring him in with his lawyer, and his lawyer actually worked for the company that I have now that had all the data. Okay. So he already knew it was legit. It's really complicated. So anyway, they go to arbitration, or they go to the mediation, they lose. Then they go to another mediation, and those three judges said, "Oh yeah, it's you win your $5 million." So then I take it to court last year, and it goes. So just yesterday, a judge ruled, "Yep, you got to give them $5 million." The company. So it's all over the news. Mike Lindell and us, another $5 million, put it on the $8 billion lawsuits against him, right? And so, of course, they're asking me, well, what are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? Well, number one, it's not against me personally. And number two, it's a big distraction for what I'm doing right now. That's why they waited till now. I have a plan to secure our elections, and that's why I've been attacked relentlessly since August. MyPillow's been under the biggest attack in history right now, not January 21, right now. Why? Because in August, I announced a plan to secure our elections and go to paper ballot, and somebody out there doesn't like that, Brian.
I wonder who it is. Of course, Mike Lindell, from day one, I often tell this story that right after the election, I got a phone call from you that says, Brian, we got to talk. I do not like what I'm hearing. I don't like what I see in terms of what happened in the 2020 election. If there was not a Mike Lindell, I'm not sure we would know of all the discrepancies that happen around this country.
Well, God, here's two dates, Brian. Nobody really gives any meaning to, and they're two of the most important dates ever. That's January 7th and 8th of 2021.
Okay.
And those 2 days, 1.2 million Americans got deplatformed. Vimeo, YouTube, they deplatformed. Churches got, anybody that spoke out about the election or our great real President Donald Trump got deplatformed. That's the day they tried to take away our voice forever. They wanted to take away our voice. It got down to like a little tiny dot. Well, on January 9th when I got all my evidence. Now here you're giving this to a guy that God blessed me with a big platform and a loud mouth, right? And that day, I went out and tried to tell the world, but I couldn't get it out there. The media wouldn't put it out there until, if you remember, at the White House, I was trying to get it to our great real president so he could sign off on the government gag order that was on it. Well, I had papers from some lawyers, and they took the famous picture outside the White House, martial law. You know, Mike Lindell, there's the pillow guy outside the White House with martial law paper. Well, then it started, and the biggest attacks in history, because they knew now it was too late to close the gate. The word was out, and I had something, and I didn't change, Brian. The country changed. I was the same. I was the media's darling. You know, how many people you hired for my employee-owned company, and all of a sudden the media's hating me.
Public enemy number one.
Public enemy number one of the media, not the people. The media and the box stores, they all went away. Their number one product has been attacked. But during that time, 3 months of attack, and people, I tell the media all the time here, I said, well, Mike's a conspiracy theorist. He wants to overturn the 2020 election. By the spring of 21, Brian, I went on Jimmy Kimmel. That was the first time on Jimmy Kimmel. And he asked me, by then I knew it was all this stuff was done with computers and stuff. Every county had all these people that didn't live there that had voted. And I go, people are good people. They didn't march into Minnesota and say, let's go vote for Biden, I mean, that's not, it was done with computers. So I had all this evidence. And it wasn't about win or loss. It's about preserving our election. I'm okay who wins as long as they're elected and not selected by the people. That's why you have election. So I get on Jimmy Kimmel. He says, Mike, would you still be sounding the alarm if your friend Donald Trump had been selected, like you say? I said, absolutely I would. Anyone that knows me, I would. Right now, the 2020 is gone back there, and, we're talking about 2024. Why are they attacking me more now than they even did back in January of 21? There's more of us and everything now, and there's voices everywhere. Well, the reason is because of the plan I announced in August to get rid of the machines, to go to paper ballots, hand counting. And Brian, it's working. We have over 250 counties now committed to paper ballots, hand counted for the 2020 election. It's beautiful.
And that's great, because when you look at, there's swing states, and then there's counties in those swing states. So when you really narrow it down, there might be a dozen counties in total that could really shift an election.
But here's the problem, everybody. We 3 years ago, this has been going on for 3 years. My teams then, after the summer of 21, we had, right now I have over 300,000 people in all 50 states. When we approach these judges with lawsuits, and we approach counties and states to get rid of the machines. I met with attorney generals, secretary of states. I went around this country for 2 years. My teams did. Guess what the biggest pushback was? The uniparty Republicans. I was crazy. I go into Alabama. I got John Merrill, the Secretary of State, in 21. I go, John, look at your voter rolls. You had 4,680 people that voted that are over 110 years old. He goes, Mike, we live pretty good here in Alabama. I go, John, that's not funny. Yeah. Or Cleburne County, Arkansas, Brian. We get there, and they go to paper ballots. They voted in paper ballots. Everyone in Arkansas, all the counties were going to go to paper. A guy named Kim Hammers, a Republican, pushes a bill through and says, if you go to paper, we're going to defund you at the county level. Does that make sense in our own party?
It doesn't.
So now we're going around that, everybody, with the plan, and you can check it out, lindellplan.com. You go there. We're going around them, and we're like in South Dakota today, as we speak, Brian.
Right now
at 11 o'clock Central Time in South Dakota, in Pierce, South Dakota, the capital. I hope the governor's watching there. I hope you go down there and make an appearance. All the counties in South Dakota, they have a law in their book that all they need is 5% of their counties registered voters to get a petition, and then it goes on a ballot to get rid of them within 60 days. We already have 12 counties of the 66. Brian, I believe we're going to get all 66, and South Dakota will be the first complete paper state. Now, here's why it's important. You have this going on in New Hampshire, California, Missouri. Now, why are those important? Because finally we'll have a breakthrough and a proof of concept. Then we can go to Arizona, Michigan, up in Pennsylvania where they have more votes than voters. You know that, Brian, right?
Right. And
so it's amazing.
They
how
have
they do
voting
that.
season, not voting election day.
Voting season. So we're very confident. I've never been so confident, everybody. And when you see me getting attacked like yesterday and my company getting attacked, they want to do that for a distraction. And I'm telling you, I am laser focused. We are going to secure these elections and we are going to save this country. And that's it.
Mike Lindell joining us outside of CPAC. That is probably the number one question we get is how do we secure our election? We know we
Right
have
there.
the votes right there.
Right there. LindellPlan.com, everybody. LindellPlan.com. We put it all there. It's laid out. It's laid out beautifully. And remember, the RNC, as much as people can't stand them right now, that's what they're doing and all this stuff that they got Ron out.
Yeah, it's changing a little bit.
It's changing. But the RNC, when I ran for RNC chair last year, one of the things that manifested out of that with this was the RNC, they passed a resolution in August, and it says 168-0, by the way, 168-0. Paper ballots, hand counted, same day voting, precinct level, and signature required. So they need to follow their own thing. When we go back into these states, there better not be any chairmans or going, hey, we really like our machines. Well, wait a minute, you voted 168-0 to get rid of them.
Right.
And Brian, we have some great offense now because we have examples. Argentina went to paper ballots this fall. One judge ruled it, and they had a free and fair election.
And they had obviously the most popular president they've elected in a long time.
Because he was elected and not selected.
Yeah.
You had Taiwan do a complete election with save their country. You had Ecuador that they just did that change of paper ballots, hand counted, all over the country. And when we go to these clerks now and these election clerks and we come to them, there's no reason they can say no because, it's going to cost more. No, it's less. Yep. And we already have proof of concept. We've used our system in the U.S., in Missouri last spring. Democrats, Republicans counting together, done in the same time as his machines with 100% accuracy.
Okay, we got to wrap it up here. Toss back inside as we're live at CPAC. We'll come back out here because we've got some specials on mypillow.com on the website. So anyway, toss back inside as we're live here at CPAC.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
Okay, we're back out here with Mike Lindell. This is part 2 of our conversation. We talked about saving the elections. You've got a plan. But this all started because they attacked MyPillow, a company they used to praise and kind of really admire the way you've built this company out of nothing into something as one of the biggest retailers on television. They've attacked MyPillow in many different ways, financially.
And you know, Brian, it's the American dream on steroids.
Yes,
it really is. This is an employee-owned company. They want that gone too. They want to destroy our country. They want, so many other companies that have been destroyed, small companies, but they don't have a voice. God bless me with this voice, and to fight back. And how do I fight back? I fight back with specials.
Yeah, you do. And you've done really well fighting back with specials. We got the MyPillow 2.0, which took off. Yeah. But we've got some really, before he came on, I just want to be very transparent. He said, right now I've got some really great deals that's very specific to Right Side. Yeah. And he pulled them up on his phone. Let's talk a little bit about that, because if you want to support Mike Lindell and what he's done as far as election integrity and defending our elections and what he's done across the board on everything, if you want to support this network, because in full transparency, we do get a portion of proceeds on these sales. So let's talk about these very special things that you have going on.
This is I'm announcing this right now. This is the first time. This is breaking news with MyPillow. We just got in our our famous percale sheets. They've come in, and we normally the sale price is like $69, $59 for the queen size. We are doing right now, and I don't know how long this will last, for sure this week with RSBN promo code, the queen size, and all the colors and sizes just came in. You check it out, the best sheets ever. The $34.98 for the queen size, unheard of. Okay, $39.98 for the king size. I mean, Brian, this is we're doing this for a special here for you guys. You guys were there with us from the beginning. Do you know that?
Yeah.
You supported us when we were other media outlets were attacking, and they wouldn't have us on. And so you guys use that promo code RSBN. You get those percale sheets, $34.98 for the queen, $39.98 for the king. All the other specials, the blankets that all came in, all the blankets are on sale too. And they're all on sale. You have and then we added today the Giza Dream pillows. Okay, to go with the Giza Dream sheets. These pillows, the queen size. You ready for this? I think they're $24.98 for the queen, or $27.98, and the king is just like $3 or $4 more. Unheard of. These are things that were $79, $89 for RSBN because of your guys' great support.
I love it, and of course, you need to help out patriots like Mike Lindell. I mean, I don't even want to talk about the legal bills that you've paid throughout the years. I mean, it's in tens of. Probably upward of $40 million.
$40 million. They asked me the other day, the media, when are you going to give up on this? Do you have any regrets? And I said, they go, you've lost everything. I said, I still have my pickup and truck at my house that I started with, my pickup and my truck at my house. That's it.
Yeah, I still have that. All right, so definitely go check it out, mypillow.com.
And I want to say one more thing, Brian. And also, you guys, I've set this up, mystore.com. You can use promo code RSBN. They get a portion of that, too. We set that up for today. Thousands of USA products and entrepreneurs, they need support too.
That's true.
The little guys. It's like
true.
a mini Amazon.
That is a mini Amazon. All right, we're going to toss to a quick commercial timeout, perhaps. You might even see a MyPillow commercial toss in there. We'll come back out here live from the booth with some more interviews. We got to change the set here as we're live here at CPAC 2024. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, Mike Lindell, always fighting hard for the American people, fighting hard for election integrity, taking the hits left and right, Liz, as he does in this battle. Him and President Trump both. The more they fight, the more the left comes after them. But they're continuing to go strong. Mike Lindell, support him like he supports us. Go to his website, mypillow.com.
Absolutely. He's like a rock. He's like unwavering on anything. No amount of lawsuits or deplatforming is going to stop him. So make sure you support us and him at mypillow.com/RSBN and use our code RSBN at checkout for up to 66% off your entire purchase.
Yep, so you're saving, you're helping Mike Lindell. It's a win-win for everyone. Sitting out here on Media Row as we await President Trump to speak at CPAC, it is quiet on Media Row right now. You can hear a pin drop. That hasn't happened since Thursday. And the reason is because everyone's inside waiting on President Trump. They have closed these doors, not letting anyone in. If you come out, you're not going back in. Secret Service has it locked down. Volunteers are around making sure people don't get in, because if they do, they're going to get stopped by Secret Service.
Right.
So there's just no way. There's multiple barricades of people you have to pass through if you think you're getting in, and it's just not going to happen. But awaiting President Trump to take the stage here. Can't wait to hear what he has to say. Grace, he's had a busy couple of days. He spoke at a convention in Nashville, Tennessee on Thursday night. He had 2 events yesterday in South Carolina. He has CPAC this afternoon, and then he has his watch party tonight as those results come in.
Right.
I asked Carolyn Levitt, his press secretary for the campaign, just yesterday, how does he do it? Because I want to know, but also the people want to know. That's a question that I get all the time. How does he do it? And I'll say, I have no idea, because it's wearing me down, and we're just in February, so I don't know. Carolyn says it's the people that keep him going. He knows that the people need him, so he has to do it. He can't give up on the American people, and he loves them so much, and this country so much, that gives him the drive every morning to get up and keep fighting.
He is a true patriot. He doesn't want to let this country go down the tubes, which is what's been happening under the Biden administration. So I think CPAC is usually a really energetic speech, and we will see maybe we'll see some new news come out of this. Oh, let's not forget about the straw poll that we're going to have. Yes. I don't remember if that's going to be before or after President Trump, but I'm sure it's going to be a policy-packed speech laying out his agenda for the future of, the conservative movement, America as a whole, the Republican Party, all of it, because I think it's crystal clear that President Trump is the leader of this entire thing, of the Republican Party, of the movement, and of America.
Yes, absolutely. The movement, the MAGA movement, something we've never seen in our lifetime and probably will never see again. The MAGA movement that President Trump initiated, which he started, will carry on for generations and generations. Think of Michael Jackson when it comes to dancing.
Right.
Michael Jackson started the moonwalk and all these hip moves that had never been seen before. And you look at hip-hop today, decades later, and dancers are using the same moves from different forms originated from Michael Jackson. Same scenario here. Donald Trump has started this movement, this original dance that conservatives, aka the dancers, are going to use years and years down the line. So he is, you call Michael Jackson the king of pop. Trump is the king of America. Like, he is the movement. He is this new establishment. He started it. People love it. People want it. They can't get enough of it, and they want to continue that for years to come, for generations to come. So never thought I would compare Michael Jackson and Donald Trump, but I found a way to do it.
Two of those famous people of all time, arguably.
Yes, that people love. Yep.
Yeah, that people love and adore. And I think that there's so much of that here. President Trump is really so beloved by the people and by young conservatives. We've interviewed at least 2 or 3 today that are about my age, about 27, 28, talking about how, their friends and their families are all coming around to this idea that, President Trump actually wants to save America. It's not all the stuff you hear in the mainstream media. It's, he actually does want to change things, and he's not doing it for himself. He didn't need this.
Let's ask the viewers a question. If you were a billionaire, heck, even a millionaire, multimillionaire, but if you were a billionaire from Manhattan, you built the New York City skyline, you had this beautiful family, kids, grandkids, you could retire. You're at an age where I've worked so hard my entire career, it's time to retire, I've made billions. Would you be doing this? Or would you be on a yacht in Italy somewhere, or in the Bahamas, or the, Virgin Islands, I don't know, Hawaii? Would you be doing this? So then, if your answer is heck no, much more respect to President Trump, because he is doing it, and he's doing it every single day, day in and day out.
Day in and day out. And he is, I don't know how many lawsuits there are, but probably around 10. We are covering them all the time. But yeah, having to face all those lawsuits, they mugshotted him. Let's not forget.
And it backfired.
And it backfired.
The left thought, this is going to bring him down. We're going to make him get a mugshot. Ha, ha, ha. We're laughing about it. This is the best day for us that we've seen in years. As soon as that mugshot was released and it was put on photos and put on shirts and printed on hats and put on people's profile pictures on social media, and it just blew up to where, people who have been jailed and feel like they have been jailed improperly or for the wrong reasons said, we can relate to him. We've been there.
Right.
And so it backfired on the left. Another way for them to be like, we tried this attempt. That didn't work either. What else are we going to do? So that mugshot was seen around the world, and it actually backfired on the left.
Yes, and every time he gets indicted, his polls just keep going up, and they just keep skyrocketing. He's doing so well in the swing states. We talked about that earlier. He's just doing well all around, and it's just such a shame that they are just pursuing this witch hunt against him and all these lawsuits. It's ridiculous. It's unbelievable, and it's shocking to see this in America. And it really shows you that if for no other reason, you should vote for Donald Trump and elect, in my opinion, elect him to be the 47th president. Because what are we going? Do we want our justice system to be like this? We just weaponize it against anybody that the establishment and the deep state doesn't like.
Right, and before, I always was taught this. I come from a law enforcement family that you are innocent until proven guilty, but the left these days wants you to be guilty until you're proven innocent if they don't like you. So if they don't like you, you're automatically guilty, and you're going to have to prove that you're innocent. And even though you prove that you're innocent, we're, biased judges, so we're still going to convict you and find you guilty. What? Like, that's not America. This is a banana republic that acts that way. This is not America. This is a communist country. When you start going after your rival in the political world, the top leading candidate on a party that's opposing you, like, that is not how it works. And that's
Right.
what they're wanting, and this can't be the norm.
And we just saw it. We see examples of this all the time in other nations, like Russia. I mean, Alexei Navalny just died in a Russian jail because he opposed Putin. We don't want that to be our country. It is actually unbelievable that this is even happening. So that's why so many people here at CPAC are excited to see Donald Trump and hear his policies laid out.
Yes, and they are waiting. They're jamming in there. We hear the music, and we've been actually singing along a little bit to some of the music they're playing in there as they wait President Trump. We're hearing he's a little delayed, he's a little behind, but he's on his way. Don't get discouraged. He'll be here any minute. Let's talk about Hollywood. We have a guest that we interviewed earlier today, if we can get that one prepared. She actually lives, she is she's in the film industry. She's a director, she's a producer, but she doesn't live in Hollywood. She lives on the East Coast, complete opposite side of the country. And she talks about the issues that we see in Hollywood. The fact that there are issues in Hollywood, people are waking up to it, they're seeing it.
There's a big conservative movement in Hollywood as well.
Absolutely, there is. So let's go to that interview. It's very important that I wanted to show you this when she came up to me and approached and said that she is a producer and in this movement. Because, I've seen, Grace, sometimes that more and more actors are moving out of Hollywood. They're taking their families and moving away to other states because they just don't like what's going on, not only in the industry, but also the state under Gavin Newsom.
Right.
So this is Nina May. She is a film producer with Renaissance Women's Productions. Let's listen to her and what she says about the struggles of being in that industry and dealing with Hollywood. I'm back now with Nina May, who is a writer, a producer, a director, work a lot in the film industry. So good to see you today. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it.
When I think of the film industry, I think of Hollywood.
Yeah,
and
we all do.
You're on the opposite coast. You're
Yes, on
staying
the
as
East
far
Coast.
away from Hollywood as you possibly can.
Yeah, not just geographically, but philosophically, because we think what's happened with Hollywood is it's become sort of a bastion of ideas being churned out that solidify the left's position on everything. And of course, we know that the stranglehold that the Chinese government has on them, and we've seen it in a lot of the movies that they've changed the plot. They've changed, for example, Tom Cruise in Top Gun, made him take the Taiwan badge off his sleeve. And what we've seen as independent film producers, especially out on the East Coast, is that Hollywood has been kind of like the man in The Wizard of Oz. Don't look behind that curtain. Don't look behind that curtain. We pulled the curtain back and we go, wait, there's nothing here. There's nothing deep, dark, and mysterious about it. You've been intimidating everyone for years into not producing. First of all, it was you had to belong to SAG. You had to be a member. You couldn't have any, couldn't hire any actors that were SAG on a non-SAG movie, on and on. We said, well, we're Virginia, we're a right-to-work state, so I'll take our chances. So a lot of the actors started seeing, it doesn't make any sense to stay with SAG because the only thing that I get, the only benefit I get is to vote for someone to be nominated for an Oscar, Best Picture, Best Actor, and everything like that. They said, and our side never wins anyway, so why should I reduce my chances of being in a movie and making money just for that one silly thing, voting? So they go FICOR, so they can still say they're SAG, so they can still work on a SAG movie, but FICOR means they can work on an independent that's non-SAG. So we're trying to, sort of chink away at that wall. But to be honest, we're not having to do much. They're doing it to themselves.
Absolutely, they are.
They really are. And the actors we work with are thankful that we're doing movies. They're thankful that they can work finally because especially conservative actors, they're being ostracized. I mean, they are literally being shut down in Hollywood. and they're good actors too. So I'm thinking, talk about cutting your nose off to spite your face. I mean, how silly is that? And to be honest, when you're on a set in Hollywood, and I've had a lot of my friends tell me this, they say you feel like you're walking on eggshells, you're behind enemy lines, you have to be so careful about what you do. We're exactly the opposite. We are a safe place to be. There's no issues with people if they want to have a conversation about something. I'm not going to tell you what to say or not what to say. And we bond together as a family. And at the end of a shoot, everybody goes, oh my gosh, tell me the next time y'all are making a movie. It's so much fun being here. In fact, we don't even call it work, we call it playing. And so I'll email someone and say, hey, do y'all want to play with us? We're about ready to make a movie. And the word play is what we use.
I love it. That's great. And it's great to know that there's an alternative out there because we hear so much about Hollywood. And let's talk about real quick, we are on a time limit, but I want to talk about the hidden messages in these films too. And it's targeting children now. So they have these hidden agendas that they're sneaking into the scenes.
Yeah, exactly. The pedophilia is just so obvious. And you can't watch a TV series now without the gratuitous gay scene. I mean, it's just like, seriously? You have to throw that in, right? It's almost like you can do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the gay kiss right there. And you're thinking, okay, maybe that's your life. It's not mine. It'd be sort of like if I'm not a big horse person, I'm not going to go to any movies that have horses in it if I don't really like horses, or vice versa.
Right.
So yeah, there's a lot of hidden messages and a lot of propaganda, but people need to be smart enough to see through it. We just want to entertain.
I think we are waking up. I think America's waking up. They're seeing it. Not fans
and you know how
of
they're
Hollywood.
waking up? They're not going to the theater. They're not going to the movies. They're not.
They're not watching the award shows.
No, none of that. None of that.
They don't have anything to do with it
That's
anymore.
exactly right. They have so marginalized us that we are the vast majority now, where it used to be we were the minority.
Right.
So it is actually kind of fun.
Yes, so it's good to see that people are taking a stand against Hollywood because it needs to be done, and it needed to be done for a long time.
Absolutely.
So how can people follow you? How can we get a look at some of your work?
Oh, gosh, we've got so many things. We're Renaissance Women Productions. You can go renaissancewomenproductions.com, or the easiest one would be errvideo.com, and that's our the reparations, ERR, Emancipation Revelation. That's the documentary we did on the history of the Civil Rights Movement in America, because we want people, especially blacks, to understand that the Republican Party was founded specifically for their ancestors. So if there's an issue of reparations, you got to tack that bill to the door of the DNC, because they were the ones that separated out of our country. They started their own nation. People don't really understand that. The Confederate nation had their own flag, their own currency, their own president, their own constitution, and it was all based on keeping slavery alive.
Right.
So I say, to any black American, how in the world can you possibly belong to the party of slavery and oppression? Seriously. You need to come back to the party of Lincoln. It was the party of civil rights, equal rights. It's the abolition party. It's the civil rights party, basically.
Right.
So,
yep. So we'll definitely give you a follow and watch you, and also that movie as well. So Renaissance Women's Productions is the website to go to.
Right.
Nina May, so good to see you. Thanks for everything you do.
Absolutely.
Keep up the good fight. It's the East Coast versus the West Coast when it comes to the movie industry.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me,
Yes.
too. Bless you.
Our coverage continues here on CPAC from Washington, D.C. All right. So, as a mom, Grace, I'm even having to watch the movies, the cartoons, you name it, that my child watches, because I've heard that Hollywood tries to sneak in different messages, signs, into not just the words but graphics,
right?
And they just sneak stuff in, and so it's just very hard these days to just try to fathom what I like to call is the devil. If you're negatively trying to brainwash people and kids and turn them into a demonic lifestyle, as Hollywood tends to do a lot of times, I mean, it's just evil.
Absolutely, it is evil. Hollywood promotes a lot of stuff. And, I don't even like watching modern TV and films and all of that stuff, because it is all just so stuffed with propaganda. They're always promoting their agenda every chance they get. And I watch old stuff now. I'm just I'm not interested.
I can't tell you the last time I've watched an award show. I can't tell you the last time I've watched late night TV. I don't find it funny anymore. Back in the days of David Letterman, it was funny. It was good to watch. Loved it. Those days are long gone.
Long gone.
You look at, these new ones. Who do we have? We have who are some of the late night TV?
Modern Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy
Jimmys.
Kimmel, he's come after, he airs a lot of the
He
stuff
does.
that Right Side Broadcasting Network airs. So hello, Jimmy Kimmel. And he makes fun of our fans and our viewers. And also, he makes fun of Trump supporters. But we pray for him. We say
do.
bless his heart in Texas. So bless his heart. And surely his numbers aren't high anymore. Nobody watches him. But that's Hollywood, and that's what they want. They try to poke fun of the conservative movement. They try to poke fun of Christians. They try to put stuff into their movies and their shows and their, you name it. And so I think a lot of people I know have just turned away from Hollywood, and they're just done with it.
Yes, they're done with it, and they should be. I mean, we shouldn't be, supporting things like that. So,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of people fighting back, and that's the good news.
Yes, and actually, when we went to Nevada several times for the Nevada caucus, a lot of people from California had come over. A lot of people from California are moving over, they told me, from California because they can't live under the reign of Governor Newsom there. And so they would tell me, there are so many conservatives in California, but the mainstream media doesn't want you to know about it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to want you to know about it. And so
That's actually how I got my start in politics.
Yeah.
Was in California.
Yeah, that's where you lived.
Right, I lived there, and I first was involved with Turning Point USA, and we started a club on my college campus at Palomar College in San Marcos, and my primary goal was to recruit enough students to start a club there that we could talk about conservatism and all that kind of thing. And these aren't kids that look like your traditional conservative that you would see at CPAC with a little suit and tie and all that. These are, your California type of conservatives, but the great thing that we all had in common is that we wanted to save our state, because our state is just getting destroyed by Gavin Newsom's policies and leftist policies and stuff like that. But regardless, there's a massive movement going on there, and I think that people just don't know about it. And I think if they did, they would group together and they would go out and vote. And I think we could turn the state red.
Yeah. Also, the same thing going on in New York right now. Look what they just did to President Trump, slapping him with a fine for doing nothing wrong. The banks have said he's done nothing wrong. They have testified he's done everything by the books. He's done everything like he's supposed to do. He's paid all of his loans back, but they still wanted to slap Trump with a fine. And so we see people pushing back against New York. The truckers for Trump are saying, we're not making deliveries to New York. You have celebrities and you have regular citizens who are saying, we're moving away from New York. We're done with New York, because that's what's going on in these states. So we're seeing that Republicans are really standing up, especially when, the left tries to attack. One person who really makes a stand and takes a stand in New York from the 21st District is Elise Stefanik. Wonderful.
Amazing powerhouse.
In Washington, D.C. Yes. We actually talked to her yesterday. Loved getting to meet her. She's doing great things in the swamp here in D.C. Let's take a look at that interview. Here is Elise Stefanik.
Spending some time with us, Elise Stefanik, a congresswoman out of the great state of New York. Welcome.
I'm excited to be here. CPAC, there's lots of energy and enthusiasm.
Well, for one thing, I got to comment on your dress. It's beautiful.
It is really pretty.
Thank you. I'm excited for spring.
Yeah,
So,
yes.
brought out the spring colors.
Yes,
and warmer weather.
Yes.
As we wait for President Trump, we've got a live look at South Carolina right now. What is it about his policies right now that is so needed in this day and age of where we're at in this country?
Well, I think voters can compare the weakness and the catastrophes under Joe Biden with the strength and success under President Donald J. Trump. For example, and I talked about this in my speech, we had a booming economy. We had a resurgence in U.S. manufacturing. 15 million Americans lifted out of poverty. This was all under President Trump. Compare that with Joe Biden, the highest rate of inflation in my lifetime. So the economic issues, people are feeling those, and they contrast the failure of Joe Biden with the success of Trump. Another issue that is top of the mind for voters is border and the lack of border security. You have a wide open border under Joe Biden, and people understand that we had the most secure border in our nation's history under President Trump. And it's not just southern border states. I'll tell you, in my district, I have a portion of the northern border between New York and Canada. There's been over a 500% increase in just the past year alone of illegals crossing our northern border. So every district is a border district, every state is a border state, and people get that.
I'm glad you brought that up, because we do hear about the southern border a lot, but we do have the northern border that we can't forget about as well. But when it comes to the southern border, which most people, I guess, I don't want to, debunk what you said about Canada, but the southern border, it used to be the southern states that really said that we are in trouble, but now it's every single state, and you're seeing it there. So you're seeing the southern border problem and the northern border problem in New York.
And this is an American problem.
Yes.
This is a catastrophe no matter what state you're from, but certainly our southern border states are facing an invasion across the southern border. If you just compare the sheer numbers, they are so much greater illegally crossing the southern border. But I always point out the impact on the northern border as well. And it impacts us in different ways. I represent Border Patrol officers who have been transferred over and over again to the southern border because of the invasion we're seeing there. But people understand, for example, as illegals are being transferred to New York City and illegals are overrunning, they're assaulting NYPD officers.
Right.
This is now in our communities, in our states. And that's why you're seeing it's not just Republicans who are voting for President Trump, it's independents and some Democrats as well who know we need his strong leadership.
Elise Stefanik joining us on the pre-show for President Trump, waiting for him to step out in South Carolina. Let's talk about inflation real quickly. Taxes, New York. Inflation and taxes really hits the consumer hard in that state, and Joe Biden's economy and Bidenomics is clearly not working.
Bidenomics has failed, and it is a political catastrophe that the White House is trying to convince the American people that Bidenomics is working. It's offensive because as people are seeing their price of groceries go up, they're seeing their car insurance payments go up. Young families can't even afford to buy a house in Joe Biden's economy. And in New York, we get the double whammy of being one of the highest taxed states in the nation with onerous regulations. That's why you're seeing, unfortunately, a mass exodus from New York State. And on top of this, in terms of the anti-business climate, you have prosecutors, radicalized prosecutors, going against businesses. And I've heard from so many business leaders who are leaving New York State as a result of that.
Mine as well.
Yeah.
What is the vibe
After
there?
the verdict and the judgment, you saw people say, hey, I'm not going to invest in New York City. That's obviously clearly not good for people who live in New York. But what's your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that, it's just another chapter in the witch hunt and illegal weaponization of the federal government, of radical prosecutors against Joe Biden's top political opponent. And it's not a coincidence that as Joe Biden is plummeting in the polls, you see more and more of these witch hunt lawsuits, whether it's trying to remove President Trump for the ballot or whether it's this phony prosecution, which there's no victim. All the loans were paid back on time.
And the banks would even do it again.
Yes.
And the reality is the business owners, and they've said this to the media, they're saying it to their representatives, they are fleeing New York State because if it can happen to President Trump, it can happen to anyone.
The thing I love about, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say on that topic, the truckers saying that we're not coming into New York, we're not making deliveries there. This is affecting everybody. So now it's trickling down to the residents who are feeling the effect of this bogus decision to just go after a political opponent.
Yes, people are smart. The American people are smart. They see through this. They see through these weaponized and radicalized prosecutors who are literally doing the Democrats' bidding. And in the case of the New York Attorney General, this is someone who ran for office explicitly going against President Donald J. Trump. And that was to garner support from the radical far left. And now we're seeing that it's shredding our Constitution along the way. But you're right. People are stepping up, whether it's the truckers, whether it's hardworking Americans who are saying this is wrong.
It is wrong.
Obviously, you're a big part of the impeachment on Mayorkas, so thank you for doing that. But a lot of people said, well, Mayorkas only got his marching orders from, you name it, Joe Biden. So where are we at on an impeachment on Joe Biden? Congressman Gates was here. I want to do a whip check. I want to put the floor for a vote. I want to people put their names on it because I think we'll see exactly what happened with some of these others that went against impeachment on Mayorkas. But what's your thoughts and possibility of really moving forward with an impeachment on Joe Biden?
I think it's very important that people in the highest office of the land, so the President of the United States, I think it is the most corrupt president we have ever seen and the biggest scandal ever in American politics, and that is the Biden crime family. And were it not for the House Republicans' impeachment inquiry and what we've uncovered, whether it's the hundreds of thousands of dollars that have flowed through Hunter Biden, James Biden, the brothers, illegal deals, that went directly to the coffers of Joe Biden and Jill Biden. So this is real stuff. Bank records don't lie, and we're going to continue making sure that we uncover all of that. Now, bringing votes to the floor, we need to work with every member. We have a very slim majority, but I'm the strongest voice in leadership who has advocated for accountability, and I believe we need to hold Joe Biden accountable, and that is moving forward when he has committed impeachable offenses, which in my opinion he has.
We all love you for that. Just know that. More importantly, we want to keep you in office. So, always say, hey, you've got to donate. You got to, campaign financing and getting your name out there and keeping fighting is a big important thing. How can people donate to your campaign?
Go to EliseForCongress.com and just know that as the House Republican Conference Chair, we're supporting strong conservatives and Republicans across the country who support President Trump and who will hold and grow this House majority so that we can flip the Senate, get President Trump back in the White House, have a Republican House, and deliver good conservative wins.
Amen to that. No, final question. New mom, how's the baby? How's motherhood right now?
Well, he is 2.5. Sam, he is my pride and joy.
That's great.
A toddler. He's very energetic, very smart, and I'm teaching him the Pledge of Allegiance, so he almost has that down. Yes, and I'm so proud. At 2, he knows the Pledge of Allegiance, so I'm so honored to be a mom. That's the most important title I have in my life.
We got to get him that free TrumpBook.com, that little cart.
As well.
You do?
Yes.
All right.
It's an energetic age.
There you go.
It is an energetic
We're
age.
tossing.
Stefanik, isn't she amazing?
She is amazing.
And she's so sweet.
Yeah, I think a lot of women used to admire people like Nikki Haley, but Elise Stefanik is really leading the charge on that nowadays. I mean, she's really done such great work in Congress, and she's been a very loyal ally of President Trump as well.
She has, yes. So, great to see her here at CPAC, and she's another one. And when she is, wherever she is, there's the crowd. The people love her. All right. We are moments away, just minutes away from President Trump taking the stage, and we want to really hit home on several things. One, our newsletter, also our social media. We're so close on Twitter, right? Twitter?
Yes, Twitter.
To getting 1 million followers. We need you to go follow us right now because that's Grace's goal this year is to get 1 million on Twitter. Well, X now. Look, you're going to have to forgive me.
X, a.k.a. Twitter.
Yes. X.
Right. Yeah, so we thank you guys for, joining RSBN for so many years now, and we still continue to provide all these rallies and speeches, and it takes a lot of work. It takes a big team. Our writing staff has grown. I think we are at 8 or 9 writers right now. We're using a lot of contractors, and they're amazing people. They put the hard work in and day out. They don't take breaks. I have Summer Lane right now at home pretty much doing my job for me because I'm here at CPAC. I'm on air with Vanessa, so it's difficult to run this operation day to day. So we appreciate all of your kind support. And on that note, we love all of our partners and everything, but please, if you can spare anything, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. A few dollars goes a long way with us. It helps us get to point A to point B. We have Brian Glenn in South Carolina tonight. He took an early morning flight, pretty last minute actually. We were like, we got to have Brian in South Carolina. We can't have him here in D.C.
Yes.
Tonight's the primary, so we work on bringing all that coverage to you, wall to wall. We show you the crowds. We bring you the interviews that other people won't do. So we appreciate your support there. rsbnetwork.com/donate. And Vanessa mentioned our social media. We've come a very, very long way with our social media. We have, with such a small team, our corporate team is probably 6 or so people. It's very small, very quaint, but we get the job done and we bring you all the latest. So go and follow us at RSB Network on X, Facebook, Truth Social. We have Getter, we have Gab, we have Telegram, and don't forget the RSBN mobile app. You will never miss a rally or a speech if you are tuned into the RSBN app because we send live push notifications right to your phone. So it's not a text message, it's a notification. So we just let you know, hey, we're live. President Trump is taking the stage right now at CPAC in DC, for example. All that good stuff. We send all of our top articles as well. I've mentioned this a few times today, but I'll talk about it again. Our writing staff works very hard to push out a lot of Trump-focused news. We're telling you about what's going on with all the Trump cases, all these lawsuits that are going on, all these upcoming rallies. Who will his next vice president be? We cover all of that and more at rsbnetwork.com and the newsletter. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. It's once a week. We send you weekly updates with all the top stories as well as special promos and more. So we won't spam you, we won't sell your information, and it's always completely free. So rsbnetwork.com/newsletter.
All right. And make sure while you're there, you donate. Can we hit that?
Donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also send a check in the mail to our studio in Alabama. It's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. So, like I said earlier, every penny counts. It gets us to these events, and we're going to need more help than ever in 2024. This is the last stand. President Trump is last stand. He's the only one standing in the way, and we need to continue to support him. And while the other networks are great, besides the mainstream media, we have a lot of friends around here, but I think, we bring you the best coverage by far. We're going to show you the crowds as much as we possibly can, and we're going to interview the crowds as well. We're going to be doing a lot more of that coverage. I know that some people miss that. They miss seeing us interview the crowd and go up the line and say, hey, Trump supporter in Michigan, why do you support the president? What is your favorite policy? What's the most important issues right now? So it's really important that you continue to support RSBN.
Yes, and we're not going anywhere. We will be there when there's rallies.
We will.
Right now, President Trump's had a lot of speeches. He's had, get out the vote events, but actual rallies have been rare lately. But those will pick up. We promise you. Those are coming. They are on the books.
We're warming up.
Yes, this is just a warm up for what's to come. Those rallies where we're out the crowd for hours talking to all these patriots who are just eager to vote, those are coming. Right now, it's more speeches indoors and
right. But we have had a few get out the vote rallies. They're called, which are a little bit smaller, but they're still good.
They're still
size.
rallies. Very good size.
Right. If you follow Team Trump on X, they post all the professional photos of the crowd because the media won't show it besides RSBN, of course. But you won't see this on the mainstream media. So if you go to Team Trump, you can see those massive crowds of people, these massive lines of people that wait for hours and hours. Brian was in Michigan last weekend in the freezing cold. You could hear him talking and his lips were numb. And that just, and they're doing it like it's no thing. It's not a big deal for them to go out and wait for hours in 8 degrees in the middle of winter for President Trump. So the momentum is through the roof at the moment.
Absolutely, and that momentum is just going to get stronger as we head into November. Okay, just a reminder, we are 1:51 p.m. on the East Coast. President Trump was supposed to take the stage at 1, but that's okay. That's what usually happens because by the time he gets to an event and is backstage shaking hands with everybody, he starts running a little bit behind. But if you watch often, and if you've come to an event, you'll notice you can notice that they play music. Some Elvis Presley. There's these songs that they played right before he comes out. Those songs are playing right now. We can hear
the rally playlist. You guys know
this is the rally playlist. And so those songs are playing right now, so we know President Trump is in the building here, and he will be coming out shortly. Now, after his speech here at CPAC, we will wrap up coverage here from our booth and then continue to bring you CPAC coverage. But in the meantime, President Trump will be flying to South Carolina where Brian Glenn is waiting for him, and he'll be on the ground with the president tonight as those polls close within hours. We're almost to the 2 o'clock hour, and so those polls close in just a couple hours in South Carolina. Brian Glenn's going to be waiting on President Trump. They'll be at the watch party together tonight as those results come in, and so we'll have that for you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So, full day still ahead.
Full day still ahead, and we always want to thank our partners. And if we could queue up that Birch Gold interview that we did a couple days ago, that would be excellent. As like I said, it's going to just keep getting crazier from here, but crazy in a good way. I think we have a lot of fun. Vanessa, you're on the road a lot. What are you feeling at these rallies you've been to recently?
I feel like people are eager, they're excited, they're hopeful, and they're just ready for change. People are suffering right now. And when I say suffering, they're struggling to stay alive, basically. Groceries are high. They're trying to figure out how to pay for food on the table for their families, how to send their kids to school and extracurricular activities if they need to, working multiple extra jobs. I'll give you an example. I've received a card in the mail last week from a longtime friend, and she has a side job, and I have purchased several things from her side job. Beauty products. And so she sends a card in the mail thanking me for supporting her business because it helps take care of her child after school activities. So my point is, a full-time job's not taking care of it. She has to work extra jobs to allow her her daughter, that is, maybe go to dance or play basketball or whatever the case may be. So people are having to work 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet, just to let their children be able to enjoy being a child. And so the people out there at these rallies, they know that. They're ready for President Trump to come back. They feel, though, they're scared. They're hopeful that President Trump will save this country again and he'll be elected, but they're scared that there's going to be some type of interference before we get to November. So there's hope, there's happiness, there's excitement, but there's this worry in the air of what's the left going to pull before November.
Right. It's really unfortunate, the state of the nation right now. I mean, the mortgage rates are also through the roof, and people, like you said, they can't afford food. They can't afford these extracurriculars for their kids. It's a tough economy, but I think it's a valid concern to, it's a healthy concern, I think. You don't want to just mass believe that President Trump has it in the bag, because then what if voters don't show up?
Right.
So we have to, overwhelm the polls.
Yes.
We need Americans to go out and vote, no matter what. No matter if you think you live in a red state. Florida's pretty red right now. I know in the past it's leaned a little bit more blue, especially places like Miami and stuff like that. But don't think that we just have it locked up. Make sure that you are motivated, you go out to the polls, and you do your job as an American citizen.
Yeah, and President Trump will talk about that often. He'll say that even though we're leading in the polls, don't get comfortable and complacent with that. Don't sit at home. We still need you to go out there and vote like we're losing in the polls. So still storm the polls, like Grace just mentioned. Looking at the general election, I'm looking at President Trump's Truth Social page right now as we wait for him to take the stage any second now. He is leading in the polls. He posted just an hour ago on his way here, Joe Biden is beating Nikki Haley in key states. But in the general election where there's a head-to-head matchup between Trump and Biden, Trump is crushing Biden in this poll, 47% to 38%. Looking ahead to Super Tuesday, where 6 states will be voting, Trump is crushing Nikki Haley in every Super Tuesday state. That includes California, Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Tennessee, and Virginia. If you're watching from those states, early voting is going on right now. Don't forget to go out and vote. It's very important to vote because, as we've seen in the last couple of primaries and the caucus, is that Democrats are registering as Republicans, and they're doing that so they can vote for Nikki Haley in an effort to keep Donald Trump off the ballot in November. So Democrats are purposely turning to Republican only for the reason to vote for Nikki Haley. So these numbers for Nikki Haley aren't true and accurate. They're really not Nikki Haley fans. Right. They're Republicans who are Democrats who are turning Republican just to vote for Nikki Haley. They have the national anthem playing inside. Let us know if we're going to take that before we go to President Trump, and I'll wrap up outside from here in the booth. But when it comes to, Grace, the national poll from Trump versus Nikki Haley, he has a 60-point lead. 60 points.
That's massive. I would say it's almost unheard of, except he won in...
And to the republic for which it stands. One nation. Under God.
I think it's the Jan 6 national anthem.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah,
I can't hear. I'll
the
let
one
hear.
that, they filmed a while ago. Yeah.
So it is. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm talking and trying to listen at the same time. But we know we're getting close to President Trump, and I wanted to play the national anthem if that was playing. But yeah, January 6th. Speaking of that, so many people here in support of the J6ers and freeing them, and for the family members. So many family members here who are also victims in this situation.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of them, talked to a lot of them around here. It's so tragic what's going on. So many people, not only just wrongfully imprisoned, but some people sentenced and, unfortunately made the decision to kill themselves because they didn't want to go through that and all that. It's just horrible, the political persecution.
Here we go. President Trump, take it away inside.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
This is a nice crowd. That's a beautiful crowd. Thank you. That's a great honor. They have rooms packed outside of this hall. If anybody would like to give up their space, let other people come in, please let us know. We'll take care of it. It's a tremendous celebration. Thank you very much. And hello to CPAC. We've been coming here a long time, and it's gotten bigger and better and more beautiful. And thank you very much. It's a big election going on today. You probably have read a little bit about it. And I'm supposed to be in a slightly different location, not too far away, but nevertheless, it's different. And I said, no, I'm sorry. I have to be at CPAC today. I have to be there. And I want to thank Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, two great people, along with the entire staff. Thank you very much. Mercedes, thanks. Matt. The entire staff of the American Conservative Union, that's what it is. It's a conservative union. It's also a union of common sense. I've been saying it more and more. You know, conservative, it's common sense. And I don't know, maybe we'll have to put that, Matt, on the bottom of that. A group of people with common sense to save our country and make America great again. It's pretty simple, isn't it, huh? We have a tremendous group of dignitaries, leaders, world leaders, and local leaders, but we have from all over the world people with us right now at this moment in the room. And just mention a few. President of Argentina, who's gotten a lot of publicity. He's gotten a lot. He's a great gentleman. You know, he's MAGA. He's MAGA. Make Argentina great again. It's true. No, and he said, I am MAGA. And then I realized he's one of the few who can really do it well. Make Argentina great again. Javier Milei. Thank you very much, Javier. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have him with us. Senator J.D. Vance. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you, J.D. Congressman Corey Mills. Thank you. A very powerful competitor of mine. He is a quick one. He's a smart one. Vivek. Where's Vivek? Ramaswamy. Thank you. He endorsed me. When he endorsed me, I said, that's a great endorsement. Thank you, Vivek. Former senator and somebody that's been very nice to me over the years. I don't know why, but he has. Rick Santorum. Thank you, Rick. Where is Rick? Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Former acting attorney general, somebody that's been very loyal to the administration and to his country, Matt Whitaker. Thank you. Matt, thank you very much. The former chair of my Council of Economic Advisors, Kevin Hassett, with a nice smile, always has that beautiful smile. Somebody that very shortly will be a United States Senator, Kari Lake. Where is Kari Lake? Where is Kari Lake? Wow, that's a pretty good hand you just got, Kari, I'll tell you. Well, she was very close to being governor, but unfortunately a lot of the voting machines just didn't work. They weren't working that particular day. The lines were miles long. They weren't working too well that day, Kari, but it's one of those things. And then the judges said, well, not our fault. We better straighten out our elections pretty fast because otherwise we're not going to have a country any longer. That's true. Thank you, Kari, very much. U.S. Senate candidate from Virginia, Hung Cao. Whoa, he's got support. He's got some support. Wow. Wow. A man who is tough and smart and loves our country. He's the head of America First Legal. He's won a lot of cases, I can tell you, and he's a real guy. He's a real patriot. Stephen Miller, my friend. Stephen Miller. He's around here someplace. There's a lot of people in this room. Thank you, Stephen. President of the Vox Party in Spain, Santiago Abascal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Santiago. Great to meet you. They've made a lot of progress, too. He'll be number 2 and number 1 very shortly, it seems like. That's what I'm reading. Let's see if, a lot of it's fake news, so we can't go by everything. But that's what I'm hearing. Federal deputy from Brazil, Eduardo Bolsonaro. Eduardo, wherever you are. North Carolina GOP chair, and I think he'll be probably going to a national position very shortly, Michael Whatley, fantastic guy. And we all know and love a man who great bravery in the administration, really a brave person. He went through hell and back, and he beat everybody. He just beat them along the way. Rick Grinnell. Thank you, Rick. The president of Moms for America, Kimberly Fletchner. That's a good group. They just gave me their award. Thank you for that wonderful award. How about Moms for America picked Donald Trump as the Man of the Year? Can you believe this? Have I made progress? Ah, boy. And a man, the single greatest advertiser and purchaser of advertising in the history of America, Mike Lindell. The greatest. An incredible lawyer, one of the most respected lawyers in the country, John Cole. John, thank you. Thank you, John. And Stephen Moore, we all know he's got great predictions if Trump wins. If Trump doesn't win, he says it's going to go bad. It's going to go bad fast. Stephen Moore, highly respected economist. Thank you, Stephen. And a man who I've had respect for certainly a long time. I won't tell you how long, too long. But somebody that I've listened to over the years, even when he was on CNN. That's when people used to watch CNN a lot. He always had the #1 show. He's an incredible... They start booing. I agree with you. But he's an incredible guy, an incredible mind that loves our country, and he fights like hell for our country. The great Lou Dobbs. Where's Lou? Thank you, Lou. You look good, Lou. And we have Tom Fitton. We have so many people. Tom Fitton. Where's Tom Fitton? Stand up, Tom Fitton. Stand up, Steve Bannon. Where's Steve Bannon? Where's Steve? Where is Steve? Stand up, Bannon. Where the hell is Bannon? Oh, he still looks good? Tom always looks good. I don't know. I think he does that weightlifting stuff, Tom, right? But Bannon looks good. We love Steve. We love them all. We love them all. We have so many others in the audience, and I want to say hello, but we have to get down to business because I want to win the award as the best, whatever the hell they call it, the best speaker, I think they say. Who made the best speech? And if I keep introducing people, I'm not going to win it this year. I've won it like 9 years in a row, right? I got to get going. So thank you, everybody, for being here. We appreciate it very much. We appreciate it very much. Gorka, did I see the Gorka man? Yes, stand up, Gorka. Quick, get up. How good is he? Sebastian? Seb. They call him Seb. I call him Sebastian. Thank you, Sebastian. I just spotted you. It's lucky you're nice and tall. 4 years ago, I told you that if crooked Joe Biden got to the White House, our borders would be abolished. Our middle class would be decimated, and our communities would be plagued by bloodshed, chaos, and violent crime. We were right about everything. So believe me when I offer you another warning, and we've been right about so much, just about everything. If crooked Joe Biden and his thugs win in 2024, the worst is yet to come. Our country will go and sink to levels that were unimaginable. And just think about it. With 4 more years of Biden, the hordes of illegal aliens stampeding across our borders will exceed 40 to 50 million people. Medicare, Social Security, health care, and public education will buckle and collapse. It will collapse as sure as you're sitting or standing there. It will collapse. Our economy will be starved of energy by crooked Joe's vindictive Green New Scam. It's a Green New Scam. It'll be the destruction of our country. It is indeed a scam, and most of them know it. Some of them, the fools, believe it, but most of them know it. Millions of manufacturing jobs will be choked off into extinction, and you'll have constant blockouts and blackouts and rampant inflation. Ruthless gangs will explode even more into the suburbs, and when they talk about suburban women, they're going to love me so much. They're going to say, oh, I wish we had that guy back. The gangs will be invading your territory, I can tell you that. While weaponized law enforcement hunts for conservatives and people of faith, religious, Hamas and Antifa will terrorize our streets while their brutal ideology, and it is brutal indeed, it is brutal and horrible like nobody's ever seen before, takes over our schools. China will dominate us, not just economically, but militarily, and that's what they want, and that's where they're heading, but they weren't heading there with me. I took over $400 billion out of China, and they weren't too happy about it, and then all of a sudden, we had the China virus. Now, I happen to think it was incompetence, but a lot of people disagree with that. And a declining, crooked Joe Biden. He's the crookedest, most incompetent president in the history of our country. Will soon have us losing World War III. We won't even be in World War III. We'll be losing World War III with weapons the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. These are the stakes of this election. Our country is being destroyed, and the only thing standing between you and its obliteration is me. It's true. It's true. Viktor Orban, somebody I respect greatly. A lot of people respect him. tough guy, smart guy. He made the statement recently. He said, if you bring back Trump, it'll all stop. They all listened to Trump. They respected Trump. He actually said it stronger than he said they were afraid of Trump. I don't want people to be afraid of me. But he said China was afraid, Russia was afraid. They were all afraid of Trump. Bring him back, and it'll all go back. And I will tell you, we had things at a level that nobody's ever seen before. We had no wars. We had defeated ISIS. We got rid of the worst terrorists in the world. You know that. And solely defeated. We took 100% of ISIS gone. And then we had no wars for 4 years. We had no wars. First time in 72 years that happened. No wars. Hillary Clinton, during one of our debates, if you remember that, she said, look at him, listen to him. He's going to cause wars. We'll be in wars. No. It turned out that I was able to stop wars from happening and brought our troops back home. We got out of these ridiculous, endless wars, killing people on both sides, costing trillions of dollars. Crooked Joe and his henchmen have you trapped, and it's an express train barreling toward servitude and to ruin. It's moving at a speed that Joe doesn't understand, because Joe actually, I don't think he knows what the hell's going on, to be honest with you, but he's surrounded by some very bad fascists. A vote for Trump is your ticket back to freedom. It's your passport out of tyranny, and it's your only escape from Joe Biden and his gang's fast track to hell. And in many ways, we're living in hell right now. Because the fact is, Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. He really is a threat to democracy. I stand before you today not only as your past and hopefully future president, but as a proud political dissident. I am a dissident. Remember this, I've been indicted more than Alphonse Capone, Mr. President. Do you know who that is? Even the president just said, I do. Scarface, Al Capone. If he had dinner with you and he didn't like the smile in your face, he thought you were mocking him by smiling, you would be dead before you got home and said hello to your wife. And Alphonse Capone, I got indicted 4 times by this gang of thugs for nothing. Or, as I say respectfully to the people from foreign countries, for bullshit. Thank you, man. Thank you. Now, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous what's going on. They've weaponized government. They've weaponized the DOJ, the FBI. We've never had anything like this in this country, and it's a phenomenon that's taken place many times, but in third world countries and in banana republics, not in the United States of America. So it's very dangerous, and they are indeed a threat to democracy. And I'm here to unleash this captive nation from Joe Biden and his gang of very bad people, very sick people, smart people, intelligent people, but they're hell-bent on the destruction of American freedom. It's happening in our country, and it's so obvious. I have people come to see me from other lands where this has gone on, especially in South America, Latin America, and they'll say, the same thing happened to my country 20 years ago. It was the same thing. It's all happening. And if we don't stop it, this is it. 2024. If we don't stop it, this is our last train. If we don't stop it, we're going to have a country. It won't even be a country. You want to know the truth? It won't even be a country. It's breaking up. If we can break out of the Biden nightmare, and it is a nightmare, he's the most incompetent person. Can you imagine this man who can't walk off a stage? He can't find the stairs. Where are they? Where are they, he asks. Where? He makes a 2-minute speech because that's about the only, they couldn't get any more fuel than that. Whatever happened to the cocaine they found in the White House? Where is it? And by the way, I have to say, because I have such respect for this audience and CPAC, I would have never spoken, and I never did, about him because of my respect for the office of the president. I have great respect for that office. But once I got indicted the first time, remember that? I got indicted, and I got impeached twice. We won that, and we'll win all of this stuff. But once I got indicted, I said, well, now the gloves have to come off because they did something. Those, the fake news, before these indictments came, the fake news, almost every one of, well, he'll never be indicted. You don't do that. He was a very popular president. I got more votes than any sitting president in history. Got almost 75 million votes. Substantially more than any other sitting president has gotten. And they would say, oh, no, he'll never be indicted. These are people that, some of them truly have Trump derangement syndrome. And they were saying, he'll never be indicted. They won't do that. They'll never. He did it. They did it. They actually, and it was all done by him in order to go after your political opponent so that you can damage him enough that you can maybe win. But it's had the reverse effect because our poll numbers have gone through the roof. Can you believe this? They've gone through the roof. That wasn't supposed to happen. And it's probably never happened before. I've watched over the years as politicians get indicted. And they start by going to a microphone about 2 minutes after it happens. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be resigning from office today, and I will go home with my family and my friends, and I will fight for my name. Well, that's the last you ever hear from that poor guy. And with me, we have a big voice. You can see by this crowd today, look at that, standing room only. They're all over the place. They have 3 rooms like this. And I have a voice that I can explain it all, like the laptop from hell when they impeached me. And it turned out I was right after going through all that. And now they say, we shouldn't have impeached him. He was right because the laptop from hell showed that I was 100% right. All of these things, we were right on all of it. But we're in a very bad path. It's a very, very dangerous path that we are on as a country because the other side, which I find tends to be a much nicer group of people, and maybe foolishly so, but the other side can also get nasty, and at some point they probably will have to do that because we cannot let this weaponization go on against the Republican Party, against religion, against conservatives. We cannot let this continue to happen. So if we can break out of this Biden nightmare, it's a nightmare. Our country is no longer respected. We're laughed at all over the world. We have to break out of the nightmare that we're in. And we have it in the grasp to make America richer and safer and stronger and prouder and more beautiful than ever before. I think we have a final shot at it, but if we don't do well in this next election, or if they cheat enough that they can steal it, which is, I think, the only way they can win, who the hell can win when you have 16 million people pouring into our country from places unknown? We have countries that nobody ever even heard of from all over the world. Yesterday they had many people caught from prisons in, you remember this, right? Prisons in the Congo. Let me tell you, the only good thing is they make our prisoners and our bad gang members look like very nice people by comparison. That's the one good thing. All of a sudden, we're starting to like our prisoners and our horrible, violent criminals because they're nicer than the people that are flowing in. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from all over the world, coming from Africa. And we're not going to stand for it anymore. As a country, we're not going to stand for it anymore. They're destroying our country. And we built 5, think of it. We had the safest border 3 years ago. We had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a country ever, third world countries, they've never been like this. They would have fought with sticks and stones. They didn't need rifles. We have the best in the world, but we let everyone, because we're fools. Either they want to destroy our country or they're stupid. And I don't think they're stupid because anybody that can cheat on elections like they do is not stupid. That means they want to destroy our country. But who can win an election when you have that? Who can win an election when you have high interest rates, you can't buy a home, where you have bad education, where everything's woke? We did things that nobody can imagine. So many things. 1,000 elements we did. We have a book, the 1,000 things. We did things that nobody could even imagine. And then all of a sudden, something very bad happened. Israel would have never happened. The attack on Israel would have never happened. Remember, Iran was broke. They were broke. Ukraine would have never happened. I talked to Putin a lot. I got along with him well. Although he did announce the other day that he'd much rather see Biden as president. And I agree with him. I agree. Because, you know, I ended Nord Stream, right? I ended Nord Stream. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. That's the biggest pipeline in the world. Going into Germany, what's that all about? We defend Germany and Europe, and then they go and pay billions of dollars to the people that we're defending them against. How do you figure that one, right? And I stopped it. It was over. And then Biden comes in, and within 3 days he approves Nord Stream. But he kills Keystone Pipeline, right? He kills Keystone. He approves the Russian pipeline, the biggest in the world. Billions and billions of dollars a month come flowing in. But he ends the Keystone XL pipeline. And then they say, Trump is too nice to Russia. I'm nice. I'm the one that gave him the 100 javelins, the thousands of javelins that knocked out the tanks, but they knocked out 100 tanks in the first 2 days with javelins that I gave. Remember, they said Obama gave pillows and Trump gave javelins. And then they say, oh, Trump was so nice to Russia. No. Putin would say, if you're being nice, I hate like hell to think of what you'd be if you were not nice. But we were tough and we were smart and we were right. We were right just on everything. We were right. And what they've done is unthinkable. What they did with the border, allowing these people to flow in, is unbelievable. But to achieve a great future, we first have to throw off the chains of our out-of-control political class, and that begins with telling crooked Joe Biden, you remember The Apprentice? Crooked Joe Biden, you're fired. Get out of here. Get the hell, you're destroying our country. You're fired, Biden. Get the hell out of here. Right? Get the hell out of here, this guy. He goes after his political opponents. Let's go after them. See if you can indict him so that maybe we can win. A little bit of a backlash when the numbers go up. But anybody that does that and all these other things they've done, they're destroying our country. We're not respected anywhere anymore. We're laughed at. We've become a joke as a country. For years, you've watched as the entire Washington cesspool has been feeding on the wealth and hopes and dreams of hardworking Americans, really hardworking Americans. They've feasted on the profits of job-killing trade deals. They've gorged themselves on the spoils of endless wars. And now what they crave, they want it so badly, is permanent political power and dominance for whatever reason. They're sickos, that's why. In 2016, we gave these corrupt insiders their chance to change, and with Biden, they answered with hoaxes and witch hunts, censorship, lockdowns, and with total repression. 8 years later, the swamp has rejected your righteous pleas to reform, and we have to do this, and we're going to reform, and we're going to have freedom again. We're going to have freedom again. We do not have freedom, and we have the most corrupt press anywhere. These people are corrupt. They are corrupt. Not all of them, about 92%. No, you have some wonderful journalists, you really do, but they're just overwhelmed by the people that know they're doing so wrong. I watch ABC, CBS, NBC. I mean, it's so, I don't even talk about CNN because nobody watches them anymore. MSDNC is horrible, horrible. But fortunately, not a lot of people are watching them anymore. They've tuned out. But the press has to straighten itself out. You know, they're all doing badly, and they're doing badly because they're fake news. That was another one we called, right? Fake news. The only problem with that term, it's not strong enough. I wish it was stronger. At the ballot box this November, it's you and the people you have to be, and we'll deliver a reckoning like they haven't even imagined before. We're going to straighten out our country. We're going to bring our country back. For hardworking Americans, November 5th will be our new Liberation Day, but for the liars and cheaters and fraudsters and censors and imposters who have commandeered our government, it will be their Judgment Day. Their Judgment Day. When we win, the curtain closes on their corrupt reign and the sun rises on a bright new future for America. That's what we have to have. I believe it's our last chance. You know, I used to say how important in 2016 that you got to do it. It's the most important election. I meant it, but that was nothing compared to where we are now. We had a big border problem and I solved it. So much so that in 2020, I couldn't even mention it. I'd say, let's talk about the border. Sir, you've solved that problem. You don't have a border. I don't care. I want to talk about the border. I talk about the border. Everybody would sit there. They wouldn't even say anything because we had no problem. I solved it. But who would have thought that now we have a border problem that's 20 times worse than what we had in 2016? 20 times. And we'll solve that one too. But it's going to have to be very strong action, and it's going to have to happen fast before our country is just totally overwhelmed. Your victory will be our ultimate vindication. Your liberty will be our ultimate reward, and the unprecedented success of the United States of America will be my ultimate and absolute revenge. That's what I want. Success will be our revenge. I love those young people over there. But have you seen, the closer we get to this magnificent liberation of our country, the more desperate the Biden regime's evil persecution against us has become. They become more and more violent. The Stalinist show trials being carried out at the Joe Biden orders set fire not only to our system of government, but to hundreds of years of Western legal tradition. You see what's happening. They've replaced law, precedent, and due process with a rabid mob of radical left Democrat partisans masquerading as judges and juries and prosecutors and executioners. That's what they are. I've gone through trials. The level of hatred from these judges, there's no way you get fair trials. The level of hatred from prosecutors, when they know you've done nothing wrong, it's sick. These are sick people. The only crime I've ever committed is defending America and those who want to destroy it. I will fight those who want to destroy it. And they're very angry at me because I won an election that wasn't supposed to happen, and they were caught off guard. And they said, we'll never let that happen again. And in 2020, they cheated like dogs, and we all know it. We all know it. For that and that alone, Biden and his deranged prosecutors, attorney generals, local district attorneys are trying to take away my liberty. They're trying to take it away. They're trying to steal my liberty. If there's any shred of justice left, they will fail and we will win. And so far, we're doing very nicely. Thank you. But I would rather lose my freedom than surrender to this group of thugs and tyrants, and fascists, scoundrels, and rogues. The more the corrupt establishment tries to stop us, the more you know the day is near at hand when we will break free from their grip. We're going to break free very soon. We're going to break free from their grip very soon. You heard the J6 hostages, didn't you? You heard that. And I will tell you, there's never been in the history of our country a group of people treated the way they've been treated. There's never been anything like it. Carpenters, mechanics, lawyers, firemen, policemen, military people. They went to protest a rigged election, and they've been sentenced to years in prison. When they burn down Portland and they take over a vast section of Seattle and they burn down Minneapolis, and I had to watch television as a CNN reporter is standing saying, this is a peaceful protest. I'd like to say, This is a peaceful protest. And the whole damn city behind him is burning to the ground. Did you remember that? As far as the eye could see. Minneapolis burning to the ground. This is a peaceful protest. And then he got hit on the knee and he went down. It was crazy. No, it's crazy what's going on. And I tell you what, if I didn't bring in the National Guard, because the governor didn't want to do it, they'd never want to do it. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, I wish I didn't wait 6 days, but if I didn't bring in the National Guard, you wouldn't even have a city there. You wouldn't even have, that city was going down. They'll only motivate us more to make America great again. We have to make America great again. That's our mission. People say, what is your mission, sir? I remember when Ted Kennedy, he was actually a friend of mine, slightly different viewpoint on life, but he was a friend. But they asked him a question, it took him down. What plans do you have for America? Why are you running? And somehow, that's a much harder question than you think, because, you're answering all the little details. Then they ask, what are your plans for America? It took him down, actually took him down. I just say, my plans are very simple. Make America great again. That's all I say. Make America great again. Very simple. Thank you, Gordon. The first and most urgent action when we win will be the sealing of the border, stopping the invasion, drill, baby, drill, send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home. We'll do all of those things, and we're going to have to do them fast because no country can sustain what's happening in our country. You look at New York, where I originally came from. I love New York. And you take a look at what's happening. Hundreds of thousands of people, they've taken over the streets, Madison Avenue. They've taken over Queens. They've taken over Brooklyn and the Bronx. They've taken over the whole city. The little leaguers can't play anymore because people are there that can't play. But it took longer than I thought, but I predicted this. It's called the migrant crime, and it's far more deadly than anybody thought. They will actually have fistfights with police in the middle of the street. You saw that the other day, where they attacked police. Even our bad criminals, they never had fistfights with a cop. They do things and they talk and they shout, but these guys are actually, and the interesting thing? In their country, if they ever did that, they'd be dead within seconds. They'd be dead. I know where they come from. I know the people that run those countries. I know the presidents and the dictators. I know every one of them. Some are dictators, some are prime ministers. But they're tough guys. They're tough guys. And those thugs that gave the middle finger to our police and then started fighting them and actually threw 2 of them down and started beating the hell out of them, although they fought back bravely, the 2. But these are tough people, and they know that in their country they'd be dead within minutes. They would be dead as a doornail within minutes. And so they came over here. So it took a long time, but now it's talking. Now you're seeing it. It's migrant crime. It's a new category of crime. And I wanted to call it Biden migrant crime, but it's too long. So we just call it migrant crime. We have a new category, migrant crime, and it's going to be more severe than violent crime and crime as we knew it, because we have millions and millions of people, and they came from prisons and jails. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums. No, they're not the same thing. An insane asylum is a mental institution on steroids, okay? It's Silence of the Lambs, okay? You know that. Hannibal Lecter. They're all being deposited into our country, and then you have terrorists, and then you have drugs, and then you have human traffickers, and they're coming over at levels never seen before. We've never seen anything like this. 3 years ago, we had the safest and most secure border in U.S. history. We ended catch and release, except when it was catch and release in Mexico. We had catch and release in our country. We built 571 miles of border wall, far more than I said I was going to build, and I couldn't get the damn thing through Paul Ryan. He stopped at Paul Ryan, a super rhino. He's a super rhino. I couldn't get it through Paul Ryan, Mitch McConnell. They said, sir, if you wait till next year. I said, you sure? They said, don't forget I had never done this stuff before. You know, I'm the president, and these guys are bullshitting me. They said, sir, if you would just sign this budget and wait, next year we'll put it, and then next year came. I said, where's my wall? They said, sir, we're not going to be able to get it. You know, in the meantime, they give trillions of dollars to the Democrats for the Green New scam. So what I did is I approved the military, and I took it out of the military. That's how I built it. I built the wall through the military. And the military, by the way, the Army Corps of Engineers did a great job. But I built it through 571 miles and 200 miles ready to go. It was laying there ready to be installed. It would have been 3 weeks. The entire thing would have been double what I promised. And then we had the rigged election, and they said, we don't want to build the wall. We don't want to build it. And I said, you know, they really do want open walls. I figured it was maybe just talk. I said, they really want an open border. Nobody could understand it. They really want an open border. And that's when it began. And that's when our country had really, because we can look, we can drill, we have more energy, we have more liquid gold than any other country. We can drill, we can do all of these things. But we have a problem because we have, by the time this guy, trying to be nice, but I don't have to be nice anymore because he indicted me. But I'm trying to be nice anyway. But by the time this guy gets out of office, we'll have 18 million people, in my opinion, in our country that shouldn't be here. And they do come from prisons and mental institutions, and they are terrorists. And we're going to be paying a price, and it'll be the largest deportation in the history of our country. And we have no choice. And it's not a nice thing to say, and I hate to say it. And those clowns in the media will say, oh, he's so mean. He's so, no, they're killing our people. They're killing our country. They're killing our people. We have no choice. You know, when I went to Mexico, I said, Mr. President, you're going to have to give us 28,000 soldiers because the caravans, that was another name I came up with. I come up with good names. Longtime politicians come to see me, sir, could you give a name to my opponent? I said, how long are you a politician? 28 years, sir. You can't come up with your own names, but I do. Caravan. But I went to the president of Mexico. I said, they're coming through your country, and thousands of people in these caravans. They have one coming up now, supposedly 25,000 people. They're going to walk right into our country. We have no idea who the hell they are. But it started with Honduras. It started with El Salvador. They just started, but now we're equal opportunity. We have every country. We have countries that, honestly, nobody has ever heard of. We have languages coming into our country. We don't have one instructor in our entire nation that can speak that language. These are languages. It's the craziest thing. They have languages that nobody in this country has ever heard of. It's a very horrible thing. I said to the president of Mexico, you're going to have to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. No, Donald, I will not do that. I will not do that. I cannot do that. And I said, no, you will, I promise. Are you going to do it? No, I will not do it. I said, listen, you and I, friends, I really like them a lot. So I said, let's not you and I. Just give me a negotiator because I don't want to do this with you. And he said, I will do that. And he sent me this very handsome guy, so handsome, so beautifully dressed. In fact, I asked him for the name of his tailor. Then when I found out how much he paid for the suit, I said, forget it, keep it. But he was a handsome devil. And I said, listen, you're going to have to do a few things. You're going to have to give me 28,000 soldiers. You know, Tom Homan was up before. He's fantastic. And he does go around saying, I love this guy. He says, Trump was the greatest president in history, and on the border, there has never been in his lifetime any president that was even close. And he's right about that. He's right. I mean, we know the results. But Brandon Judd, you have unbelievable people. All they had to do is leave it alone. But I said, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers. No. Then the new guy comes in, the representative says, yes, sir, what can I do? Now, I asked Tom Homan, Brandon Judd, and a person from the State Department, a wonderful woman. She's been there for over 20 years. She's covered Mexico for over 20 years. She knew it, and she was competent. She was good. She wasn't a good negotiator. And I said, what would you like? Give me your I want a top 10 list. Well, sir, we'd like a remain in Mexico, but we've been trying to get that for years. You won't be able to get that, and you won't be able to get a catch and release in Mexico. You know, we have catch and release, and we catch a criminal and we release him in our country. I said, no, catch and release is fine in Mexico. Title 42, that's with the sick people and with the children. You've got to get the children back to their parents. All of these things, they gave me a list, but they thought they were wasting time. It was a list of 10 things, tough things. Just ask Tijuana if they were tough. Tijuana became one of the largest cities in the world all of a sudden. They said, what the hell is going on? So this guy comes in, and I say, look, number one, I want 28,000 soldiers free of charge. And he goes, we're not going to do that. We're not doing. He thought I was crazy, by the way. I said, oh, no, you're going to do it, 100%. No, we're not going to do it. I said, you're going to do it. I guarantee you, you're going to do it. He goes, no way. I said, way. And he said, we will not do that, sir. We will not do that. I said, here's what else you're going to do. Remain in Mexico. Nobody comes into our country until they're checked at the border. You're going to do remain in Mexico. You're going to do catch and release into Mexico, not into our country. You're going to do all sorts of things. You know, we had a lot of medical problems. People were coming in deathly sick with a disease, highly contagious disease. I said, I don't want people catching these diseases that we never even heard about. They have diseases nobody's ever even heard about. I'm sorry. I feel badly for the people, but we don't want to have this contagion in our country. I'm sorry. And we did that. So we had a list of these 10 things, one tougher than the next. And he said, we're not even going to think about this. And the person from the State Department, this really good woman, but she said, sir, you're just going to be wasting your time. And I said, all right. I said, I'll make you a little bet. I'll bet you I get all 10 within minutes. And she thought I was crazy, too. So after he said, no way, I said, way. And then I said, here is what's going to happen. If you don't approve this and if you don't give us those soldiers, and their soldiers are not politically correct. You know, our soldiers, if you say, excuse me, madam, you're not supposed to be entering our country. Ma'am, please don't enter our country. Then they get indicted because they talk to her too rough, you know. We have the greatest soldiers in the world, but they're not allowed to do their job. I proved that with ISIS. Our soldiers knocked the hell out of ISIS once I took over and took it away from our fake television generals. We have great generals, but not the ones like Milley and these guys on television. They're fake. I had generals that were really tough. I had generals that I had to hold back, okay? We have great military, and it's only woke at the top. I don't think it can ever be wokenized at the lower levels, because these are great people, tough people. I really don't believe they could do it. It was only at the top. And remember, when I let them go, 4 weeks. We were told 4 years, and it probably can't be done. I knocked it out in 4 weeks. Our military is great. I said to one of the generals, what's your name? Kane, sir. My name is Kane. He looked better than any movie actor you could get. My name is Kane, sir. I said, all right, Kane, what's your first name? They call me Raisin. I said, what? Raisin, sir. Your name is Raisin Kane? Yes, sir. I love you. You're the man I'm looking for. You're the man I'm looking for. And I said, why is ISIS so tough? He said, they're not tough, sir. They just don't let us do our job. I said, why not? He said, because, and this is after I flew to Iraq. You know, I flew to Iraq in a plane. Some of you know the story. It was all dark. After spending 20 years and $1 trillion, we can't turn the lights on in a plane. I sat with the pilots, the most handsome human beings I've ever seen. It's not my thing, but they're handsome. Not my thing. Not even a little bit, but they are handsome. Central casting. Better looking than Tom Cruise and taller. Okay, let's do it. So, I'll deviate on the stories. Now, by the way, when I deviate, they'll say, oh, he went from... No. A really smart person can go through various stories, always come back and conclude everything. Okay. Don't worry, we'll get back to Mexico. But this is almost, right now this is more exciting. So the plane's off. I said, why are you doing that? Because, sir, we're flying over an area that's very dangerous, where we spent 20 years eradicating. And so I said, I want to go sit with the pilots, because I often do that. And I'm sitting with the pilots, and I get up there, I'm feeling my way up. And the plane was absolutely dark, no lights on the outside, no lights on the inside. It was a little spooky. We're up there 40,000 feet getting ready to start going down, and they're telling us we can't have any lights, no lights in your cabin, sir. And then they pull down the shades anyway. So I'm sort of feeling my way. I get up there, and I see this captain with the crew cut, the whole deal he's got. Yes, sir, it's an honor to be with you, sir. And I say, Captain, I don't see any lights. You know, we're getting close. Is there a problem out there, Captain? No, sir, we'll be landing in less than 30 minutes, sir. I say, all right, and I'm sitting in a seat that's right in the back between these two handsome human beings. And, you know, they always give the best pilots, the Air Force One and Marine One, the helicopters, which is good. One thing you know, you got great pilots. These are the best. And so he said, no problem, sir. We'll be landing in a little while. And then 10 minutes go by, 15 minutes. I haven't seen one light. There's nothing. It's like, and I'm getting a little nervous. You know, do you ever see? I'm trying to act cool as a cucumber. And it's, if you know anything about planes, you have the I call it the computer voice. Most beautiful voice. If I had that voice, I would have been president 20 years earlier. But the most beautiful voice, so professional. 1,000. That means you're 1,000 feet over the ground. Now, I haven't seen a light. I haven't seen anything. It's just dead. There's not anything. That means we're like really low. We have this massive plane. We're just right off the ground. Then it goes 900, 800, 700, 600. Now, we're 600 feet off the ground. We're flying in. The plane is dark with the exception of a tiny little light that they've got on their dashboard underneath everything and totally concealed. There's not a light anywhere. I've never seen anything. It was like dark. 500. I say to the captain, are we okay, Captain? Everything fine? Yes, sir. No problem. We'll be on the ground in just a few minutes, sir. I say, what ground? So, 400, 300, 200. Captain, are we okay? Yes, sir. We'll be landing momentarily, sir. 100. Now, usually when you're in these planes, I do it a lot, you have lights bursting, big lights. You got a runway, it's lit up like a candle. There's not one light. There's not even a little, what they call a pigeon light. That's a tiny little light. 100. And I want to ask him again, but I want to show some bravery. Because I thought we were going down for the count. And then all of a sudden, and it's genius, there is no light. And then all of a sudden, 100, and then bing, bing, beautiful landing like nothing to it. Sir, it was an honor to be with you today, sir. Thank you, Captain. Does anybody have a towel? I'm saying, does anybody have a towel? I need a towel. So now I'm walking out and getting ready to go down and meet the generals in Iraq to find out why we're not defeating ISIS. And I see my staff, and I say, that was quite an experience I just had. Yes, sir, great landing. He said, yeah, well, it was and I said, let me ask you a question. Is the President of the United States allowed to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor for bravery? Because I did a very brave thing. I was so brave. Am I allowed to do it? And they said, sir, it would not be a good thing to do. Now, here's the problem with that story. The fake news media will lead tomorrow. Donald Trump wanted to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor. It's true. It's true. When I imitate Biden, who can't find the stairs ever. You know, you have so many stairs in it. You got one there, you got ramps, you got everything. Here, you only have 2 or 3 stairs. Sometimes you have 6, 7 stairs. The craziest thing, what a waste of money. My father would say, What the hell are they doing? All you need is one stair. But for Biden, you need many. But when I imitate him with the stairs, because he never can find his way. If you ever see Secret Service runs up and grabs him and, helps him off the stage. This is what we have negotiating nuclear weapons. So he finishes his speech, and do you ever notice? He finishes it. The speeches last about, would you say, average 2-3 minutes, right? Very quick. They're very quick and not good. Not good. But the press gives him good marks. I remember when he made such a bad State of the Union speech. Everything was stumbling, mumbling. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. And I said, I'm going to watch CNN, MSDNC to find out what they say, because that was one of the worst speeches. They said, not since FDR has there been a speech so magnificently delivered. I'm telling you, I've never, ever forgotten it. Not since FDR. I said, it's impossible. They're fake. They're terrible. But you know what? When he goes, and he always points, he goes like this. Thank you. Where am I? Thank you. And then he goes. And he points. You ever notice? And it's always he ends up going in the opposite direction ultimately. But he goes. And then. Sometimes he trips over them. And then we don't have it here. But if there's a wall behind him, he ends up walking into the wall. And then one of these incredible guys from Secret Service, all these beautiful guys, they run up stage. Look at these guys, like central casting, right? They'll run up stage, they'll grab them, and they're not meant to smile. They're very hard line. When I tell stories, they're like this. I guess they're trained that way. They never smile. You say, good morning. Well, sure. They actually turn away. It's good. This way you don't have to say good morning all the time, okay? They train them this way. But one of these guys will run up and grab him and take him off the stage. This is what we have as our president. But the worst thing is when I do that, the fake news. I call up my wife, our great first lady. She was a great first. People love her. Yeah, people love her. Oh, look at that. Wow. Mercedes, that's pretty good. Yeah, she's good. And she loves our country and she loves the people. It's true. When I give these big rallies, we give rallies, they say, we love our First Lady. They have signs, we love her. They always show a high heel, But we love our First Lady. But I call up our First Lady, I say, so baby, how good was that? She goes, you were okay. She's a very tough critic. I'll go into a group, I'll speak in front of 55, 56, 68,000 people sometimes. I'll call her up, I'll say, how good was I tonight? Was that unbelievable? She goes, well, your hair didn't look good. Oh, that's not good. But it's very hard to get once in a while she goes, you were really good tonight, but that's like a major. But I said, in this case, I said, how good was that tonight? She said, you were really good tonight, but what happened? You couldn't find your way off the stage. Because the fake news said Donald Trump couldn't find his way off the stage. I said, wow. Or when I interject a name, like I go, our president, Barack Hussein Obama. Rush Limbaugh, remember? He would always, right, Seb? Rush would go, Barack Hussein. You couldn't hear Barack or Obama, but the name Hussein, he'd be screaming. I don't know exactly what he meant by that. I think I do. But he'd go, Barack Hussein. So I'd go, Barack Hussein Obama, our president, has done this. Now, I meant that because there are those people that say he's running our country because Joe is not strong on aptitude. So there are those. We don't know that that's true. But they go out and they say, Donald Trump, headline. Donald Trump doesn't know who the president of our country. He thinks Obama's the president, Lou. Look at the great Lou Dobbs. He thinks Obama is the president. So when I'm sarcastic, because I'm sort of a sarcastic guy, I find humor in sarcasm, but it's very dangerous to do because they take it very seriously. But it's a very serious subject because of what happened. To finish the first story, what happened? Hey, by the way, Isn't this better than reading off a frickin' teleprompter? Right? Right? Anybody can do that except for Biden. Anybody can read off a teleprompter except for Biden. He can't do that either. He can't do that either. He asks questions. News conference. Hey, when I'm in a news conference, people with these maniacs, these lunatics are screaming at me. They're just screaming like crazy. And, you know, you take them, and I love it. You know, it's like a mental challenge. It's horrible people. But they're screaming, and you're answering, and you get them. And then sometimes they get in trouble because they say, you were too tough, or you were too nasty, too this. The people don't like that. I understand that, too. But he asks, like, a question, and it's, Bob from NBC. Okay. Mr. President, sir, we just wanted to know, are you feeling well, and was everything good? And did you have ice cream today? Then he picks up the paper and he reads the answer. Yes, it was vanilla. No, but think, they ask him questions and they give him an answer. That never happened to me, right? I walk out there and it's like a free-for-all. But it's a sad thing. Okay, so now I go off and watch. You know this is all genius, okay? You do know. I hope you know. I always say my uncle was the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT, Dr. John Trump. We have a lot of great aptitude. They'll say, he rambled. Nobody can ramble like this. Nobody. If they did, they wouldn't even try. You know what? They go step by step, and they would never get off that sucker. They go step by step. But what happens, and it's very interesting, we get on the plane, we get off. Now I've just learned that I should not give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor. My people are saying, can you believe he asked that question? But we get off the plane, and I'm walking down. I'm going down this big ramp. I took the high stair, you know. I don't like the children. We call it the children's. I never had a problem with it, but I'm walking down, and I'm looking down, and I see these central casting people. A general, another general, a colonel, a staff sergeant could be in any movie. These guys, it's like perfect. They're like perfect individuals. If I were casting a movie on the military, I would pick these guys. There's nobody you could hire in Hollywood that looks like this. So I walked down, and this is where I met General Raisin Cain. And what's your name? General, what's your name? And he gave me his name. What's your name, Sergeant? Yes, sir, and I love you, sir. I think you're great, sir. I'll kill for you, sir. Then he puts on a Make America Great Again hat. You're not allowed to do that, but they did it. I remember I went into the hangar, and there were hundreds of troops. And they're not supposed to do this, but they all put on the Make America Great Again hat. Right? Not supposed to do it. I said, you're not supposed to do that. You know that. They said, it's okay, sir. We don't care. We don't care. And I met these people, and I said, so what do you think, General, sir? Would you like to rest up? See, this is before Biden. See, if I had Biden, I'd say, I'm not Biden. But we didn't know how bad he would be because we hadn't been tested yet. Sir, I said, he said, would you like to rest up for a little while? Then we'll have a meeting. We're all set. And this place is like all bunkers. No windows, no nothing. It's all bunkers, real stark, but beautiful in a certain way. Billions and billions of dollars it cost many years ago. And I said, no, I'm okay, General. Let's get the business. He was probably surprised. So we started. I say, so General Mattis and all these guys that tell me back in Washington that it'll take 4 or 5 years to defeat us. I says, why? Sir, it's not true, sir. It's not true. I said, what's not true? We can do it very quickly. How quickly? 4 weeks, sir. Wait a minute. I was told 4 years, and you might not be able to. Sir, we can have it done in 4 weeks. Why? How? What were they doing? Sir, it's our job as a soldier. When they come in from Washington, they're a higher rank. We respect them. We have to respect them. That's our job. I understood exactly what he was saying. He said, sir, when they come in, they tell us what to do and we do it. I say, don't you question what this is? No, sir, we don't question. They came in, they had a plan, and we said we'd do that plan. What was wrong with the plan? We attacked from way far away, sir, and only one place. It happened to be here. We're hundreds of miles away. By the time the planes got there, they practically had to go back and refuel. I said, what would you do, General? You don't mind if I tell you, sir, do you? He said, I don't mind. I'm waiting to hear. He said, sir, we have auxiliary ports, and we have runways all over the place. They're portables. We call them portables. We put them up faster. We take them down even faster. And they're damn good, sir. What I'd do is I'd hit him from 9 different locations. I'd hit him from the left. Now he's getting excited. I'd hit him from the right. I'd hit him from up top. I'd go right the hell under the damn ground. I almost used the bad word. I would have been trouble. I would have been in trouble with the religious right, but they love me, so I don't care. I would have been a bit. Please don't do that, sir. I would have been just so proud of myself I was able to stop. But I'd hit him from the left, I'd hit him from the right, I'd hit him from east and west and north and south, sir. They would be over very quickly. I said, well, why didn't they do it before? Because, sir, some of the ports and some of these runways are located in countries where they didn't want to be politically incorrect and use a runway and attack the enemy. And they're savages, sir. Attack them from certain points. I said, so you'd attack them and you'd hit them hard, right? Yes, sir, I'd hit them so hard. And I said, and it would take you 4 weeks, maybe more, maybe less, sir. So I said, you gotta be kidding. I said, I'm gonna go back to Washington and I'm gonna think about this because nobody ever told me about this. He says, sir, we'll have time left over. So I go back to Washington and I call and just spoke once more. Are you sure you can do this, sir? We can do it, sir. I'm telling you this, sir, because we have the greatest military in the world. You know, you see these clowns, these stupid people with Afghanistan. You see these stupid people, Matt, from Afghanistan, the withdrawal, the worst, most embarrassing moment in our lives. They take the military out first. I knew Abdul. I said, Abdul, you'll get hit so hard. 18 months, we didn't have one soldier killed in Afghanistan. I was the one that had it ready. It was enough. 21 years, that was enough. It was ridiculous, but I would have never let Bagram go because Bagram is 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons, and they let it go. They left at the dark of night. They left the dogs behind, and they left the lights on. And you know who occupies it now? China. So I said, Sir Raisin, how's it going? I said, sir, just about over, sir. We're going to save a little time, sir. I said, all right, good, call me. So he does his thing. I get a call that ISIS is on the run. The next day I get a call that ISIS is really in bad shape. Next day I get a call that they're surrounded. Next day I speak to somebody and I say, is it really going that well? Sir, it's a miracle. It's not a miracle. It's our military. It's our great military with people that know what the hell they're doing. And they say, sir, we have them now totally surrounded. Most of them are gone, but there's a large group. Just give us the word. Give us the word for what? Don't forget, I had never done this stuff before, you know. I grew up in New York doing real estate deals, really good ones, as you found out. You know, you find out. Even though they want to take as much money as they can away from me. I think we're going to fine him $450 million. Let's give him a fine. You know, you usually get a $500 fine. I get a $500 million fine. These people are sick. It's all part of weaponization, and it can't be allowed to happen. But I said, what are you talking about? We have, sir, a large group, and we're ready to extinguish them. We're ready to send them to hell. I said, we're talking about human beings, General. You know, naively. She's laughing. We're talking about human beings. No, they're not human. Sir, these are animals. These aren't human beings. These are animals. I said, well, maybe if you fly over them with those incredible, thunderous planes, the greatest planes in the world, maybe You'll shake them up a little bit and they'll surrender, sir. They don't know what a white flag is. I remember that statement. They don't know about surrendering, sir. They're horrible, horrible people, but they are brave. They're not going to be surrendering. Well, let's try it. 2 days. Fly over and back and forth, low as hell. Well, we got a couple of bullet holes in our planes, but we'll do it if you want. Just give it a shot. Get a call back 2 days later. Sir, they're not going to surrender. We've been doing it now for 2 days, back and forth, back and forth. Just give me the order, sir. I said, you got the order. Thank you, sir. A day later, I get a call. We have defeated 100% of ISIS. Isn't that a great story? Isn't that a great story? Right, Mike? 100% of ISIS. "100% of ISIS is gone." So, doing stories like that, Matt, probably I won't get the best speaker this year because I went off this stupid teleprompter, but maybe we will. So it was an amazing thing, and I learned so much. I tell that story sometimes rarely because it's a rough story. But I tell it because you have to know what a great military we have if you let them do their jobs. And I equate it with our police and law enforcement people. We have the greatest law enforcement people in the world, but they're not allowed to do their job. It's the same exact thing. Chicago could be solved in 1 day. New York could be solved in a half a day. The New York police, I grew up with them. They're the greatest people. Now, a lot of them have left and they've gone down to other states and they've retired. But you have great people. And they can do their job if they're allowed to do their job. But they don't want to lose their pension. They don't want to lose everything. When you see these department stores where 300, 400, usually kids walk in there with the masks on and rob the store, destroy the store, millions of dollars. Then the store closes. The whole thing starts to collapse, the city. I could solve that problem in 1 day, in 1 hour, in 1 minute. When the word got out that we took a very tough action, when kids walk out with television sets, like brand new, beautiful $2,000 television sets, and they're walking out, and the police are told, stand down, don't do anything. If the police would be allowed to do their job, and they would do it really strongly, it would end. That whole phenomena would end immediately. It would never happen again. You don't even have to do it in every city. All you have to do is do it in one. That's why I'm giving immunity to police, so that they stop crime, because they don't want to get sued. They don't want to lose their wife, their family, their pension, their house. It would stop immediately. So when I equate the military story and I talk about what they did and how we defeated ISIS, it's the same exact thing for the police. We have the greatest police. They could stop it in Los Angeles. They could stop it in New York. They could stop it in Chicago. They could stop it everywhere. But they're not allowed to do their job. And if they do their job, they lose everything. They lose their pensions, their house. They lose their family. And we're not going to let that happen anymore, because our city's all run by Democrats, radical left Democrats for the most part, but Democrats. It's a cesspool. It's a cesspool. Okay, now we go back to one little final story that I have to finish. So as you remember, the president of Mexico sent a representative. Lou. See, they'll say he rambled. He's cognitively impaired. No, it's really the opposite. It's total genius. You know that. It is. It's total genius. These fakers up there, he rambled on endlessly, telling these horrible and very boring stories. No, they're very informative stories. They're very important stories, actually. But no, there's no cognitive problem. If there was, I'd know about it. In fact, if there was, you'll be the first to know, because I will tell you. I will tell you. But, so what happens is I'm talking to the gentleman, and he's very confident. And I said, no, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. And he thought this was a weird conversation because he kept saying no. I said, no, you're going to do it. 100%. Don't even think about it. No, I said no. But, sir, I said no. How many times do I have to say no? I said, say yes. And he said, I can't do that. I said, here's what I'm doing. It's Friday evening, starting Monday morning at 7 o'clock. Mexico is going to pay a tariff of 25% on all of the cars that you stole from our country, by the way. You know, they stole 32% of our manufacturing cars. The United Auto Workers are going to vote for me, all those people, because that deal they made with China, all electric cars, the all-electric mandate. Everybody has to have an electric car, which doesn't go far. Got a couple of problems. Doesn't go far, doesn't work in cold weather. Remember, 4 weeks ago, I won in the largest margin ×2 history in Iowa, and it was 40 degrees below zero on election night. 40 degrees. This was serious cold. If I walked from here to here, let's say that's 5 yards, I was freezing my ass off by the time I got there. This was so cold. You never saw so many electric cars pulled over to the side of the road. You could have had any one of them. I don't know what the hell the people did. I guess they saved them in some way. But no, they don't go far. And these are the people we have making decisions. No, you want to have everything. We want to have choice. Like in school, we want to have choice. And with cars, we want to have choice, right? You know? We want hybrid. So I said, I'm going to sign this document. And at 7 o'clock on Monday morning, everything, including cars. And by the way, Mexico is our #1 trading partner. Who the hell knew that? Can you imagine? Mexico is our biggest trading partner. And you know why? Because I put so many tariffs on China that they really had to pull back. And we saved a lot of businesses. We saved the steel industry because of it. But Mexico is our biggest trading partner. I said, you're going to pay 25% tax or tariff, call it whatever you want. It's similar, but not actually. And you're going to pay it on every single thing that comes in from Mexico into the United States. And like every other country, they rip us off big, big. We don't have any good deals. I changed the South Korea deal. I changed the Japan deal. I could sit down and do nothing but change deals. I said, who the hell negotiated for the United States? And then you wonder why we have a $2 trillion deficit. Now, if you look at it now, it's gotten to a level that nobody can even believe. It's so bad under Biden. But I said, that's what's going to happen. And that's going to be a hell of a lot more than 28,000 soldiers. And I'm okay with it. But I'm ready to sign it. You just tell me when to sign it. Sir, may I... Now he's doing this. He was a very confident man just moments before. Now he's grabbing his collar, he's pulling, he can't breathe. Sir, may I call our president, please? Absolutely. Please give him my warmest regards. And I said, will you make it quick? I'm late. I got the Russia hoax to take care of. I got to take care of that hoax, Mike. So make it quick on how much time. Think of what I could have done if I didn't have to go through all that bullshit, right? Think of how good I would have been. So he comes back in 5 minutes and he said, sir, I'm pleased to tell you that it would be our great honor to supply you with 28,000 soldiers free of charge. It would be our great honor to adhere to your request for remain in Mexico. Millions of people can stay in our country. Here's a guy. You ever see what happened to Tijuana? It was like people. They had no earth left. It was, you looked at it as, became, I think it was the fastest growing city in history. Tijuana, nice place. But we have, I said, what about catch and release in Mexico? Yes, sir, we'd love to have you release people that you catch, prisoners and murderers. We think it would be a wonderful thing for our country, sir. We would love it. Sir, you can do whatever the hell you want. And we got everything. And then this fool, this stupid fool, released Mexico of all of these obligations. And then last week, for the first time, I can't even believe it, I heard Mexico saying, we're not going to negotiate with the United States unless they give us $10 billion. These are stupid people. How about the hostages? The hostages with Iran, Iraq, but the hostages, we gave Iran $6 billion for 5 people. $6 billion. $6 billion for 5 people. A hiker. You know, a hiker goes over and says, oh, look, there's Iran. Let's go hiking. We give them $1 billion to get the hiker out. We gave them $6 billion, and then we gave $10 billion because they supplied some electricity to Iraq. What the hell do we care if they supply it to Iraq? Iraq. Should have never. Remember, I used to say a long time ago, don't go into Iraq. Don't do it. But I was only a civilian, so I didn't get that much press. I said, don't go into Iraq, but if you're going to do it, keep the oil. Do you remember I used to say that all the time? Keep the oil, but don't do it, but keep the oil. Iraq now has $300 billion. Iran has $224 billion. And Iran controls 100% Iraq. So for years, they'd fight each other, and they were the same. For years and years, under different names. But religious thing. But they would fight each other for years, and they were the two powers. And they were checkmating each other. So they'd fight and fight and fight 4 or 5 years. They'd throw a little gas. They'd throw another one, and then all of a sudden they'd say, and they'd go back, and the border basically remained unchanged. This has been going on for centuries. And then we come along and we blow up one of the sides. We blow up Iraq. And now Iran is taking over Iraq. So Iran, they might as well change the name. So Iran has their $200 and some odd billion that they all made in 2.5 years. 2.5 years. I told China, and I told all of the countries, France, everybody. I said, listen, if you buy 1 barrel of oil from Iran, we're not going to do any business. We're going cold turkey, which wouldn't have been a bad thing anyway. We're going cold turkey. You're not going to do it. And we're going to put a 100% tariff on anything that gets through. And President Xi, I told him this. He said, all right, well, we won't do it. We won't do it. They didn't buy. By the way, they're buying billions and billions of dollars worth of oil right now. But China didn't buy. Nobody bought. Iran was broke. And they had no money for Hamas. And they had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. They were down to almost nothing. And there were a lot of stories that Iran was unable, and all these terror groups were angry at Iran because they weren't paying them. And the terror groups were all breaking up. If I were president, Israel would have never been attacked. Would have never been attacked. As soon as I was forced out with a rigged election, and we can never let that happen again. Don't let it happen again. Don't let it happen again. As soon as I was forced out with this rigged election, Biden took the sanctions off. Iran went back to levels that they've never seen before, more than they've ever done. And now they're rich as hell. They're selling oil to everybody. They're making so much money they don't know what to do. They're a very rich nation. With me, they were broke. They were broke. I remember a Democrat congressman on Deface the Nation a couple of weeks. I think it was Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. It is Deface the Nation because their news is so fake. But he was saying that, well, whether you like Trump or not, he did break Iran. They were broke. They had no money. I said, that's nice of him. He probably, lost his chairmanship or whatever he was. But we did a great job. We did a great job. So what happened is Mexico agreed to all of these things. We took the money out of the military. We built the wall. We had the safest border in the history of our country. The history of our country. And it was very interesting because we built the wall, but a lot of people were coming up at the beginning. Once they saw that I meant business, once they heard some of these stories that I'm telling you right now, they didn't come. They weren't coming. The caravans were much smaller. The people trying to get in was a much easier situation to handle. When you have an idiot like Gavin Newsom saying, if you come up, we're going to give you pension funds, you're going to have pensions, we'll give you a mansion. Do you ever see the things that he's promising? Free health care, free education. Who the hell wouldn't? I may move there myself, actually. No, but people all over the world are hearing this, that California, look, a lot of people think Gavin Newsom is going to run. In a certain way, I hope so. I hope so. Because he's destroyed California. He's destroyed it. But he's got a hell of a line of crap. I watched him on Sean Hannity who's a good man, Sean. Sean, we love you very much, Sean, if you happen to be watching, which you will. But he was on Sean Hannity, and he was saying, no, California's never done better, we got to do this, we're doing that. I'm saying, wait a minute, the place is failing. They don't have water. They're notifying people in Beverly Hills you can only use 40 gallons of water. They don't have water. By the way, they could have so much water. I had it all set. All of the federal government approvals were done. All he had to do is sign a little piece of paper. And I won't let him get away with that again, because he had to sign one piece of paper, and water would be pouring down from up north, pouring down from Canada. And it comes down the artificial veins and the natural veins where the water poured down. And they take this water and they send it out to the Pacific, way above California. They send the water out to the Pacific to protect a little tiny fish that's not doing too well anyway. And people don't have water, and the farmland is barren. You go down, it's best land there is in the whole country. They can't farm it because they have no water. And it's true. In Beverly Hills, you pay a fortune in taxes. They say you can only brush your teeth once a day. Who the hell wants to mean you can't use too much water on your hair? That would put me out. I would not want to be. They put restrictors on showers. They put restrictors on faucets. You buy brand new faucets. Aren't they beautiful, darling? Oh, yes, look at them beautiful brass faucets. They're so beautiful. Let's try them. Oh, shit, no water's coming out. Drop. It drops out. You turn on the shower. I'm going to take a shower tonight. My hair's going to look better than it ever looked. I get that whole deal ready. I'm all set to go. Turn on the shower. Ding. Ding. No. And they have so much water. I said to some of our great congressmen that asked me to help them with a problem up in that area, up north in California, I said, I see you have a drought. They said, no, we don't have a drought. We have so much water, you don't know what to do. But they send it out to the Pacific. We're not going to let them get away with that any longer. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And frankly, I believe, I gave a speech up there. We had like 100,000 people show up. I said, what the hell is going on over here? I always hear Republicans can't win. California, you can't win. I will tell you, if God came down and God was the vote checker, I believe we would win California. I think it's so crazy. They send out 36 million ballots. Get sent out to people unknown. They're sent out all over the place. How many people from California know people that got 6, 7, 8 ballots, okay? Our elections are so corrupt. I think we'd do very well. I think I would do very well in California, actually. And I think I would do well in a lot of places because it's common sense. Remember, not conservative. It's common sense. I'm conservative. But the words are common sense. Our country is run by people that are destroying it. We're not going to let it happen again. We're going to have a great military. We're going to have a great... Everything in our country is going to function properly again. It's going to function well. We're going to be respected all over the world. We're going to be respected like we've never been respected before. And it won't take long. It's like Orban said from Hungary, put Trump back in, and the whole world is going to be fixed. He said that very strongly. Put Trump back in. What do you do? They said, what do you do, sir? What do you do? The world is blowing up. He said, it's a very simple solution. Put President Trump back in office. It will all be healed very, very quickly. So I want to apologize for literally not repeating this beautiful speech. But I thought some of these stories are instructive because they tell you our military is great. They tell you our law enforcement is great. They tell you our president is incompetent. They tell you a lot of things, some of which you knew and some of which you didn't know. So now I'm going to the place I'm supposed to be. I'm going to South Carolina. I'm supposed to be there. And if I do poorly, I'm going to blame Mercedes. Forget about Matt. I'm going to blame Mercedes. Because I am supposed to be there and I'm not there. And if I do poorly, I'm blaming everybody in this audience. But I think we're going to do okay. And I just want to thank everybody. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you from a beautiful place called South Carolina, go out and vote right now, please. Get in those cars and drive fast. I'm going to leave you with this one final message. We're going to win the election. We're going to win it big. We're going to win it bigger than ever before. We're going to do things that nobody believed. It's going to be more important even than 2016. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Speech here at CPAC. The people are coming out of the room right now as the president exits the stage. He does that fancy dance that we all love, but before that, of course, offering a very important message to these conservatives about staying in the game and keeping the hope alive as we head into November.
Absolutely. He talked a lot about, revenge, and he says the ultimate and absolute revenge is success.
Right. Because a lot of people think that he's been targeted so much that people are coming after him on the left and the injustice that has attacked him, that he's going to come back after them when he gets in office. And, that's the common thought process. But he says, no, my revenge is success, meaning I'm going to make this country great again. That's my goal. That's what I'm after. That's what I want to do. So President Trump, I'm seeing a lot of people are coming out smiling, happy. They had a great hour and a half with the president and listening to him speak. That's why they're here today. But we're not done yet here at CPAC. We still have a wonderful lineup of speakers this afternoon, ending with Steve Bannon, crowd favorite. They love Steve Bannon. Anytime he's around or on air, they follow him.
Yes, they do. We also have the new president of Argentina, Javier Milei. I'm not sure how to say it, but he's very popular right now. He's been going viral for his anti-socialism speeches. So we'll have more live coverage of that coming right up.
All right, so let's just, keep talking to you about what's going on here because it's very busy. You can hear a pin drop when President Trump was speaking, like literally for an hour and a half. There was no one talking, no movement, very quiet, but now it's like a stomped on ant bed in here because the president just wrapped up and the people are walking around, mingling, smiling, having a good old time, and trying to maybe get some lunch or go to the restroom or whatever the case may be until the next speaker begins. Vanessa Broussard, Grace Saldana here with you from Right Side Broadcasting Network. Always a pleasure to have you join us for our coverage on the campaign trail. If you're just now joining us, we are going to have a fun night ahead, and we know it's going to be fun because we believe that President Trump's watch party in South Carolina tonight is going to be a winner, and he is up in the polls by 30 points in South Carolina, Nikki Haley's home state. So from here, he is behind the stage right now. He's taking off in Trump Force One, and he's heading to the great state of South Carolina, where our Brian Glenn is standing by, waiting for him on the ground there to do some interviews and also hear him. As those poll numbers come in, President Trump will be there at the watch party.
Gage estimated it takes about an hour and a half to fly from D.C. to South Carolina. So I'm not sure when President Trump will be in South Carolina exactly, but he'll be there very soon. Brian has also mentioned he has some important surrogates that he would like to interview during the coverage tonight, so don't miss that. We have some, I'm not going to name names yet, but I want you guys to see it live tonight when you tune in. And I think we're expecting to start that coverage around 6:30 p.m. Eastern, and we will recap CPAC and kick it off to South Carolina.
All right. We have so much to come, so much to tell you about, and so much to talk about. I mean, it's just a glow and an excitement in all these people's faces right now. I'm actually happy seeing them happy
Me too.
because they get to see President Trump. A lot of people here, it's their first time to see him, so they're excited and we're happy for them. But we have so much more to talk about. Don't go anywhere here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to take a quick 60-second timeout, a commercial break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Parents and grandparents.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
All right, so we want to thank everyone who has watched the speech for President Donald Trump. We encourage you to check out and stay with us for the rest of our CPAC coverage. It's been a fun 3 days here. I was just thinking last night, Grace, I don't want CPAC to end. I always look forward to CPAC.
It is so fun. There's always so many people here and so much energy and just like good conversations. It's like people here are so relatable. It's like they're in the same fight that you are. And I think it's really great to just be able to do that once a year.
Yeah, thousands of people, like-minded people, all here for the greater cause for America to save this country. More about that in a minute. But first, we want to remind you that Tax Network USA, they have experts who are standing by waiting to help you with your taxes. Even if you have back taxes, they have helped save over $1 billion in back taxes for the customers of theirs. So if you are struggling with any tax issue, it could be a simple question. It could be what you may consider a major issue. Let them help you. They are registered and they have they're able, I should say, to help you in any state that you live in. So they can help you no matter where you live in America. That 1-800 number is on your screen. The website to go to is tnusa.com, tnusa.com. Great group of people there. Again, they've helped so many. And they also want to to help you as well. I know, Grace, whenever you open your mailbox and you see that you're getting that form from your county or whatever the case may be, that you owe taxes. It's that time of year, and you're like, oh, it's time to file taxes. I have to get all this together, and it takes hours. Let the experts handle it for you. Don't worry about it. Just put it in a folder and send it on over to them. They have over 14 years of experience, so they can definitely help you out. TNUSA.com/RSBN, TNUSA.com/RSBN. That 1-800 number's on your screen, but just in case, it's 1-800-357-1415.
Wonderful. Yes. I mean, you know what season it is. It's tax season. The IRS wants to come for you. They're hiring so many agents, and they're trying to expand their agency and just keep going after regular Americans like you and me. So make sure that you visit that website.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we have a lot to cover here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. There is a group from Texas. They're dear friends of mine. They travel the country following President Trump. Their name is the Trump Tribe of Texas. They have been all over the media. Even foreign media has picked them up. Anytime they show up, you know they're there. You know that they are around, and they're just a fun group. Well, they're standing by. They just listened to President Trump. They were actually in line at 1:30 this morning.
It's insane. They're so dedicated.
Yes.
Love it. Love you guys.
Yes. 1:30 this morning, they were in line to see President Trump to get front row seats. We are going to take another quick break because there's 6 of them, and so we got to get lined up here at the studio so you can see all of them. There's only room for 2 or 3 of us right here in this shot. So we're going to get set up here for the Trump Tribe of Texas, and then we are going to come right back. But in the meantime, we're going to toss inside for our next speaker.
Tomorrow, we will have 1 million people on the streets of São Paulo in support of President Bolsonaro. Make this image go all around the world. American congressmen, we ask for a hearing in your Congress. You are the leaders of the free world. Help us to expose this tyranny. It's as my father often quotes in John 8:32. And do you know the truth, and the truth will set you free. But there is still hope for Brazil. I'm looking forward here now to listen the great president of our brother country, Argentina, Javier Milei. God bless you. God bless the free world. Thank you, CPAC. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of Argentina, Javier Milei.
Hola a todos.
Hello, everyone.
Yo soy el león.
I'm the lion.
Lindo día para hacer temblar a la izquierda.
Day to make the left wing shake.
Yo también los amo.
I love you too.
¡Viva la libertad, carajo!
Long live freedom, damn it.
Parece que lo que decían como fenómeno barrial se agrandó un poco el barrio.
What seemed just like a local phenomenon has grown. It's quite a large neighborhood now.
Bueno, en primer lugar, muchísimas gracias por esta invitación.
Thank you very much for this invitation.
Y En cuanto a la conferencia del día de hoy,
And as for today's talk,
dado el impacto de la conferencia en Davos,
in view of the impact of my speech in Davos,
en la en la que señalé que Occidente está en peligro,
where I stated that the West was in danger,
dado el avance de las ideas estatistas socialistas,
due to the advance of statist and socialist ideas,
hoy haré foco en los fundamentos técnicos que sostenían dichas apreciaciones políticas en aquella conferencia.
today I will focus on the technical underpinnings of those political views.
En este sentido, haré foco sobre cómo la economía neoclásica y su visión de los fallos de mercados son funcionales al avance del socialismo.
And along those lines, I will focus on how neoclassical economics and its view of market failure are conducive to the advance of statism.
Y cómo ello destruye el crecimiento económico, poniendo un freno a las mejoras en el bienestar y en la lucha contra la pobreza.
And how this destroys economic growth, putting a brake on the improvements in well-being and the fight against poverty.
En cuanto a la génesis de este problema,
as for the root of this problem,
el problema es un problema metodológico entre modelo versus realidad.
The problem is methodological in nature. It's about a model versus reality.
Dado que la realidad siempre es muy compleja de analizar, se analiza con modelos.
Reality is always very complex to analyze, so it's analyzed by using models.
Pero en términos generales, cuando el modelo no mapea con la realidad, uno corrige el modelo, descarta el modelo.
But normally, if the model doesn't match reality, you throw away the model.
Y el problema con el mundo neoclásico es que frente a este problema en que el modelo no mapea con la realidad, se enojan con la realidad llamándolo fallo de mercado.
And the thing about the neoclassical model is that when the model doesn't match reality, they get mad at the reality, calling it a market failure.
El origen de este problema tiene que ver cuando se pone a estudiar las cualidades normativas del equilibrio competitivo.
So the root of this problem arises when you start studying the normative basis of competitive equilibrium.
Es decir, mientras que el análisis se centraba en la existencia, en la unicidad y en la estabilidad, eso no confería un problema grave desde el punto de vista político.
So when the analysis focused on existence, uniqueness, and stability, there was no actual political problem.
Y en rigor, el problema aparece cuando ingresa el análisis normativo de la mano del análisis de Pareto.
The problem started when the normative analysis started to be linked to Pareto's analysis.
Básicamente, la idea del óptimo de Pareto es que yo no puedo mejorar a alguien sin empeorar a otro.
The basic idea of Pareto's optimality is that you can't improve someone's position without damaging someone else's.
Concretamente, si estoy en una situación donde puedo mejorar a alguien y hago una mejora para alguien sin empeorar a otro, eso se llama mejora paretiana.
So if you can actually improve someone's position without damaging another one's position, that would be a Pareto optimality.
Y obviamente cuando esas oportunidades se agotan, significa que estamos en el óptimo de Pareto.
And when those opportunities run out, then that's Pareto optimality.
Y es ahí a donde aparecen las definiciones de fallos de mercado.
And that's when the definitions of market failures crop up.
Que tienen distintos nombres. Una es las no convexidades, es decir, la existencia de rendimientos crecientes, o para decirlo más popularmente, estructuras de mercados concentrados y monopolios.
One of the names given to this position is that of non-convexities. This has to do with concentrated structures and monopolies.
Otros casos son las externalidades, los bienes públicos, la información asimétrica y el dilema de los prisioneros.
Also externalities, public goods, information asymmetry, the prisoner's dilemma.
Y en realidad, todas estas definiciones tan elegantes son todos elementos que habilitan la intervención del Estado y con ello el avance de los estatistas y los socialistas.
And all these elegant names are actually ways to pave the way for state intervention and for statists and socialists.
Pero para que no estén tan en abstracto, voy a hacer un ejemplo aplicado.
But to make it less abstract, let me give a more practical example.
Si básicamente supongamos que estamos en el momento, digamos que nos alumbrábamos con velas y todavía no había llegado Edison.
Let's suppose we are at a time when candles were still used and Edison hadn't yet come along.
Obviamente, en el momento que aparece Edison con la lamparita, todos los fabricantes de vela van a la quiebra.
Of course, when Edison did come along with a light bulb, all candle manufacturers went bankrupt.
Naturalmente, si le hubiéramos prestado atención a los intervencionistas,
and if we had paid attention to those who favored intervention,
hoy en lugar de tener esta hermosa conferencia con todas estas luces, seguiríamos con velas.
Instead of having this conference in this lovely venue today full of light, we would still have candles.
Así es como los socialistas arruinan nuestras vidas. Por suerte, descartemos el óptimo de Pareto y avancemos con el progreso tecnológico.
That's how socialists mess up our lives. So let's get rid of Pareto's optimality and let's get rid of the socialist approach.
¡Viva!
Long live freedom, yes.
Entonces, lo primero que tenemos que entender, ¿qué es mercado? Tener una buena definición de qué es el mercado.
So the first thing we need is to have a good definition of the market, what the market actually is.
En este sentido, el mercado es un proceso de cooperación social donde se intercambian derechos de propiedad voluntariamente.
The market is actually a social cooperation process where you voluntarily exchange property rights.
De hecho, dado que los intercambios son voluntarios, no es posible hablar de fallos de mercado, porque nadie estaría haciendo acciones autoflagelantes.
Actually, since these exchanges are voluntary, there can be no market failure because nobody would be self-inflicting harm.
Por lo tanto, digamos, cuando definimos bien mercado, todas las definiciones de intervención se derrumban.
So if we define the market properly, all definitions that are interventionist in nature collapse.
Por otra parte, también es muy importante tener claro cuáles son las instituciones sobre las que se construye la idea del mercado.
It is also very important to be clear as to what institutions are the foundations of the market.
Dos instituciones muy importantes son la propiedad privada y los mercados libres de intervención estatal.
Two major institutions are private property and markets that are free from state intervention.
Porque básicamente, si voy a estar intercambiando derechos de propiedad, quiere decir que la propiedad privada es importante.
Because if you're basically going to exchange property rights, it means that private property is important.
Y si los intercambios son voluntarios, no hay lugar para la presencia intromisiva y violenta del Estado.
And if the exchanges are voluntary, there's no room for the intervention, encroachment, and invasion by the state.
En este sentido, cuando se hace un intercambio y alguien entrega un bien a cambio de dinero, eso fija un registro histórico llamado precio.
So actually, when someone engages in an exchange and gives something in exchange for money, this creates a historical record or register, which is price.
Y ese registro histórico denominado precios es un mecanismo de transmisión de información.
And that historical record we call price is an information transmission mechanism.
que además se transforma en un mecanismo de coordinación porque hace que algunas personas sean oferentes y otros sean demandantes.
And also becomes a coordination mechanism as it makes some people be on the supply side and others on the demand side.
Y como no necesariamente la cantidad demandada coincide con la ofrecida, cuando la demanda es mayor que la oferta, los precios suben y en su caso contrario bajan. Es decir, hay un proceso de ajuste.
And there's also an adjustment process because demand and supply don't always perfectly match. When demand goes up, prices go up, and the other way around.
En definitiva, la propiedad privada y los mercados libres determinan el funcionamiento del sistema de precios y ello es lo que permite hacer cálculo económico.
So the private property and free markets determine the price system, and this is the basis of economic calculation.
Y esto muestra por qué el socialismo en ninguna de sus vertientes puede funcionar.
And this shows why none of the varieties of socialism can work.
En el caso más extremo, porque no hay propiedad privada, por lo tanto, no se puede hacer los intercambios que requiere el mercado.
In the most extreme cases, because there's no private property, so you can't engage in the exchanges that the market would require.
Y en segundo lugar, las versiones más light que permiten la existencia del sector privado, la intromisión del Estado mete ruido en el sistema de precios.
And in the milder varieties that do allow the existence of the private sector, what happens is that state intervention creates noise in the price system.
Y cuanto más Estado hay, más violencia hay, más distorsión hay y peor funciona el sistema.
And the more state, the more government there is, the more violence there is, the more distortion there is, and the worse the system functions.
Otra de las instituciones importantes para los mercados es lo que se llama la libre competencia, pero no en el sentido neoclásico de la competencia perfecta, sino en términos de libre entrada y salida.
Another key element is free competition, but not in the more neoclassical sense, but in terms of in and out.
Y por otra parte, hay dos instituciones también que son muy importantes, que son la división del trabajo y la cooperación social.
And another two very important elements are the division of labor and social cooperation.
La división del trabajo, quien mejor lo explicó fue Adam Smith.
The one who best explained the division of labor was Adam Smith.
Una persona sola podía producir solamente 20 alfileres.
A single person could manufacture just 20 pins.
Pero si se partía en 15 la tarea, cada uno podía producir 5.000 alfileres. Es decir, estamos hablando de 75.000 alfileres.
If the task was divided by 15, we could end up with 17,000 pins.
Pero ¿cuál es el problema? Si no hay demanda para 75.000 alfileres, no va a haber tanta división del trabajo.
The thing is, if there's no demand for 75,000 pins, there will be no division of labor.
Y esto combinado con la idea de cooperación social, terminan siendo absolutamente destructivos para las ideas socialistas.
And this, combined with the notion of social cooperation, ends up being fully destructive as far as socialist ideas are concerned.
Una es, yo podría estar odiando a él, pero necesito que él compre mi producto, por lo tanto, inexorablemente lo tengo que tratar bien.
I could actually hate him, but I need for him to buy my product, so I must treat him nicely.
Por eso, como decía Bastiat, donde entra el comercio, no entran las balas.
So as Bastiat used to say, where trade goes in, soldiers don't.
Y promover el libre comercio es promover la paz.
And promoting free trade is promoting peace.
Y al mismo tiempo, esta idea del mercado como proceso de cooperación social es una tremenda bomba en contra del socialismo.
And also, this idea of the market as a social cooperation mechanism is a tremendous bomb for socialism.
Porque si los intercambios son libres,
because if exchanges are voluntary,
eso significa que las dos partes que intervienen en el intercambio ganan los dos.
It means that it's win-win for both sides.
Por lo tanto, no hay lugar para la teoría de la explotación.
So there's no room for the theory of exploitation.
No hay lugar para la plusvalía.
Or for surplus value.
No hay lugar para el marxismo y el socialismo.
Or for Marxism and socialism.
Al mismo tiempo, es importante señalar que en la lógica del mercado, un empresario exitoso es un benefactor social.
And, according to the market logic, a successful entrepreneur or business person is a social benefactor.
Porque en el capitalismo de libre empresa solamente es posible ser exitoso sirviendo al prójimo con bienes de mejor calidad a un mejor precio.
Because in free enterprise capitalism, you can only succeed if you serve others with goods of better quality or at a better price.
Y si ese empresario no lo está haciendo bien, podrá aparecer otro que pueda brindar el mismo bien a un mejor precio o el mismo precio, mejor calidad, y eso va a llevar a la quiebra a los ineficientes y va a potenciar el bienestar.
And if the business person doesn't do things right, then someone else might come along offering goods of better quality or at a better price, and that will lead to them going bust.
Y por ende, los empresarios son benefactores sociales porque nos brindan bienes de mejor calidad a un mejor precio, mientras que van creando puestos de trabajo y progreso en toda la sociedad. Por lo tanto, digamos, abracemos a los empresarios que son la base de la prosperidad.
And so, entrepreneurs who can come up with goods of better quality or at a better price are actually offering progress, and we must embrace them because they are creating well-being for society.
Por lo tanto, dada esta introducción, vale la pena enfrentar ahora dónde está el dilema neoclásico.
So, after this intro, the question is, where is the neoclassical dilemma?
Esto, digamos, dentro de la teoría del crecimiento económico y su evidencia empírica se llama el palo de hockey.
We talk about the hockey stick in terms of economic growth theory and its empirical evidence.
Si ustedes miran la historia desde la era cristiana en adelante,
if you look at history ever since the Christian era,
el PBI per cápita durante el periodo entre el año 0 y el 1800 prácticamente estuvo constante.
Per capita GDP between the year 0 and the year 1800 remained virtually constant.
Sin embargo, desde el año 1800 hasta aquí se multiplicó por más de 15 veces.
But since the year 1800 and until now, it has multiplied nearly 15-fold.
Y en ese mismo periodo, la población en el año 1800 era de 800 millones de seres humanos y hoy se ha multiplicado por 10.
And actually, in the same period, if we look at the year 1800, the population at the time was 800 million, and now it's multiplied by 10.
Es decir, que aumentó la productividad per cápita.
So per capita productivity went up.
Y además, el PBI aumentó por cerca de 150 veces.
And GDP rose by nearly 150 times.
A punto tal que estamos en el mejor momento de la historia de la humanidad.
So much so that we're actually in the best moment in the history of humanity.
Entonces, todo esto a pesar de la existencia del Estado.
All of this despite the existence of government, of the state.
Y en este mismo periodo de tan importante crecimiento económico, la pobreza extrema pasó del 95% de la población al 5%.
And in this same period of growth, extreme poverty went from 95% to 5%.
Sin embargo, esta presencia de rendimientos crecientes significa que hay estructuras concentradas, es decir, que hay monopolios.
Now, these increasing returns involve the existence of concentrated structures, of monopolies.
Entonces la pregunta es, si se generó tanto bienestar, ¿por qué la teoría neoclásica dice que los monopolios son malos si nos trajo tanto bienestar y tanta caída de la pobreza?
So the question is, if monopolies are so bad, how can you explain the fact that they promoted so much well-being and such a reduction in poverty?
Y en realidad, como diría Murray Newton Rothbard, el inventor del anarcocapitalismo, el problema es que el análisis neoclásico está mal.
The inventor of neocapitalism, Murray Rothbard, said that the problem was that the model was wrong, of course.
Supongamos que tengo 10 empresas compitiendo por hacer teléfonos celulares.
Let's suppose that we have 10 companies in competition to manufacture cell phones.
Y una de ellas ahora descubre una técnica para hacer un teléfono de mejor calidad a un mejor precio.
And one of them now discovers a technology to manufacture a new kind of phone with a better quality and at a better price.
Naturalmente, hay 9 empresas que van a quebrar.
Of course, there will be 9 businesses staying out of business.
Sin embargo, ¿alguno de ustedes se quejarían por tener mejores teléfonos a un mejor precio?
But would anyone here complain about having better phones at a better price?
Por lo tanto, fuera la teoría neoclásica.
So down with the neoclassical theory.
Entonces, veamos dónde están esos errores de la teoría neoclásica.
So where are the mistakes in neoclassical theory?
En la versión más simple es porque dicen que el precio del monopolio es mayor que el de la competencia y que la cantidad producida es menor que en competencia.
Basically, because they say that the price in monopoly situations is higher than in competitive situations and that the quality is lower.
Sin embargo, ese análisis es errado porque tiene varios problemas.
But that analysis is flawed. There are several things to point out.
En primer lugar, porque es solamente un análisis de equilibrio parcial.
First, because it's only a partial equilibrium analysis.
Solo considera el equilibrio en un solo mercado y no considera el resto de la economía.
It only focuses on equilibrium in a single market without looking at the rest of the economy.
Es decir, yo tengo el monopolio sobre Javier Milei y ustedes tienen el monopolio de ustedes mismos sobre cada uno de ustedes.
I mean, I hold a monopoly on Javier Milei, and you hold a monopoly on each and every one of yourselves.
Y eso no tiene nada de malo. Y afortunadamente somos todos distintos, gracias a Dios.
And there's nothing wrong about that. And thank God we're all different.
Es más, festejamos nuestras diferencias porque no nos gusta la uniformidad gris del socialismo.
In fact, we celebrate our differences because we don't like the gray uniformity of socialism.
Pero no solo está mal por ser un análisis de equilibrio parcial que no considera el resto de los mercados, sino que además es tan burdo que tampoco considera los efectos futuros, es decir, el impacto en el futuro de estas estructuras de mercado.
But the analysis is not just wrong because it only looks at the partial equilibrium without looking at the whole market, but also because it fails to consider the future effects in this regard, the future impact.
De hecho, esto me hace recordar un hermoso libro de un economista y pensador americano, Henry Hazlitt, que se llama La economía en una lección.
Henry Hazlitt wrote a lovely book called Economics in One Lesson, freely translated, and I remember that book.
Que decía la diferencia entre el buen economista y el mal economista.
And he said the difference between a good economist and a bad economist
es que el mal economista solamente mira el mercado en un periodo,
is that the bad one only looks at the market within a certain period,
mientras que el buen economista no solo mira todos los mercados y no solo el presente, sino también el futuro.
whereas a good economist looks at all markets, not just the present ones, but also the future.
Por lo tanto, esto estaría mostrando que el análisis tradicional del monopolio y por el cual se los regulan es parte de un mal análisis económico.
So the traditional analysis of monopolies and the way they're regulated is part of a flawed economic analysis.
Y si además tomamos el rol que tienen las ganancias como elemento para generar crecimiento económico, además, meterse con los beneficios implica impactar negativamente sobre el crecimiento.
And if we also take into account the role of profits as drivers of economic growth, if you start meddling with profits, this slows down growth.
Entonces la pregunta es, ¿cuál es la verdadera respuesta o el verdadero fundamento de este análisis?
So what's the true answer? What's the true foundation of this analysis?
Y en realidad la respuesta no está en el análisis económico, está en la estructura matemática que usa el equilibrio general.
So it's not about economic analysis, but about the mathematical structure used in global or general equilibrium.
O sea, básicamente tiene que ver con el análisis del óptimo de Pareto y el problema de las no convexidades en los conjuntos de producción.
So there's Pareto optimality and non-convexity in production sets. That's what it's about.
Básicamente, el óptimo de Pareto, para que el equilibrio existente sea óptimo de Pareto, tanto los consumidores como los productores deberían estar maximizando.
So in the Pareto optimality model, both consumers as well as producers should be optimizing, or maximizing rather.
Y el problema es que cuando nosotros tenemos rendimientos crecientes, tenemos funciones de producción convexas.
When we have increasing returns, we have convex production functions.
Y el problema con esas funciones es que no se puede encontrar un máximo.
And the problem with those functions is that you can't actually find a maximum.
Naturalmente, eso es un error matemático también.
Of course, that is also a mathematical error.
Porque si yo tengo rendimientos crecientes, puedo encontrar un máximo si utilizo todas las dotaciones de la economía.
Because if you have increasing returns, you can find the maximum, provided you use all endowments in the economy.
Entonces ahí aparecería otro problema, que entonces me quedaría una sola empresa.
So the other issue that comes up is that you would end up with just one business.
Pero eso, que parece algo empíricamente correcto,
But this, which might seem empirically correct,
también tiene otro error conceptual.
Entails another conceptual error.
Porque básicamente implica desconocer la naturaleza de la firma.
Because it basically involves disregarding the nature of the business.
Y entre otras cosas, deja de lado el hecho de que las firmas son manejadas por seres humanos.
And it also disregards the fact that businesses are run by human beings.
Y naturalmente, cuanto ustedes más quieran trabajar para producir más,
and the more you want to work in order to produce more,
el costo de oportunidad del tiempo libre crece fenomenalmente.
Of course, the opportunity cost of free time, of leisure time, goes up phenomenally.
¿De qué le serviría un trabajo que le ofrecen $12 millones al año si ustedes tuvieran que trabajar los 7 días de la semana 24 horas?
What good to get a job where you're offered $12 million a year if you have to work 24/7?
Si van a chocar contra su propia humanidad.
You will be doing violence to your own humanity.
Sin embargo, el análisis neoclásico trabaja a las firmas como si fueran máquinas y no como empresas que dependen, que son propiedad de los seres humanos.
But neoclassical analysis treats businesses as if they were machines rather than organizations with humans.
Finalmente, otra de las críticas que se le hace a los monopolios es que en realidad generan menos cantidades producidas en la economía.
Yet another criticism leveled at monopolies is that they generate less produced quantities in the economy.
Y eso también es falso, porque todo ese dinero que ganan los monopolistas, evidentemente lo pueden volcar al consumo y generar producción y empleo en otros lugares de la economía.
And that's also false, because all that money that is generated in these monopolistic structures can then be put into new and further production, into jobs for the benefit of the economy overall.
Pero es más, ahora vamos a hacer un par de casos que irriten más a los keynesianos.
Now we're going to quote a couple more cases to irritate Keynesians even more.
¿Qué sucede si esas grandes ganancias las ahorramos? Ahora, ese ahorro se transforma en inversión en otras empresas y eso genera crecimiento del producto y del empleo en otros sectores. No se pierde nada.
And of course, what if those big, substantial profits are saved, are put into investments in other businesses that will lead to growth in GDP, in jobs, in other sectors, so nothing is lost.
O supongamos que este monopolista es tan ambicioso que quiere invertir todo en su propia empresa.
Well, let's assume that this monopoly holder is so greedy that he wants to invest it all in his own business.
Tal que todo su ahorro se transforma en inversión.
So that all of his savings turn into investments.
Pero esa inversión significa más capital, más productividad, mayores salarios.
But of course this investment means more capital, higher productivity, more wages.
Y al mismo tiempo, más producción del bien, con lo cual baja el precio. Por lo tanto, mayores salarios y menores precios. Por lo tanto, todo ganancia de bienestar.
And of course, if you have more goods, this means more higher salaries and lower prices. So it's all gains for well-being.
Es más, entonces como ya no le podemos encontrar más ataques al monopolista,
as we run out of arguments to attack monopoly holders,
ya que si consume genera bienestar,
since if they consume, then well-being is created.
Ya que si ahorra en el sistema financiero, genera bienestar.
If they save in the financial system, same thing.
Y si ahorra e invierte en sí mismo, también genera bienestar.
And if they save and invest in themselves, they also promote well-being.
Ahora pensemos qué pasa si el maldito empresario decide enterrar ese dinero.
Now let's consider what happens if that evil businessman decides to, or business person decides to bury their money.
Así nadie puede acceder a ese dinero.
So that no one can reach that money.
¿Qué es lo que va a ocurrir? Se va a reducir la cantidad de dinero en la economía y van a bajar los precios beneficiando a toda la población.
The amount of money in the economy will go down and prices will also go down for the benefit of the population.
Y es más, este empresario tan malo, a los que más van a beneficiar son a los que menos tienen porque son los que se benefician de la deflación.
And the evil business owner will end up benefiting those who have less because they will benefit the most from this deflation.
Por lo tanto, lo que acabamos de ver es que todos los análisis que justifican la intervención, lo único que hace es crear más Estado y producirle mayor daño a la gente.
So what we have seen is that all analyses that favor more intervention end up creating more government, more state, and more damage to the people.
Por lo tanto, para cerrar esta presentación,
so, in wrapping up this presentation,
voy a mostrar cómo la intervención socialista lo que hace es destruir la economía.
And show how socialist intervention ends up destroying the economy.
Y básicamente este ataque que hacen los socialistas son desde dos puntos de vista.
And the attacks from socialists basically focus on two things.
Básicamente, por un lado está la regulación de los monopolios, que al regular los monopolios quiebra el efecto de los rendimientos crecientes y hacen que las economías se estanquen.
On the one hand, there's the regulation of monopolies, which leads to breaking the effect of increasing returns and in turn leads to the economies being stagnated.
Es más, si se regulara bajo el ideal neoclásico, la cuasirrenta sería cero.
In fact, if you were to regulate according to the neoclassical idea, quasi-rent or extraordinary profits would be zero.
Y por lo tanto, estaríamos en un mundo de la competencia perfecta donde no hay incentivo a crecer.
So it would be a world of perfect competition with no incentive for growth.
En el fondo, lo que hace es abortar el proceso de destrucción creativa a la Schumpeter.
So this ends up aborting the creative destruction process according to Schumpeter.
Porque estos procesos de destrucción creativa parten de la idea de resolver algún problema de la sociedad que les permite ganar más dinero y eso es lo que genera el progreso tecnológico y el crecimiento.
Because these creative destruction processes are based on some issue that they seek to resolve in order to be able to generate more growth.
Por lo tanto, si regulo los beneficios, si regulo la ganancia, el problema es que lo que voy a tener es estancamiento.
So, regulating profits, regulating gain leads to stagnation.
Al margen de que regular precios y cantidades implica destruir el derecho de propiedad.
And also, regulating prices and quantities or amounts is tantamount to destroying property rights.
De hecho, les voy a contar el caso de un país que conozco, llamado Argentina.
In fact, let me tell you about a case involving a country I know, Argentina.
Un país que entró al siglo XX siendo uno de los países más ricos del mundo.
A country that was one of the most affluent in the world in the early 20th century.
Y que sin embargo hoy está 140 en el ranking mundial.
And which today ranks 140 worldwide.
Con más de 50% de pobres y más de 10% de indigentes.
With over 50% poor and over 10% extreme poor.
Y cuando uno mira la cantidad de regulaciones, uno va a entender por qué.
And when you look at the number of regulations, then you'll understand.
Dentro de nuestros equipos de gobierno, hemos descubierto, por el momento, 380.000 regulaciones que traban el funcionamiento del sistema económico.
Our government teams have so far identified 380,000 regulations which get in the way of a functioning economy.
Y de hecho, nuestras dos grandes primeras medidas de reformas estructurales, el decreto de necesidad y urgencia y la ley de bases,
And in fact, our two major structural reform drives, the emergency decree and the omnibus bill,
propuestas que proponen darle más libertad a los argentinos,
seek to give more freedom to the Argentine people,
ir hacia estructuras de mercado más competitivas,
move towards more competitive market structures,
y sobre todas las cosas, eliminar la corrupción de la política,
and above all, end corruption in politics.
nos encontramos con grandes resistencias por parte de los beneficiarios de este sistema decadente que empobrece a los argentinos de bien en favor de la casta corrupta.
And of course, we face much resistance on the part of those who benefit from this decadent framework, and of course, this involves the corrupt political caste.
Donde la casta corrupta se compone de políticos ladrones,
which includes This political corrupt caste includes thieving politicians
que ponen sus privilegios por encima del bienestar de los argentinos,
who put their own privileges above the well-being of the Argentine people,
por empresarios prebendarios que hacen negocios con los políticos corruptos,
and of course there's business owners who get into wheeling and dealing and monkey business with corrupt politicians,
por medios de comunicación corruptos que están muy enojados con nosotros porque le eliminamos la pauta oficial.
and there are also corrupt media who are really mad at us because we have done away with government-paid advertising.
También, digamos, por los sindicalistas que se ocupan de sus negocios en contra de la gente.
And of course, there's the trade unionists who look after their own business interests rather than taking care of the people.
Y además, digamos, por aquellos profesionales que son funcionales a la religión del Estado, que viven de defender a estos corruptos.
And of course, there are professionals who make a living out of defending these corrupt groups and who basically profess the religion of government, of the state.
Por lo tanto, tomarán conciencia de la gran pelea que estamos dando.
So you can get an idea of this major battle we're fighting.
Pero no nos vamos a rendir en volver a hacer Argentina grande nuevamente.
But we will not surrender till we make Argentina great again.
La otra gran amenaza por donde atacan los socialistas y el estatismo es básicamente la discusión entre eficiencia y distribución.
The other major threat or attack from socialists and statism has to do with efficiency as opposed to distribution.
Donde ahí se señala al capitalismo como un sistema hiperindividualista y se lo compara frente al altruismo socialista con el dinero ajeno.
And so they say that capitalism is hyper-individualist as opposed to the altruism of socialism.
Siempre con el dinero ajeno.
Always with the money of others.
Y esta aberración se lleva a cabo en nombre de la justicia social.
And this aberration is pursued in the name of social justice.
Donde Hayek hablaba de las palabras comadreja.
Hayek used to talk about weasel words.
Donde cada vez que le ponían un adjetivo significaba totalmente lo opuesto.
Whenever they chose an adjective, it was actually the exact opposite.
De hecho, como dice el gran Jesús Huerta de Soto, la justicia social es violenta e injusta. O sea, no es ni justa, ni social, ni nada. Es una aberración.
So as Jesús Huerta de Soto says, social justice is violence and unjust. It's not just or anything of the sort. Far from it. It's an aberration.
En primer lugar, es injusta porque implica un trato desigual frente a la ley.
It's unjust because it involves unequal treatment before
Y la
the law.
redistribución que implica la justicia social es robarle a uno para darle a otro, lo cual hace que la justicia social, además de violenta, sea injusta.
So in addition to being violent, social justice is unjust because that redistribution is basically robbing Peter to pay Paul.
En el mismo sentido, esto se agrava con la idea de la democracia ilimitada.
And this is made even worse when you take the idea of unlimited democracy.
Es decir, la democracia originalmente fue diseñada para respetar el derecho de la más pequeña de las minorías, el individuo.
Democracy was originally designed to respect the smallest of minorities, the individual.
Pero cuando ingresan las ideas socialistas, e ingresa la idea de la democracia ilimitada, aparece el populismo.
But when socialist ideas came along and the idea of unlimited democracy, then socialism came along.
Pero para que no quede en algo tan abstracto, les voy a dar un ejemplo.
But to make it less abstract, let me give you an example.
Supongamos que se juntan 4 lobos y una gallina.
Let's suppose 4 wolves and a hen come together.
Bueno, ahora vamos a votar por qué se come hoy a la noche.
Let's now vote what's on the menu tonight.
Se acaban de comer la gallina.
They've just eaten the hen.
En el fondo eso también es lo que pasa en la economía.
So deep down, that's also what happens in the economy.
La gallina de los huevos de oro es el segmento que genera riqueza.
The hen that lays the golden eggs is a segment that generates wealth.
Pero por la forma de la distribución del ingreso,
But due to the way income is distributed,
el 80% de la población tiene un ingreso menor que el ingreso promedio.
80% of the population have income below the average.
Y ahí es cuando aparece el político populista,
And that's when the populist politician comes along
que dice que hay que sacarle a los ricos para darle a los pobres.
and says that you need to take away from the rich to give to the poor.
No solo Venezuela, Argentina y todo el populismo latinoamericano.
Not just Venezuela, Argentina, and all of Latin American populism.
Y cuando eso ocurre,
And when that happens,
se destruyen los beneficios y se destruye también el crecimiento económico.
profits are destroyed as well as economic growth.
Digo, si lo quieren en términos prácticos, Argentina es un país que produce alimentos para más de 400 millones de seres humanos.
In practical terms, Argentina is a country that produces food for over 400 million people.
Y la presión sobre el sector productor de fiscal sobre el sector productor de alimentos es del 70%.
And the tax pressure, the tax burden on the food producing sector is 70%.
Es decir, que el Estado se queda con el alimento de 280 millones de seres humanos.
So the state government keeps the food of 280 million people.
A pesar de ello, hay 5 millones de argentinos que no les alcanza para comer gracias al maldito Estado.
And still 5 million Argentines don't have enough to eat because of the damned government, the state.
Otra parte que también se discute, digo, y que discuten los socialistas y que tiene que ver con la distribución del ingreso y que plantean que el sistema es injusto.
Socialists also continue to discuss income distribution, saying that the system is unjust.
Hay un hermoso libro de Israel Kirchner que se llama Creatividad, Capitalismo y Justicia Distributiva.
There's a lovely book by Israel Kirzner that's called Creativity, Capitalism and Distributive Justice.
Y ese libro parte de la hipótesis que Kirchner dice, el sistema capitalista es más productivo, pero que si fuera verdaderamente injusto no habría motivos para defenderlo.
So the assumption is that Kirzner says that capitalism is actually more productive. But if it were unjust, there would really be no argument to defend it.
Y en ese sentido, trabaja sobre 2 ideas.
And he works on 2 ideas along those lines.
Trabaja con el principio de apropiación de Locke.
Locke's appropriation principle.
Es decir, el que se lo descubre se lo queda.
So,
si ustedes descubren algo, son el dueño de eso.
If you discover something, then you keep it, you appropriate.
Y la otra idea es la idea de Hayek del mercado como proceso de descubrimiento.
And then there's Hayek's idea of the market as a discovery procedure.
De hecho, la idea del mercado como proceso de descubrimiento implica que no hay una torta para repartir, sino que esa torta se va creando cuando se va produciendo.
In fact, this idea of the market as a discovery procedure involves that there's actually no pie to be shared. It's not a given. The pie develops as you continue to create.
Por lo tanto, si esa torta se va descubriendo mientras que ustedes van avanzando en el proceso productivo,
So if the pie gets discovered as you move forward along the productive process,
por lo tanto, lo lógico es que esa torta sea apropiada por aquel que la fue descubriendo.
it's only natural that the pie should be appropriated by those who discovered it.
Por lo tanto, ahora el sistema no solo que es más productivo, sino que además es el único sistema que es justo.
So that makes the system not only more productive, but also means that it's the only just system.
Y la verdad que, digamos, con todo esto, a los socialistas los tenemos más que en jaque mate. Ya les diría que...
And, well, of course, after all of this, we've got socialists cornered.
Por eso les voy a dar una más. Les voy a dar un bis.
This is why one more to share with you. Encore.
Naturalmente, cuando uno regula los monopolios, regula las empresas, bloquea los procesos competitivos y al mismo tiempo introduce el concepto de la justicia social, evidentemente eso conduce al estancamiento.
Naturally, when you regulate and you act against monopolies and you regulate business and production and bring up this idea of social justice, well, all of that ends up leading to stagnation.
Y ese estancamiento, dado el crecimiento de la población, lleva al empobrecimiento paulatino de ese país.
And stagnation, in the context of population growth, leads to a gradual stagnation in the country.
¿Y cómo corrigen esto?
How do you remedy this?
Lo corrigen con la agenda asesina del aborto.
And, well, how do they correct this? With the murderous abortion agenda.
Una agenda asesina que podemos encontrar sus orígenes ya con los egipcios intentando exterminar a los judíos.
A murderous agenda that we can trace back to the times of ancient Egypt, when the ancient Egyptians attempted to exterminate the Jewish people.
O con el caso de Malthus, con su tratado sobre la población y la ley de hierro de los salarios que promovía el control de la natalidad.
Or Malthus and his his principle on birth control, which was basically about just that, birth control, population control.
O más cercano, digamos, a fines de la década del 60, el Club de Roma.
Or even closer in time to the 60s, the Club of Rome.
Donde el Club de Roma decía que como el mundo se movía con energía de fósiles,
which suggested that as the world used energy based on fossil fuels,
y como esas energías no son renovables,
and since those energy sources are not renewable,
predecían que en el año 2000 se iban a agotar esos recursos.
They predicted that those resources would have run out by the year 2000.
Y sin embargo,
and yet,
digamos, esa situación lo que iba a generar es que no hubiera alimento para todos y que nos íbamos a morir y que solamente quedaríamos 1.000 millones de personas en el planeta Tierra.
They claimed that would lead to food running out and to many of us dying and only a billion people being left on this planet.
Y en base a eso, hoy, habiéndose desclasificado los archivos de Nixon y de Kissinger, sabemos que propusieron esa agenda asesina del aborto.
And now that we have the Nixon and Kissinger files that have been declassified, we know that they were advocating the abortion agenda.
Donde, por ejemplo, Children's Parenthood tiene más locales que McDonald's en todo el mundo.
So Children's Parenthood has more venues than McDonald's around the world.
Pero afortunadamente se equivocaron de nuevo porque hoy en el mundo viven 8.000 millones de seres humanos.
Fortunately, they were wrong again, because today there are 8 billion people living in the world.
Sin embargo, no cesan en esa agenda asesina.
But they stick to their murderous agenda.
De hecho, el posmarxismo, frente a su derrota en lo económico, trasladó sus batallas de lucha de clases a otros aspectos de la vida.
Post-Marxism, defeated on the economic front, transferred its class struggle to other aspects of life.
Por ejemplo, el ecologismo,
such as ecologism,
donde plantea la lucha del hombre contra la naturaleza.
Arguing a fight against nature that is waged by human beings.
Donde culpan al ser humano del calentamiento global.
They blame human beings for global warming.
Cuando esto ya ha pasado 4 veces en la historia del planeta Tierra y no vivía el ser humano.
When this has actually happened already 4 times in the history of the Earth, even when there were no humans around.
Y donde para corregir este problema a los neomarxistas no se le ocurre otra cosa que exterminar a los humanos.
And of course, the only idea that neo-Marxists can come up with in order to correct this problem is to exterminate humans.
Si verdaderamente tuviéramos un problema de recursos, deberíamos estar esperando colonizar otros planetas, no, digamos, condenarnos a la muerte.
So if we did have a problem with scarcity of resources, we should be planning to colonize other worlds rather than think about exterminating ourselves.
De hecho, todos esos análisis en contra del crecimiento de la población son falsos.
In fact, all those analyses that go against population growth are false.
Entonces le quiero dejar también el caso de un economista muy optimista que se llamaba Julian Simon.
Let me quote a very optimistic economist called Julian Simon,
que señalaba que el crecimiento de la población traía más progreso tecnológico.
who said that population growth entailed more technological progress.
Entonces, por ejemplo, señalaba que había crecimiento tecnológico impulsado por la demanda.
So he would say that there was demand-driven technological progress.
Donde básicamente, al haber más personas y haber problemas de escasez y demás, eso afectaba al sistema de precios y generaba nuevas reformas y nuevos progresos tecnológicos para resolver dichos problemas.
He suggested that if there were more people and scarcity issues, that had an impact on the price system, which of course ended up driving reforms and technological progress in order to solve the problems.
Y por otra parte señalaba el progreso tecnológico impulsado por el lado de la oferta.
And he also highlighted supply-driven technological progress.
Donde, por ejemplo, las chances de que tenga un Mozart en mi población es mucho más grande si vive 1 millón de personas que si viven 10.
Of course, there are many more chances of having a Mozart in your population if you are 1 million rather than just 10.
En definitiva, el mensaje es el siguiente.
So, the message is this.
No dejen avanzar el socialismo.
Don't let socialism advance.
No avalen la regulación.
Don't endorse regulation.
No avalen la idea de los fallos de mercado.
Don't endorse the idea of market failure.
No permitan el avance de la agenda asesina.
Don't allow the advance of the murderous agenda.
Y no se dejen llevar por los cantos de sirena de la justicia social.
And don't let the siren calls of social justice woo you.
Yo vengo de un país que compró todas esas ideas estúpidas y de ser un país de los más ricos del mundo está en el lugar 140.
I come from a country that bought all of those stupid ideas, and from being one of the most affluent countries in the world, now we rank 140.
Por lo tanto, no entreguen su libertad, peleen por su libertad.
Don't surrender your liberty. Fight for your freedom.
porque si no pelean por la libertad, los van a llevar a la miseria.
If you don't fight for your freedom, they will drag you into misery.
Pero quiero dejarles también un mensaje de optimismo.
But I would also like to leave a message of optimism with you.
Argentina parecía un país de ovejas condenado a la pobreza que nos marcan los socialistas.
Argentina seemed to be a country condemned to be like sheep driven by socialists.
Y recuerdo cuando inicié mi carrera política para ser diputado nacional, dije que yo no venía a guiar corderos, venía a despertar leones.
And when I started my political career in Congress as a congressman, I said that I wasn't there to herd sheep, but rather to awaken lions.
Y fue así que cada día despertamos más leones y el mensaje de la libertad no solo nos llevó a la presidencia de la Argentina, sino que además estamos despertando todo el mundo.
And we continue to awaken more and more lions every day, and the message of freedom didn't just make me president of Argentina. We are awakening the world.
Por la libertad.
So don't surrender in your fight
¡Viva
for
la
freedom.
libertad, carajo!
Long live freedom, damn it!
¡Viva la libertad, carajo!
Long live freedom, damn it!
¡Viva la libertad, carajo!
Long live freedom, damn it!
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
All right, I am here with one of my favorite groups at CPAC. Every year they're here, and they are known when they walk in the building. The people know that they are here. This is the Trump Tribe of Texas, a very spirited group of Trump supporters, if you can't tell by the sparkly letters on their shirts, and also beautiful Lady Liberty standing right here next to me. President Trump spoke earlier. The founder of the Trump Tribe of Texas is one of my dear friends, Michael Manuel. So good to see you. You were in line early to see President Trump today.
We were in line around 1:30 this morning. It's been a long day, but everything is worth it.
Every second worth it. You got front row seats.
We got front row seats.
And that's what it was all about.
That's it.
Okay, so let's talk about the Trump Tribe of Texas and how it was founded. You used to be a Democrat.
I was a Democrat for 35 years, and during the summer of 2020, when Antifa was looting and burning down small businesses, I realized that the Democrat Party was not the Democrat Party that I was used to. So started watching the right news, listening to President Trump, how he stood up for small businesses, and I said, this is not the party I want to be affiliated with anymore.
And so it was at that moment, and then along with President Trump, that you really started paying attention to the difference between the parties, because like you just mentioned, the Democrat Party has gone so far left and so vile and so destructive that you didn't want to be a part of that anymore. And then you started listening to President Trump, and you became a huge fan. You've told me before, that's your hero. You just want to meet him. He's changed you.
He's changed me. I wasn't political one bit, but I went from 0 to 100 in probably 3 weeks. And so during that summer, I created this group, the Trump Tribe of Texas, to represent small businesses around the country and also to represent the women of the United States of America, to fight for them because of transgender ideology about having transgender men compete in women's sports. And that's not right.
You have a little girl at home.
I have a 12-year-old daughter. She's in the 6th grade. And she's coming home with words asking me what they meant, like transgender, binary, things like that. And it's at an age she shouldn't have to know what those words are and what pronouns to use.
Right. And so you own, just to give our viewers a background, you own a women's boutique. So you have a lot of women shoppers who come into your store, friends with a lot of women who have children. You have a daughter of your own. So you surround yourself with the female race or the female gender every single day. And so that's really important to you. That's an important cause for you.
It is important because my customer base is 99% women. And I'm representing them because these days, if women speak up, they're afraid to be canceled, unfriended on Facebook by their friends. And so I'm going to be their voice. I'm the man in a boutique selling women's clothes, but I'm fighting for my women customers.
And we love you for it. We all love a great new outfit. Shop La Ti Da in Beaumont, Texas. They're on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, right?
NX.
And X. There you go. La Ti Da, Beaumont, Texas. Lady Liberty, you look beautiful.
An entrepreneur, Vivek Ramaswamy.
It's great to see you guys. How about Javier Milei? Afuera. We need to bring some of that to the United States of America. So I was coming out here, we're talking backstage. I said, make some news. Say something that's actually announced something today. So I was thinking about what I wanted to say. And I said this last night at the Reagan dinner. We are in the middle of a war in this country. It's not a war between black and white, as the media would have you believe. It's not even a war between Democrat or Republican or man or woman or whatever. It is a war between those of us who love the United States of America and our founding ideals, and a fringe minority who hates this country and what we actually stand for. And right now, more than ever, we need a commander-in-chief who is going to lead us to victory in that war. And that man is Donald J. Trump, the next 47th president of the United States of America. And I say this as somebody who ran against him in the primary. It is now time to make sure we elect that commander-in-chief. And so my announcement today, and I think every Republican candidate, honestly, at the national level should follow, is that, look, for any super PAC or C4 or whatever entity that supported me during that campaign, I'm publicly calling on them to use their resources to support Donald J. Trump in his reelection effort. And I want every other Republican candidate who ran for president to do the same thing. Because we are not working with a lot of time here. If my kids are in high school before we get this right, I don't think we have a country left. That's not exaggeration. Last night I gave a speech about the Founding Fathers, and today, this morning, I'm with my son, and we were supposed to go to a dinosaur museum this morning. We had the tickets purchased and everything. I talked about the Founding Fathers last night, though, and we scrapped that plan. We're in Washington, D.C. I took him to see the monuments. We went to the Washington Monument. We went to the Jefferson Memorial. And the thing we teach him about Thomas Jefferson isn't that, oh, this man was a slaveholder or whatever it is the left wants us to say as the actual slaves to this new psychology, but to say that this was the man who said that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what we need to teach that next generation. You see, our America First movement, we love the man who revived it in 2016, but it didn't start in 2016. It started in 1776. And if our founding fathers were alive today, what would they say to us? That you have another 250 years and then some still left. But you're going to have to step up and seize it for yourself. You don't get it automatically.
You don't get to just inherit the blessings of liberty. You have to fight for it. Every generation has learned that time and again. This is our 1776 moment right now. This is our moment. Step up and seize it. We use words like America first. And I'm an America first conservative. I know many of you are too. But what does it mean to put America first? To me, it means two things, two basic things. One is that we, the people, create a government that is accountable to us, not the other way around. That the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government. Not the shadow government in the deep state that's pulling the strings today. So if there's one thing that Donald Trump, I have full confidence, is going to get done as the next U.S. president, it will be to finally tame that bureaucracy, shut down that deep state. That is what draining the swamp is all about. Here's how we're going to do it. Get in there and fire 75% of federal bureaucrats. Actually shut down government agencies that should no longer exist. Fire people who have done a bad job in their positions. 8-year term limits for the bureaucrats who were never elected to their positions in the first place. This is how you finally drain the swamp. And that's the first one. The people we elect to run the government should run the government. And the second one is this. The moral duty of our leaders, the first and only moral duty of our leaders, is to the citizens of this nation, not any other one. The citizens of the United States of America. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. And that is why we need to use our own military to secure our own southern border and our northern border too. That's what it means to stand for the rule of law. It means we complete that wall. It means we stop funding Central America until they've stopped the flow of migrants. Stop funding federal sanctuary cities. Actually end birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal migrants because it does not apply to them under the Constitution. And you know what? If we've had the largest influx of migrants into our country in American history, then yes, it is time to have the largest mass deportation in American history as well. That's not racist. That's not xenophobic. Look at me, people. That's what it means to stand for the rule of law in the United States of America. That's not too much to ask. The people we elect to run the government should run the government. And the moral duty they owe is to the citizens of this nation, not any other one. And the fact that's become controversial tells you all you need to know about where we are as a country. We are lost. I'm the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president in our party. And I can tell you about our generation. Love the young people over here. I heard you cheering earlier for President Trump as well. You guys are going to make the difference this year, believe me. The guys here know what they're talking about. The guys who are their age group around this country, they're lost. Hungry for direction, for purpose, for meaning in this country. At a moment in our national history when the things that used to fill that void, faith in God, patriotism, hard work, family, these things have disappeared. And when you have a moral vacuum that runs that deep, that's when the poison fills the void. And we sometimes obsess over the poison too much, right? One at a time. Wokeism, transgenderism, climatism, COVIDism, globalism, Zelenskyism, the list goes on, all right? But the question is, how do we actually defeat it? And these are symptoms of that deeper void. And I think now's our moment as a movement to now grow up. Because we got a trick hiding in plain sight. I'll tell you what the trick is. See, we spend a lot of our time, I do this on TV too, I do this in the campaign, so I make the same mistake, criticizing Joe Biden and the radical agenda. I want you to mark my words today. They are leading us into a trap because Joe Biden is not going to be the nominee. That's the hard truth. So part of me, I want to come here and hit Biden in the next 10 minutes before we wrap this up, and that's easy to do. In some ways, that's what they want us to do, because that's money spent, That is airtime spent political capital with our electorate going after one man, which as late into this cycle, once the trials start, once the lawfare continues, and it's disgusting what we're seeing in this country, the weaponization of a justice system against one man that is decided by hell or high water. They have to stop him from re-entering the White House. It's a disgusting system, but they're delaying that right in the spring, maybe even the early summer, to then move the old man Biden out of the way and prop up a new puppet who they can control. You got to skate to where the puck is going. So who's it going to be, people ask? Is it going to be Gavin Newsom? Who cares? Michelle Obama. That solves their Kamala Harris problem, doesn't it? This is the trap we can't fall into, and here's how we beat that. This isn't about who we're running against. It's about what we actually stand for. That's what we need to step up and revive as a conservative movement. We are not just running from something anymore. We are running back to something, to our vision of what it means to be an American in the year 2024. And to me, it means we believe in the ideals of 1776. Ideals like merit and the pursuit of excellence, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. That's why we're going to end the DEI agenda, affirmative action, group quota. That's what we need to do in every area of our life. It's killed our national soul, and we got to be done with it. Means we stand for that rule of law. We build that wall. We secure that military on our southern border. That we drain the swamp, kill that fourth branch of government, put it back where it came from. Basic ideals that unite all of us. And these aren't black ideas or white ideas. These aren't even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. I can tell you, I traveled to the south side of Chicago during my campaign. I went to Kensington in the inner city of Philadelphia. My campaign advisors tell me, you're wasting your time and money. Why are you doing this? And given that I got all of 8% of the Iowa caucus, they were probably right. But I'll tell you what I learned, because I think it's going to help us at the general election, is that forget the old language of the Republican Party. The principles I'm talking about right here of putting our own national interest first, to say that America first includes every American. Black or white, man or woman, south side of Chicago to California. That's a message that I think will deliver us a landslide of what Reagan delivered in 1980. That's what we could do again this year in 2024 if we make this about what we are running for, not about Joe Biden or whichever other puppet that we're running against. I'll tell you something. Thank you. I know most of you in this room probably agree with me that we should not be forking over $200 billion of our own taxpayer money so some Ukrainian kleptocrat can buy a bigger house, which is exactly what we're doing, that we should be using our own military to protect our own southern border rather than to actually fork it over to protect somebody else's border halfway around the world. But I'll tell you something that I learned in this campaign is, I know you guys, some of you applauded for that. Thank you very much. I have not been in a room in this campaign that agreed with me more than a room full of 95% black audience. I was told it's 150% Democrat on the south side of Chicago, who's rightly asking the question, what about me right here? When I went to the south side of Chicago and we see that they're converting a local school, South Shore High School, into an encampment for migrants, spending $7,000 per migrant per month, people in that community are rightly asking, what the heck about me? So this is our opportunity. You say Republican, the mind closes. Say you're going to put America first. Well, you know what? America first includes all Americans. That's how we're going to win this election in a landslide and deliver that moral mandate of who we are as a people. E pluribus unum means from many, one. You see, that's what we've lost in this country. We've been taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all of the ways that we're really the same as Americans. Bound by that common set of ideals that set this country into motion 250 years ago. I believe those ideals still exist. They're not going to for much longer. But I think we're still in that last window. We have a chance to revive those ideals. Without that, think about it. What are we? Bunch of different looking two-legged higher mammals with a bunch of different shades of melanin? walk in some geographic space that we call a country, doing what our iPhones tell us to do on a given day. That's not America. America is a vision of what that place can be. And that's what we've lost in this country, but it's up to us to revive it. You think about that next generation. I love all the young people I see in this audience. You know, I said this at the beginning of the campaign. It was controversial. I'm going to say it again right now. I hope you all agree with me. I think every high school senior who graduates from high school should have to pass the same civics test that every immigrant has to pass in order to become a voting citizen of this country. You got to know something about a country to have pride in that country. You got to have skin in the game to play in the game. That's what our founding fathers understood 250 years ago. That's what we got to revive today. Public service is about serving the public, not about serving yourself. So I need to look the congressman in the eye and tell him, you don't need to be trading individual stocks during your public service time. Ban that for congressmen. End the lobbying. End the corruption. We bring people along left or right. It doesn't matter because it's about what it actually means to be a citizen of this nation. And you want to know how we get this country back? How do we get those ideals back? I'll tell you this is how. You know, the best measure of our country's health, is it the number of green pieces of paper in our bank account? Is it the number of ballots that get cast every November? These things are important, but it's not the most important thing. The best measure of our country's health is the percentage of people who feel free to say what they actually think in public. Right now, we're doing poorly. The only way we're going to do better is by all of us, not just me, not just Donald Trump, all of us starting to speak the truth in the open again. Say in public what you will say in private at the dinner table. Say it with a spine. Say it with conviction. Say it with respect. But part of respect is that you respect your neighbor enough to tell him what you actually think, not some fairy tale made up, woke-washed version of it. That's what it actually means to be an American. So it's not going to be some political messiah coming from on high to save us. It's not going to work that way. If we're going to be saved, it is going to be because we save ourselves. Every one of us has to do our part. Look ourselves in the mirror. Ask yourself what you're going to do this year to make a country for our children that's not the same country, but the one greater than the one that we grew up in. That's each of our charge. It's not just Donald Trump's job. It's your job. It's every one of our job to do our part, to stand up and speak the truth. Speak the truth without apology. Speak it with a spine. So we're doing it every step in this movement. It's what's going to get us to the finish line. The truth that God is real. That there are two genders. That fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity so we can drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear energy. That reverse racism is racism. That an open border is not a border. That parents determine the education of their children. That the nuclear family isn't a bad word. It's the greatest form of governance known to mankind. That capitalism lifts us up from poverty. That there are 3 branches of government in the United States, not 4. And that the U.S. Constitution is the strongest and greatest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is the truth. We fight for the truth. We stand up for the truth. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about, and that is what we will revive this year to save our great country. Thank you all. God bless you and your families, and may God bless our United States of America. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Thank you.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Day answering the tough questions. Instead, they basically say that climate change remains the most important national security crisis that we're facing. They have caved in time and time again to Iran while knowing that they are funding Hezbollah. They've sent over $100 million, that is Iran, to Hamas and over $700 million to Hezbollah. Clearly, it is about sponsoring terrorism. Clearly, it is about destroying our strongest ally, Israel, and then America.
Ladies and gentlemen, God's children are not for sale. Please welcome President and founder of Movimiento Viva Mexico, Eduardo Verástegui. Former CEO of Operation Underground Railroad, Tim Ballard, and investigative journalist, Nancy Ross.
Thank you. Wow. Wow, CPAC, what an honor, these distinguished guests, and it's a heavy topic, but I'm so grateful so many of you have stayed for this. And I wish we could pull up a chair for President Trump, right? Because nobody has done more to fight human trafficking and child sex trafficking than President Trump. I wish he could be here, but we're pulling for him in South Carolina. And what a journey. I mean, this is, I do believe, the greatest crime in the history of humanity. But we have hope. And we're here because we have hope because of these two superheroes, which I'm just so honored to sit with tonight. So
thank you.
Thank you. Tell us, it was less than a year ago. This is only my second CPAC, and here I am. And it was the Sound of Freedom premiere in Washington, D.C., and I went. I'd been waiting for the movie to come out. I was praying for its production. And I know like Amazon and Netflix, and people wouldn't put it on. They would not air this movie because, as you know, this is all a conspiracy, right? So the movie comes out. CPAC says they're starting a center to combat human trafficking. I said, I'm in, whatever I can do to help in any small way. These gentlemen, tell us about this incredible success of the movie in just less than a year.
Well, thank you, Nancy, and I want to thank Matt and Mercy for this invitation. I want to thank each one of you for supporting our film, Sound of Freedom. God bless you. Thank you so much. I want to thank President Bukele, President Milei from Argentina, and of course, President Trump for supporting this film, and so many other celebrities, actors, and political leaders who support this movement, because Sound of Freedom is not just a movie, it's a movement. It's a global movement with global solutions to end this horrible tragedy, which is child trafficking. This movie was rejected by Hollywood for 5 years. The experts, the professionals, they told us this movie is not going to work. Nobody will see a movie about child trafficking. 5 years, rejected. They didn't believe in the movie. But you know who believed in the movie? The people. Yes. The people. And the people said, enough is enough. God's children are not for sale. And I believe with all my heart that together, we will end this horrible, terrible reality. I was praying for an angel to come and save this movie after 5 years being rejected. And next thing you know, I received a phone call from Angel Studios. See? Prayers are very powerful. Yes. And we signed an agreement with them last year in April. And the movie came out on July 4th, Independence Day. I told Angel Studios, you guys are crazy. Have you seen the calendar?
Right.
The biggest films of the year are coming out that day. We are just independent filmmakers. We're Mexican filmmakers. Yes, you're Mexican filmmakers. Alejandro Monteverde, and you, Eduardo, come to the United States and celebrate Independence Day. Celebrate freedom with one hand. But with the other hand, you have to tell us, let's bring freedom to those children who are not free right now. This is a global problem, especially in the US. It's the #1 consumer of child sex in the world. Mexico, because of the location, is the #1 provider. Yes. 21,000 children disappear in Mexico every year. This is the official numbers that the government tell us. I think it's a lot more. A lot more.
Right.
More than 21,000 children that are being raped 10 to 15 times a day for many years until they don't want them anymore because they're not fresh meat anymore. That's the vocabulary that these perverts use. What happened to many of these children later? They open them and sell their organs. When you hear things like this, you cannot look the other way around. I remember when Tim told me, when we started this mission 8 years ago, are you sure you want to commit to do this, Eduardo? Yes, are you sure? I have a lot of enemies, man. We have a lot of enemies, and those enemies will be yours. Are you sure? And I remember closing my eyes, and I said, what if this is my son? What if this is my daughter? What if this is my nephew? What would I do? I will do anything to find my nephew, my niece, or my boy, my son, my daughter. And I will hope that the entire world would put pause in what they're doing so they can help me to find my son or my daughter. Well, that's the motivation. I don't have to wait until this happened to me. I'd rather do something now so it never happened to me and to anybody else. Right. We need to do something. So I told Tim, brother, shake my hand. I welcome your enemies. We're in this together. I don't care about the persecution. I don't care about the persecution because, again, God's children are not for sale. And I will give my life to end child trafficking because your children are my children and I will give my life for your children.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you. As you said, it's a $150 billion a year industry, the fastest growing industry, surpassing the drug trade. And the sex trade has been around since the beginning of time, but this evil, Tim, the persecution has got to be off the charts for both of you.
Yeah, I'm happy that we finally get to share enemies.
Yes.
And yeah, you see it from the beginning of the film. When we tried to get it out, no one would take it. And then once it got out, immediately we're being told lies about the film, that it's QAnon adjacent, whatever that means. The film was made and done before the term QAnon was ever even published or out there. Right. So that they lost that debate really fast, but they'll just keep coming up to stop the information from getting out there. And there's a war on children right now, from our southern border to our classrooms, and education. So many things that children are being attacked. It's a spiritual battle as well, and that's the thing I think they didn't want to talk about. Right. And the Sound of Freedom would force a conversation that they didn't want to have, especially about the southern border, where tens of thousands of kids have disappeared into the belly of the United States, which is the #1 consumer of child rape videos in the world. So this is not the place you want to be a child, unaccompanied in our country. And they're given no respect, no regard. They just come in, don't vet the people claiming to be sponsors, and they let them ride in. In fact, I would go so far as to say that unwittingly, our own agencies on the border, again, not because they want to, because they're being told by the administration, they have become a child sex trafficking delivery service.
Yes.
Wow.
Because these kids just show up, and they're unaccompanied, and they have like a phone number of the sponsor. They have to call the number, and they send the kid away. That's how easy it is. I had the opportunity last summer to bring on my podcast Eduardo Verástegui and President Trump. We were at Bedminster, and I kind of surprised. I was interviewing President Trump, and I saw Eduardo. I said, "Come over here. I got a question for you," and I want him to answer it again. I said, "You're both running for president, right? This guy's running for president of Mexico."
Thank you.
And I asked them, I said, "Could you imagine, what would you guys do to stop the issues on our border if you were the president of the United States and you're the president of Mexico?" And do you remember what you said?
I told him, "Mr. President, when the good people of Mexico meet with the good people of the United States, when two filmmakers from Mexico, Alejandro Monteverde and myself, meet with Tim and Jim Caviezel and the other great heroes in the United States who wants to end child trafficking, when we work together, we shake hands. What is the result? Sound of freedom. It's a movement that is designed to end child trafficking. Now, what happened when the bad people of Mexico meet with the bad people of the United States? When they work together, they shake hands. What's the result? Child trafficking, culture of death, abortion, illegal guns, drugs, death. So we need to work together because we are not just neighbors, we're brothers and sisters, Mexico and United States.
That's right.
And we need to work together to eradicate all the bad stuff that we do to each other and work together to capitalize all the good stuff that we do to each other. And let's make Mexico and America great together again. We can do that.
Yes.
We can do that. But first, we need to remove the communist regime that is governing Mexico right now. I'm telling you, if we don't remove them, these elections, Mexico will become like Venezuela and Cuba together on steroids in the southern border. This is big because we have a communist president right now. López Obrador is a communist president. And he doesn't care about the people of Mexico. Mexico is not doing well. There's more poverty, more insecurity, more crime. Sound of Freedom led me to register last year as an independent candidate for the presidency of Mexico. A few days ago, I filed to be certified as an independent president of Mexico. In a few days, they will let me know.
And they're trying to block you, you told me.
Of course,
right,
of course. They're still we have the signatures. They stole my signatures. They're trying to obstruct me. They're blocking us. If I'm not going to be certified in a few days, I'm going to take them to court. And if it's necessary, to the International Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, because we need to kick down these communists. They are raping our country for decades. There's no democracy in Mexico. We have 7 political parties. They're all the same. There's no opposition. There's no opposition. It's like imagine here, all of a sudden, Kamala Harris become the Republican candidate against Hillary Clinton as a Democrat. It would be a joke, right? Well, that's the joke that it's happening in Mexico right now.
And we're praying for you, for your success, for the people of Mexico. And Tim, for you, your family. And we stand together in this fight because we know it's going to take not only men of God, but an army of God, right? All of us in this, and we've got God on our side, so we know the end. We pray. And we hope, we were talking earlier about another production, possibly, or more documentaries, because we know it's not just the southern border. We know trafficking is in Child Protective Services. I was told 70% of foster kids in Virginia the other day, a woman was telling me, end up being trafficked. So we know we've got to expose this beyond just
We need
border.
to do more than one movie. We need to do thousands of movies and documentaries and books and everything, because one movie is not enough. One movie is not enough. So I hope that you become ambassadors of freedom and pray to God and ask Him, what can I do? What can I do? How can I use my talents to make this world a better place for the children so they can have freedom? There's more slavery today than when slavery was legal. And many of those slaves are children. How can you sleep with that information? Evil triumphs when good people remain silent. And when good people remain silent, they're not good people anymore, because they're part of the problem.
That's right.
So let's pray. And please pray for me. I'm praying every day. I'm asking God and Our Lady of Guadalupe to help me with the majority of the Mexican people to rescue Mexico. And you have to do the same for the United States. These elections are very important, here and in Mexico. That's why, again, we need to work together. Through bilateral efforts, we can make, again, Mexico and the United States great together. We can do that. We can do that. But first, we need to hold the hand of God and ask Him to help us to do that, because we can't do that alone. There's no way we can do that alone. But we're not alone. God plus one is an army, and it's more than one here.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. And tell us, where can they follow you? Best place online on social media to follow your work in the election.
Social media, Instagram, Eduardo Verástegui, which, by the way, they blocked me too.
Oh, gosh.
By the way, if it was not enough, in those 120 days where I was raising my signatures, all of a sudden on Instagram, are you sure you want to follow this Eduardo Verástegui, who puts false information, blah, 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 blah?
In the meantime, they're allowing child exploitation on social media.
You know when removed that curtain? After the 120 days. Very convenient.
Wow.
These people are professional criminals working in a very organized way. But you know what? I love my country. They will have to, they can't stop us.
No, they won't.
They will have to kill me to stop me. Because I'm going to give my life. I'm going to sacrifice everything for Mexico, because I love my country. I love Mexico, and I will do whatever is in my hands to save my people.
Bless you.
¡Viva México!
Thank you.
¡Viva México!
On social media.
¡Viva Estados Unidos! ¡Viva la libertad! Dios los bendiga.
Thank you. And we'll follow Tim as well on social media. God bless these great men. Thank you. Thank you.
The old civil rights adage goes, no justice, no peace.
What we have to prepare for is we're going to see this propaganda spread even further in the media outlets, in the mainstream media outlets.
What's happening right now is in a greater context of one of the greatest crimes against humanity, which is an apartheid regime.
The Israeli government is what has fueled this. It's Israel that is occupying the Palestinians, not the other way around.
And it's basically like living, Alex, in an open-air prison.
I think Hamas mainly attacked military establishments, military installations.
You can't condemn women and children and elderly people being murdered in the streets.
What about it?
Do you condemn it?
I already said.
Why can't you say yes?
Because I already gave you my answer.
You didn't give an answer. And I think anybody who watches would understand what your actual position is here.
Once Israel moves forward with an offensive strategy in eradicating Hamas, they're going to be viewed as the killers.
Do you support Israel's rights to defend themselves against this brutality?
Congressman, why do you have the Palestinian flag outside your office if you do not condone what Hamas terrorism done to Israel?
You condemn Hamas then. Tell me that.
I've already said that I condemn the violence that Hamas.
But Hamas as an organization, a terrorist organization, will you condemn them?
I don't see them as a terrorist organization.
Hamas is a political movement that was elected.
The justification of the violence is the occupation.
Palestinians are leading a freedom movement.
Hamas is a movement, and then you fight back for that and you stand for your rights. That does not make you a terrorist. That makes you a defender.
A lot of them were very disappointed when the United States moved its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Again, I think that Hamas decided that now to amass these capabilities and to carry out this attack, they need to bring more attention in the region and globally to what they consider to be their plight.
Palestinians are the people who have been protesting non-violently
To prevent the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
This is the most extreme fundamentalist right-wing supremacist government in the history of the state of Israel.
Israel is notorious for creating propaganda.
That did not get raped.
No. Netanyahu is basically running his own narrative of what he wants to excuse himself. How does this end? Killing and genociding and holocausting all the Palestinians. Of the apartheid state of Israel, which has no legitimate reason for existing.
I mean, hear me out. We striked first because we wanted our land back. Sure. And that's what people do when they want the thing back.
You guys are associating that Hamas is a terrorist organization. It's a resistance.
And then you have the left cheering for the violence, cheering for the killing of civilians, calling for more, chanting in the streets, there's only one solution.
Israel is a terrorist state.
I salute Hamas. A job well done.
Hamas is not a terrorist group.
What is it, like a motorcycle club? Or?
Every single thing they have done is justified.
Resistance is a human right. It was exhilarating. It was exhilarating. It was energizing. Okay. If we weren't exhilarated, by this challenge to the monopoly of violence, by this shifting of the balance of power, then we would not be war. I was exhilarated. Intifada! Intifada! We will honor all our martyrs! We will honor all our martyrs!
Hamas are Palestinians! Okay? All of us Hamas! Free Palestine! This is justified when people are occupied!
Thank you. Fuck Israel. No problem. Fuck Israel.
Glory to the murders!
I'd like to know who's funding the Students for Justice for Palestine and where this money's coming from that's creating this propaganda that's infiltrating our academic institutions, our media institutions, and trying to drive this anti-Jewish message.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former director of the White House National Trade Council, Peter Navarro.
There's Mercy. Just two shout outs. One, I want to thank Matt Schlapp for the opportunity to come here. It's been a while since I've been at CPAC, but it's a great honor to be with you. And a shout out to Pixie. It's her birthday, and I wish you were here, love. All right, now I'm going to get really serious. most serious 6 minutes you're going to have, I think, probably in this whole thing, but you need to hear this. And what I'm going to talk about is this thing called lawfare that President Trump talked a lot about today, and I'm going to talk a little bit about it, but this is, my judgment, one of the most important things we're facing. So what is this thing? Lawfare, partisan politics by weaponized justice means. Let's look at what's going on. Democrats, Biden, Garland, and Smith, Bragg, James, and Willis, and a sizable chunk of the radical wing of the Democrat Party not only want to stop Republican Donald Trump from retaking the White House, they want this presidential titan, and I was there when he was that titan, and providential titan who kept our nation in prosperity and out of war for 4 beautiful years. They want him to die cruelly in prison. We must face that reality. If you don't believe they may well succeed, just look at my own situation as I stand before you on this stage as a former high-ranking Trump official now just weeks away from a prison cell. The parallels between my own and Trump's case are indeed striking. I am the first senior White House advisor ever convicted of contempt of Congress. Trump is the first former president ever to be criminally indicted. I was put in leg irons by armed FBI agents who far more easily could have asked for my voluntary surrender. Trump was the target of an equally unnecessary armed FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago. I was indicted by the Biden-Garland Department of Justice despite a more than 50-year policy against compelled congressional testimony by senior White House officials like me. DOJ's hypocrite prosecutors would falsely argue to my jury that I had acted above the law when they knew damn well I was simply honoring the Constitution, fulfilling my oath of office, and obeying the law the Department of Justice's own Office of Legal Counsel had long articulated and supported. Now, here's the deal. Listen carefully. Trump likewise faces a dizzying array of charges and more than 700 years in prison based on equally novel and baseless applications of laws and statutes that have been tortured and twisted by partisan prosecutors. Then there is this. You must know this. Every single major actor in the prosecutions of both me and Trump are what? Democrats. Yet the Democrats and their useful partisan idiots in the legacy media, aka the fake news, want you to believe our prosecutions are not political. No, nothing to see here. In my case, a Democrat House majority held me in contempt on an overwhelmingly partisan vote. A Democrat-controlled Department of Justice indicted and prosecuted me. A heavily skewed Democrat jury right here in the District of Columbia, featuring members who had expressed anti-Trump sentiments in voir dire, convicted me. Trump, similarly, has been indicted solely by Democrats. Here's the deal. The probability of the former president getting a jury broadly reflective of the American electorate is near zero in the bluest of blue cities of where? Washington, D.C., Manhattan, and Atlanta. Then there is this, and this was a big surprise to me, the utter repudiation in both our cases of Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall's admonition that every defendant has the right to what? To a full and fair defense. By the time my case got to the jury, the judge had stripped me of every possible defense, thereby making my conviction a foregone conclusion. As my attorney said, that can't be the law, but it was in that court. I see the same process unfolding now as I follow the myriad Trump court cases. Across multiple jurisdictions, Democrat-appointed judges are systematically stripping away the full, fair, and rightful defenses of Trump. As I ready myself for a prison cell, my question to all of you here is this. What are you going to do as you leave CPAC to protect your own right to vote for Donald Trump if you choose? Just what are you going to do to throw those rascals out who just just a few short miles away from us, in the White House and on Capitol Hill, and at the FBI and the Department of Injustice are doing so much damage to our economy, our border, our national security, and ultimately, you know what? Our political institutions, civility, and social fabric. As we hurtle now towards a November 2024 election, where the differences between the parties and candidates are so stark, make no mistake about that, and the stakes are so high, we are indeed in the middle of a ferocious and often vicious fight where losing is not an option. For if we lose, we will surely lose this country. You know that, I know that. If we lose, we will surely lose this country. Therefore, and I'm so glad you came to CPAC, as this is the place you must get involved. In the candidate of Steve Bannon, who you're about to see, what does that mean? What does that involvement mean? It means action, action, action. And both Steve Bannon's War Room and the beautiful CPAC that Mercy Schlapp and Matt Schlapp have brought to you can help show you the way in concrete ways. I'm Peter Navarro. I will see you all on the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of War Room, Steve Bannon.
Onward to victory! Onward to victory! Onward to victory! Is there anything going to stop us from winning on 5 November of 2024? I can't hear you. Is anything going to stop us? Today, in this very hall, the greatest president of the 20th and 21st century sat here and said he's a political dissident. He's persecuted. That is a mark upon our country because it's absolutely true, 100% true. And why is he a dissident? You know why? Because he gave us 3 years of peace and prosperity before he was hit with a Chinese bioweapon. And they stole the 2020 election. Media, I want you to suck on this. I want the White House to suck on this. You lost in 2020. Donald Trump is the legitimate president of the United States. Trump won! Trump won! Trump won! Trump won! Trump won! Trump won! You know how we know categorically that Trump won now? Because the New York Times and MSNBC and the Washington Post understand we're about to out them, right? We're going to adjudicate this after victory. If Biden actually won, he would be a revered hero to them. If Kamala Harris had really been the wingman, she'd be a revered hero. The New York Times is throwing Biden under the bus every day and backing him up over him. That shows you they know he's an illegitimate regime head. He's a usurper in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. To every working class Democrat and populist in the Democratic Party, when we get to the White House and go through and adjudicate the fact that 2020 was stolen and this illegitimate regime, what they've done to destroy this country, nobody that loved this country would do what he's doing to the country, would they? Would anybody think about it for a second? What if our framers came back here, came back today and saw 10 million illegal alien invaders that they have gamed the system to bring here? Nobody. Give me that again, ma'am. Lock them up. All of them. Garland, Ray, Biden, all of them. Mayorkas. What they did to this country is unforgivable. And we will not forget it, and we will never forgive it until justice is done. Now, some of our folks may say justice in this case is retribution. I will let that be defined as we go forward. But we're not going to back off this. President Donald J. Trump is the greatest president of the 20th and 21st century. Think about it for a second. When they stole the election and he went back to Mar-a-Lago, he could have played the game. He could have been part of the system. He could have gotten the big book deal and had the memorial films made about him and, built more golf courses and had a life of leisure as a billionaire. Should have and deserve, and with his beautiful family. What did he do? He came back to lead his country and say, I'm not going to let them steal this election, and I'm not going to ever let them destroy the United States of America. Like the great Roman general Cincinnatus, he has returned from the plow to save his country. Only two other men in the history of this republic, General Washington in the Revolution and the Foundation, and Abraham Lincoln in the Civil War, have the personal fate and destiny of an individual be inextricably linked to the fate and destiny of this republic. Donald John Trump is the third person. And his fate and destiny is to have the greatest political comeback in American history. And on November 5th, to drive the vermin out of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Biden, you and your crime family are nothing but trash, okay? And on the 20th of January of 2025, we're going to take out the trash. There's no compromise here. By 10 million illegal aliens, you got $35 trillion of debt, and you're not going to stop $2 trillion of deficits a year. You've stumbled into a kinetic war in the Eurasian landmass. You got 2 carrier battle groups in the Red Sea protecting the elites of Europe and putting our sailors at risk. You've got a third world war. We got dead-eye control. It's going to destroy and bankrupt this republic. And you have an invasion of 10 million illegal alien invaders and migrant crimes out of control. And the people being destroyed are the black and Hispanic working class in this country, and we're not going to allow it. Every black person, every Hispanic citizen in our country, vote for Trump. Trump will set you free, because right now they're enslaving you. They call you racist, they call you xenophobe, they call you nativist. Nothing could be farther from the truth, because they can't win the intellectual argument. What they have to do is try to smear you. And you don't care, because you know that's not true, and the facts are not true. The facts are not true. And that is what Trump's program is. That's his biggest crime. You know his biggest crime? You know why they want to send him to prison for 700 years? You know why they want to bankrupt him, take all his money away, $500 million fine right now? Take him off the ballot, defamation charges every day, all over the place, from Atlanta to D.C. You heard Peter Navarro lay it all out. You know what his crime is? And not the things they're charging him with. That's all crap, and you know it's crap, and they know it's crap. His crime is that he put you in the room. In D.C., in the imperial capital, not in the room, not in the deal. He put the American working man and woman in the room and at the head of the table, and they hate him for it. They think he's a traitor to the ruling class of this country. You've seen with the Sound of Freedom folks up here and throughout the day, throughout the week. The crimes, not just of this administration, but the crimes of the Federal Reserve, the crimes of the big investment banks, the overlords of easy money on Wall Street, the tech oligarchs, the combination that think they're the ruling class in this country. Well, Donald Trump and the MAGA movement say you're not. And on November 5th, we're going to have an up or down vote on that. And my money is on the American people and the MAGA movement and Donald John Trump to turf you out and to break your grip on the greatest nation on earth. This is a crusade of righteousness. Are you with us? Are you with us? Are we onward to victory? Will anything stop you? Are you onward to victory? Are you onward to victory? Are you onward to victory? When you set out to take Vienna, take Vienna. Thank you. Hang on for 1 second. We have one bit of unfinished business. We've done all the speeches, all the talking. We need to find out now who MAGA wants to ride shotgun with President Trump. Jim McLaughlin, Matt Schlapp, come on out. Let's hear this poll and let's see some reality. Thank you very much.
That's not how Jeb Bush does the pod.
Thanks, Fred. Boy, now that was red. Red.
Wow. Steve, you got any energy left?
It was the energy, but Matt, it was the energy that you set the platform up, that you folks, look, it's been a long, 4 days? You're still here after you got here. Most of you got here at 7, 8 in the morning. That's the grit and determination and cussedness we need for victory, is it not? They can't defeat us. You think that, can the media beat you? Can the radical Democrats beat you? Can all Wall Street and tech, can all those wimps and pencil necks beat you? Have you not been handed victory after victory after victory for 12 or 13 generations? Are you going to disappoint the people that came before us and allow this republic to be something different?
Come on, Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy.
You want me to follow that? Holy moly.
This is tougher. Can you imagine my wife was a comms advisor to Donald Trump? Can you imagine a worse job, Steve? Can you imagine Jim McLaughlin as a pollster for Donald Trump? That might be a worse job, actually. Although he keeps doing so well that maybe it's a good job.
Actually being Donald Trump's pollster at CPAC is really easy.
Okay.
It's very easy.
Tell us, Jim, there's a lot of interesting questions in this poll. We're going to roll through it quickly. Here we go.
Yep.
He's teasing.
All right.
That was teasing.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize. I was looking for it over here, so they got me. But first off, I just want to thank everybody for actually taking the time to fill out the poll. I know it was a little bit long this year, but that's because we had a lot of stuff to talk about.
And we want to thank Real America's Voice for being a great partner at CPAC.
The home of the war room.
That's right.
Rob Sig, Parker Sig, all Rav. So grateful they backed up Matt Schlapp, Jim McLaughlin, and sponsored this poll. Rob couldn't be here, so I'm his stand-in.
And let me tell you something. War Room was by far the best show here. With all that being said, we had pretty close to a record. We actually had almost 1,500 people take the poll. I was worried because it's not like we have a competitive Republican primary for president right now, so I thought we might have trouble getting people to take the poll. But what did you do? You basically set a record. And by the way, unlike, the media, we like election integrity and election security. The only way you guys all know you could take that poll is by putting in your secure PIN number. We believe in voter ID. So with that said, we asked you a couple questions. Not going to give you all the questions, but when we're done, you can go to the website. You can see all the data. all the questions. And unlike we're not going to hide anything from you. It's going to be all out there. With that said, we asked folks, we said, who's your favorite member of Congress? Jim Jordan. Shoot. Jim Jordan at 29%. We had Matt Gaetz at 24%, Elise Stefanik at 10%, and Byron Donalds at 10%. There were some other folks there, but we want to make sure you can read the chart. Okay. Among the following, who's your favorite member of the U.S. Senate? Who do we like?
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance. We had J.D. Vance at 21%, Ted Cruz at 20%, Rand Paul getting 19%, Josh Hawley at 11%. I'll tell you, in spite of some of the stuff the Senate does, we got some pretty darn good senators, and all the good senators.
And what about
here.
the freshman, Tommy Tuberville, coming in on the list?
Coach
That's right.
Tuberville, doing great things for Alabama and the United States of America. I'll tell you something, he's been great. Then we asked folks, most of you don't necessarily think Joe Biden is going to be the Democratic nominee for president. I wonder what would make them think that. What do you think would make them think that Joe Biden's not going to be their nominee? So if he's not going to be their nominee, who do you think is?
Michael. Oh, no.
Michelle Obama. Who do we think?
Oh, yeah. Keep moving.
Michelle Obama. Okay. And let me tell you, whether it's Michelle Obama, whether it's Gavin Newsom, who, by the way, who wants to turn the United States of America into California? Trust me, Donald Trump is going to beat them all. All right, then we asked folks, we said, which is more important between the following to help America's national security? Is it helping to make Israel safe and secure, or continuing to fund Ukraine's fight against Vladimir Putin? Overwhelmingly, they want to make sure Israel is safe. 78-7 versus sending money to Ukraine. I'll tell you, this room gets it. As anybody's ever been to Israel, we all understand how important Israel is to our national security, not to mention our Jewish brothers and sisters take care of our Christian sites over there. All right. So we asked President Trump's job approval. What do you think it's going to be? 100? Last year, it was 95%, and somebody said he went down. Those are the kind of stories. As I told President Trump, I don't get a 95% job approval rating at my dinner table, let alone from a couple thousand people. So with that said, what's Donald Trump's job approval? 96% approved.
He did better than last year?
Better than last year. You don't see numbers like that. Nobody gets it. You know, they talk about Republicans and the conservative movement being divided. They're not divided. When you have a 96% job approval rating, when you come to the leading conservative gathering, not just in America, but in the world, you see all the international folks that are here, 96% job approval is off the charts. Now, this next question, we asked folks, we said, do you think President Trump is going to be better or he's going to be worse the second time around? And you just saw that speech. This is something the media doesn't understand. They don't understand this. The reason why Donald Trump is so popular is because he had a successful first term. Their lives were better. And it gets even better when they look at it in comparison to Joe Biden. It's that simple. It's because he had a successful issue agenda. So what did he do? What did he do? In his speech, he talked almost entirely about issues. And what does he do? He gives us hope. 90% say he's going to be even better than he was the first time. And 75% say he's going to be much better. All right? So we had to ask. There's a rumor going around there's still a Republican primary going on. That's what we've heard, okay?
We are going to have a South Carolina watch party when we wrap up here. So I guess there is something going on in South Carolina.
Yep.
You're all invited, by the way, right afterwards.
So we had to ask. You know, a ballot between Nikki Haley and Donald Trump. 94-5, Donald Trump beats Nikki Haley. Now, before I get accused of rigging the poll, just with a show of hands, how many Haley supporters are here?
Come on, if you're brave.
All right,
It's
okay.
That's all right.
How many Trump supporters? All right, that was simple. All right, since you guys all knew what the answer, you knew Donald Trump was going to be really popular, you knew he was going to beat Nikki Haley easily. This was the fun one. It might be a little tough to read, so I'll read it for you. But we ask who the VP candidate is going to be. All right, who do you think? It's a tie. It's a tie. Kristi Noem at 15, Vivek Ramaswamy 15, Tulsi Gabbard 9, Elisa Stefanik 8, Tim Scott 8, Byron Donald 7, Kari Lake 6. I'm not going to read them all. I'm not going to read them, but there is one thing I do want to say. Look who's at the bottom of the list at 2%.
Steve, do you draw a conclusion?
I draw a conclusion. I want the media to suck on this right here. You smear these good people, these hardworking people, right? They come here of their own free will, and they're free men and women. And they just voted for who they think should ride shotgun in the hardest election over the next 9 months, and who they pick, either folks of color or women. Top 8, right? Show me the racism in there. Show me the sexism in there. You're nothing but a bunch of liars, okay? And we're going to prove every day you're a liar. And on November 5th, we're going to rub your nose in your defeat.
Can I just finish with one last thing, and I promise I'll keep it short. Anybody know how long Donald Trump was supposed to speak today? Anybody know? About a half hour. Trust me, they put in the other half hour. It's like the airlines. They know he's going to come in a little late, and when you get to see people. And by the way, you know why he's late? You know why he's late? He's not talking to donors. He's taking pictures and greeting law enforcement.
Yeah.
That's what he does. That's why nobody knows. They can't move him along. All the cops, all the law enforcement, sheriffs, they all want to get pictures with him, and he can't say no, and he goes with them. But so then what does he do? He's running late. He's got an election in South Carolina. Mr. President, we got to get you go. He spoke for over an hour and a half. That's how he feels about CPAC.
By the way, Jim, in our 50-plus year history, certainly no president on the day of a primary ever also went to CPAC. Think about that. It's an amazing sign of appreciation. He's expecting loyalty from people, but you know why? It's because he always shows the loyalty first.
When he was down in Mar-a-Lago after they'd stolen that election, and the Republican establishment abandoned him, right? Abandoned him. CPAC was there for him. When he came to CPAC Orlando, it was Matt Schlapp and Mercedes Schlapp and you that provided a platform. And you know what he said? My people. You gave him energy, and that's why we're driving to victory in the White House right now.
Amen.
Because of CPAC in Orlando.
Amen.
And you. Remember, the reason he was here on a day like today, as busy as it is he takes energy from you, right? You drive him forward. You make him better. You make him tougher. Don't ever forget, not only do you have his back, you're the key to his victory.
And by the way, if you're watching from South Carolina, you got friends in South Carolina, they have another hour to vote. Because his opponent, you know what they're doing? They're turning out Democrats. They're turning out Biden voters. Try to sabotage Donald Trump in the Republican primary. Don't let them do it. If you're from South Carolina, get out and vote. Call your friends and relatives there. Make sure they vote.
Is that the end?
That's it.
Can I just tell you, you all helped us make history We are now concluding CPAC 2024, and I have a question for you.
Great job.
Do you think globalism is now on the run? Do you think, have they heard from the great swath of wonderful American people? And I tell you now, the job is this. South Carolina Victory Party, we're finally going to have just a little bit of fun tonight. I'm hoping we're sticking a fork in something. And then the hard work begins. Right, Jim?
That's
right,
it.
Steve? We're all going to get out there, and we're going to take this country back. God bless you all.
God bless you.
God bless
And I'll
you.
see you
God
all
bless America.
in the party about
Thank
South
you.
Carolina. Good job.
What a great CPAC 2024 here in Washington, D.C., jam-packed for 3 days, and the people are loving it, going home with memories, and also, after collaborating with like-minded conservatives, taking their knowledge back home to their communities and spreading the word.
Yes, it's been a great few days, jam-packed with some great interviews. President Donald Trump, to cap it all off, of course, his 14th appearance at CPAC, so it was great to cover it all.
Yes, and he is heading to South Carolina right now, where we will go to Brian Glenn. He will be there live in South Carolina tonight with Right Side Broadcasting Network at the Trump Team Election Night Watch Party. As those results come in South Carolina, we will be there on the ground giving you the latest results as they come in. So make sure you stick around for that later this evening as well. Thank you to our sponsors, Moink Box. I just like saying the word Moink.
It's
Moink
fun.
is a rural family-owned business, and they say that it is very important to them, but it is, keep farming and farm families in line and keep them in business by signing up for Moink Box and organizations like this. So you can go to moinkbox.com/Trump. That's M-O-I-N-K. Oink with an M. M-O-I-N-K. Moinkbox.com/Trump. And we heard that Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank said that this is the best bacon that he's ever tasted. So that goes to show you how great their products are. You can get chicken breast, ribeyes, pork chops, salmon fillets, you name it. It's all on their website, moinkbox.com/Trump.
Fresh food is more important than ever, I think. It's a growing industry, and I'm glad that it's getting more awareness, but, I mean, you can't do better than grass-fed and Kevin O'Leary endorsed bacon.
That's right. There you have it. All right, so we also want to thank more of our sponsors. Also, Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Invest in your future. Invest in, your children, your grandchildren, what you're leaving for them as well. And it may not be a lot right now because it's really hard to save a dime these days. But the Birch Gold Group, they can help you save and get on the right path for your future. So text the word Trump to 989898. And Grace, you know a lot about this company. They're the AARP of conservatism. They are wonderful, and that is AMAC.
Yes, AMAC is a company that is aligned with your values, faith, family, freedom, election integrity. If you go to their website, you'll see all of that kind of verbiage and news, and they provide a lot more than just an alternative to AARP. They also provide the latest on what's going on with the elections and President Trump and all of that good stuff too. They're definitely a like-minded company that we love talking about here.
And they were here at CPAC as well. They had a booth set up, so definitely give AMAC a try. As low as $12 a month, can't beat that. So definitely check out AMAC. The information's on your screen. Also, don't forget about that free Trump book.
Free Trump book. It's a beautiful book, very colorful, beautiful graphics. Your kids will love it.
Yes, freetrumpbook.com. You just have to pay a small shipping and handling fee, a processing fee. That's it. But the book itself is free. Finally, don't forget that we are so appreciative of all of our donors who have been here with us since day one. If you would like to donate, please do. Every dollar helps so we can stay on the campaign trail in 2024, a big election year. So go to rsbnetwork.com and donate what you can.
Donate what you can. Like Vanessa said, we work really, really hard to get from event to event to event, and it's only going to get more crazy from here, and it's going to get tight on resources, so we appreciate all the support you guys can give us. So you can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also mail a physical check if you don't want to use the online system to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830.
There you go. Hope you have all that memorized. If not,
you can rewatch it.
Or you can rewatch it. All right, that'll do it for us here in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. It has been a blast. Thank you to the people of CPAC, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, who are always gracious. Welcome RSBN with open arms.
Absolutely.
Their team is amazing. Anything that we need, they are there getting it done in the blink of an eye, snap of a finger. So we want to thank all of the people, staff and volunteers of CPAC, all of the wonderful viewers who have stopped by our booth, thousands of cards and just merchandise that we've received over the weekend where people are just stopping by talking about how much they appreciate everything we do. But of course, we appreciate you and them as well. So yes, another great, successful CPAC. Ready for the next one already.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that time will just fly by and we'll be at CPAC 2025 very soon.
Yes. Can't wait for it. All right, that'll do it for us here in the nation's capital. I'm Vanessa Broussard, Grace Adanya. Have a great night, America.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com